Yo! How's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening. We're back. Oldman, Violent Himbo, Vegeta. Who else we got? We got Taters, Ank coming in with the 13 months. Thank you so much. Give me a B number, Ank. I hope you're well. Bargashi, Zach, Lord Ramir, who may or may not still be here. Little Error. And I think that's everyone. Hey, nice. All the people. How's it going, everybody? How's it going? Be sure, Herky Derp's here. How you doing, Herky Derp? Be sure to trigger. How's it going, man? How's it going, dude? Make sure you put your 2,000 points into the channel points, everybody. You can see some people doing it already. For the Christmas 24-hour bonanza, you get 50% of the way there. You get to choose why I dress up as 75%. I will do an extra challenge, TBD, and 100% we give away a game. So, it's worth putting your 2,000 points in. Number 4, Ank. Yeah, okay, that'll be a super dirty one then. I've run out. I'm not going to get the Wasabi ones out until that Christmas bonanza. I don't think I can get hold of any more before then, so... I saw, Zach, no luck on the 136. Starting to get sick as in actual sick, or starting to get sick of doing pits? Endo's here. How's it going, Endo? Skywolf's here. How you doing, Skywolf? Oh, actual sick. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, I gave you a little dance, Endo. How you doing, dude? How's everyone doing? How's everyone's day been? Right, I believe... What a song to do a bean to. The show must go on. I believe this is Dirty Dishwater or Birthday Cake. Egg. Thank you so much. 13 months. It's crazy. Right, let's see what we got. What a way to start off the stream. It's definitely not birthday cake. I got a birthday cake yesterday for the first time in such a long time. I wasn't expecting another one. Well, oh God. Well, Ag, I hope you're pleased with yourself. It's not even got to 15 minutes on the clock and my mouth is going to taste like dirty soapy water for the rest of the stream. So, yay. Coffee then off to work, Psycho. Well, I hope you have a good day at work. Dumbledore, how you doing? How you doing? That tastes bloody awful. I'm going to wash that down with some Monster Energy drink. Yes, Hank. Cheers, everybody. How's everyone's day been? What's everyone been up to? Also, Oldman, 20 stream watch streak. Thank you. That's awesome. Oh, man, that really doesn't taste good. You're working? How's work? I hope it's not too bad for you. Right, my plans for today. Yeah, everybody, let me know what you've been up to today. Let me know how your days have been. My plan for today is pretty much more of what yesterday was, which is I'm going to have to do some more build planners. It really crept up on me today as to how little time I've got left. It's like a few weeks ago, I'm like, oh, I'll be fine. It's like a month. And then the next thing you know, it's 1 week. And they're like, should probably do that stuff now. I never learn. It's delicious. Don't lie to us. I would rather get a dog poo and stick it in my mouth. No, I probably wouldn't actually. But it is that bad. It is pretty bad. You quit your job yesterday, Vegeta. Dare I ask why? Why did you quit your job? Boss is off. Nice. Boss is off. That's always good. Does that mean you get to have a bit more chill at work, Dumbledore? You just finished working, Bargashi. Did you have a good day? Your PC parts arrived today. Oh, arrived. Hey! Does that mean you're building it today? I think you said, right? Oh, Thursday before you can build it. Okay. Well, that's only a couple of days, though, right? Ready in time for Season 11? Good times. Herky Dirt with the 5-stream watch streak. Nice. A co-worker said something extremely bad to you, and management did nothing about it. Yeah, that's not good. I don't really know what to say to that. I kind of get where you're coming from. It's a tricky one. Because it's like... I hope you. I mean, have you got a backup plan, or I guess you just decided that it's not worth staying there? I don't know. Your own personal situation. Obviously, I don't know all of that. So maybe it's just like, cool, I'll just leave. Some people probably wouldn't be able to just do that, I guess, right? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, exactly right. If you're in a position where it's like, well, it's not going to kill me and I'm still going to be able to survive, then I get it. I do. Obviously, that behaviour is absolutely not okay in any sense of form, in anywhere in this world. And it hasn't ever been, as far as I'm concerned. And if you take it to management and they do nothing about it, I kind of get where you're coming from. Trigger. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Trigger. I mean, even before I went full-time degenerate streamer, I worked from home. I worked 4-day work week, and I was meant to work at home 2 days a week. But for the last 6 months to 12 months, I kind of made it so I worked at home most weeks 3 days a week. I wasn't meant to, but when you're there as long as I was, and motivation was not at its highest, and I did have a number of other things come along which made life very difficult for going to and from London. Yeah, I made it so I didn't have to go to London as much. I got fed up with dealing with people, to be honest. Yeah, there's a number of factors. But yes, exactly what you said, Trigger. Now I work from home all the time because I suppose this is my job. But I love it, so that's fine. It's all good. I can literally roll to my office. It's fantastic. You got a new case, motherboard, and cooler. Okay, nice. You have to, when you've got it all built and up and running, you have to send a picture in the Discord. Well, to be honest with Gita, I don't know how contracts go out where you are, but here in the UK, if someone did something like that towards you, for example, like if someone was actually genuinely, I'm not going to use that word specifically, but if it's gross misconduct here, right? So if someone does gross misconduct to you here, that is a sackable offence in most cases. In a very rare situation, will they give you they can give you, they don't have to sack you, they can put you through a disciplinary process. It depends what it is, right? But in this country, if it isn't dealt with, then you could quit without breaching your contract, because you, as an employee in the UK, you get a lot of protection. I know in the UK, there's a reason why a lot of people want to work in the UK. Employment protection is really strong here compared to a lot of places. So I don't know how it works where you are, but here that would be a really bad thing. Like, that would not go down well. You could take it to the papers and that company would get blemished, and that would be that'd be very bad for them. That's all you'd have to say to them and they would do something. Yeah. I've never been in that situation, but I know people have had to do similar things for, for different situations. So, yeah. It was a nice day, Bug, actually. Well, I'm glad for you, dude. And I'm glad for you. You work from home all the time, Trigger. Nice. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? I just pop in about once a week to be sociable. Yeah, okay. Employee retention and rights are really good here. Well, this is the thing, right, Trigger? I worked for the mobile games company Hutch Games. When I joined, we were 15 people, and for a long time, sorry, the cushion for my chair fell off. For a long time, we went up to about 30 employees, and then we sat there for a long time. Like, we didn't fluctuate above that or below that for a very long time. The company was sort of just about making enough money to keep going. And honestly, the retention was really good. Everyone that joined as early as I did, and this is not a boast, but this is typically what happens in tech companies. If you join a startup and you stick with them through the thick and thin, they give you some form of shares in the company, or there's different ways you can do it, right? It could be shares, it could be incentivized shares, it could be stock options, whatever, right? Like, they're the same thing, but they're similar. They're similar, but they're not exactly the same thing, because they have different things attached to them and different things that they can include, and different durations you have to have them for before you can exercise them, and so on, and then so on, right? So a lot that obviously helps with retention, but they also were in the UK, in London, one of the first companies to offer a full company-wide work from home solution hybrid. So you had to work in office a little bit and work at home, and that was very unusual in London in tech until COVID dropped. And then everyone in London basically had the choice of allow people from work at home, or you're screwed. Like, so by the time COVID ended, 99% of companies had some form of solution, and it suddenly left Hutch with that isn't a special thing at Hutch anymore. So they went one step further after that and made it a 4-day work week, which was awesome. I mean, that was a really big benefit of that company, which I'll probably not find again, to be honest, to try and keep retention. But the reality is, right, we were acquired in 2021 by a big company. We'd grown to 150 plus people with many multi-tiers of management and stuff, which wasn't there for a long time when I was there. And then retention started to go out the window. Like, I saw more people come. I didn't know who half the people at the company were by the time I left, and I was one of the first people there. And most of them didn't know who I was. You know, it's like people were coming and going like yo-yos. There was people leaving before I even knew their name, even knew they were at the company. So I was like, oh, okay. So I've seen both ends of that. But it is true, allowing people to, if you allow people a good work-life balance and a happy work-life balance, and just to generally like not overwork your employees and stuff, then your retention will probably be better, right? I mean, that's sort of a given, I guess. As long as the pay isn't dreadful as a result. You know, I'm sure you could always go somewhere else and get better pay if you really wanted to. That's just the reality of the world, isn't it? Capitalism for you. Mark White's here. How you doing, dude? You got friends in high places, producer? Nice. That's always helpful. You get to work from home 2 days a week, Altman. Nice. Yeah, it's a nice perk, isn't it? You're a cloud engineer. Oh, you told me that you're an engineer. Of course you did. Sorry, Trigger. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. You was 14 when you joined the company. There's 35 now and still growing. Okay. All right, I think the ads are finished because I talked for too long. But so you've joined the company roughly when I did. I actually joined as a graduate, but I was number 15, officially speaking, including the 5 founders. So I was there very early on, and I stayed with them 12 and a half years, 4 years after the sale and such. So we actually did it. You know, we actually took a startup to acquisition. It's public knowledge. It went for a lot of money, you know, way more than they ever dreamed, I think. Yeah, the founders did very nicely. Let's put it that way. If I was a founder, I'd be retired. I'd be able to stream and never have to worry. It'd be great. But unfortunately, I wasn't. But I had the pleasure of being able to build something and be part of that journey and have all the experience that came with that, and to work with some of the most talented people in that industry in the UK. So that was pretty awesome. You know, and everything else. And some of the benefits, I didn't really get to benefit much. How do I put this? There wasn't really any benefits beyond the usual day-to-days for me in the latter years. But earlier, especially working on like the Hot Wheels projects when we were smaller, I actually got sent on business trips. I went to Los Angeles to meet Mattel, which was freaking awesome. That was a highlight of my career. To go to Los Angeles, to the Mattel campus. It was like going to Charlie and Chocolate Factory meets Hot Wheels and Barbie and all sorts, and all the other brands there. It was ridiculous. I can't really do it justice otherwise, but I couldn't take many photos because they're really hot on tech companies in the US are really hot on corporate espionage, so I had to just experience it, you know. So that was a highlight. And they sent me to Berlin to like Unity's conference, and they sent me to France on some like, that was more of a social company charitable event. You know, I got to experience all those things earlier on, but later on I wasn't high enough to be sent to these things, and they never really gave me the opportunity to go higher. So that's kind of where I felt like I got left behind a bit, which I guess is partly on me. But it's more on them than me, I suppose. So then they lost me. And that's that. But that's pretty much... I mean, it's not to knock on them, you know. I just became another person at the company. And then that was that, really. And then I found something I enjoyed more. Yeah, no, Trigger, I really appreciate it. I'm happy to talk dev stuff all day, every day, pretty much. If I haven't touched code since I left, but I can talk about it all day, you know. I've still got that passion in me. I just didn't enjoy actually doing the deving when I left. But maybe one day I will again, you know? I just needed a break from it. You're feral today, and my face and accent aren't helping. Double Dorkable? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, so I'm going to flick over and I'm going to crack on with these guys. My aim today is to try and get Quill Volley, Rake, and Stinger done. Bare minimum. Because then I've got all of the core skills covered. I've already done Crushing Hands. I've already done Payback, which I guess is kind of core skill slash potency and all that stuff. That covers the Rod of Kep builds. I will need to do, and that's most of the top tier builds. I will need to do Evade. That's the only other top tier build to do for Spiritborn. But if I can get those 3 done today, that'll be really good progress. And I should be able to copy and paste a bunch of stuff from Crushing Hands into these and adjust accordingly. So we'll see how long they take. Maybe we'll do some gameplay later on. I mean, the more guides I can get done sooner, the less I have to do later in the weeks, kind of. I have to get them done this week, so... You're playing some Shadow of Mordor? Hey, nice. That's a great game. Right, I'm going to flick over. If anyone wants to talk about... Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk dev stuff, just fire in the chat. I could chat while I'm doing these guides. I just... I can't find energy outside of these streams to do all of this stuff at the moment, so I'm just trying to get some done during the streams. So I'm going to flick over to the screen. Right, I do need to get... Hey, never heard of you is in the house. 9 months. Calm down. Oh, but never heard of you. You just make me go crazy. What can I say? How's it going, dude? How's it going, man? Thank you so much for the 9 months, honestly. Especially since I know you've had a, you've had a bit of a year. I really do appreciate that. You know you do. Gotta love the confidence. It's going. Give me a bean number, dudes. Give me a bean number. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm hoping I'll have some news for you, mods, a bit later, before Christmas, I think. When I'm in a position I can chat about stuff. I'm hoping next year will be a good one. And we'll see where that leads. Numero uno. Nice. You're off to work, Psycho. Have a great day at work, Psycho. Thank you for checking in. I know that you have a busy day ahead of you. Thank you for the lurk as well. I appreciate it, mate. I appreciate it. All right, number 1. I've literally just flicked over to screen, but I'll go back to big screen just for you, never heard of you, so you can see me suffer in full screen. Right, never heard of you. Thank you so much for the 9 months. Here is number 1. Cola or garbage. My mouth already tastes like dirty dishwater, so why not shove some garbage in there as well? 4K. Oh, it's not quite 4K. I might upgrade to 2K again at some point. I'm trying to make sure the multi-streaming, multi-platform thing isn't breaking stuff first. Right, here we go. Let's see what this is. That is, in fact, Cola. I win this time. Yes! But you're still awesome. And I appreciate you. To be fair, my mouth does not taste great. That dirty dishwater bean is pretty bad. You'll get me next time. I'm sure you will. There will be plenty of times to get me over Christmas. My 24-hour Bonanza stream should be quite funny. I've got a question for you, never heard of you. What time is Fania starting her stream tomorrow? It's Wednesday, isn't it? She's doing big stream, isn't it? I forget what the anniversary is. I should remember. My brain is not moving very quickly. Hey, Bleed, how's it going, dude? But I will try and check in. It'd be useful to know what sort of time she's thinking of starting, though. 10 a.m. Mountain. 2-year stream. I knew it was a big anniversary. Yeah, okay. What time zone you're in again? In Mountain? I don't know what Mountain is in time zone. It's 1:30. Okay, 7 hours behind. Fine. Okay. 5 p.m. my time. All right. Good. So, yeah, okay. All right, yeah, I'll try and tune in. I should be able to tune in before my stream. And then maybe afterwards. Depends how long she goes for. I do remember tuning into one of or two of Fania's bigger streams in the past. They're quite entertaining. Yeah, I'll definitely show an appearance. Right, okay, I need to get D4 builds up here. It's the one thing I forgot to get up because I have my PTR planners over here. So, yeah, as I say, we'll see how long these take. They were getting quicker last night because the more of these I do, the more bits I can chop and change. I can pretty much chop and copy, like Spirit Halls. Once I've written them once, I'm not going to write them again. I'll just copy paste them. So I'm going to need Quill Volley. And I will start with this here. Oh, it's going to take so... The one thing that's annoying right now, and I know this is something that we've put forward, and hopefully we will get it. We just wait for Season 11. We don't have a way of going, create me a draft or something of this guide that we can then override that with later. I'm going to have to manually copy stuff into here when they upgrade it. So it's going to take so long to copy-paste these. This is why I need to get all this stuff done this week. Because I will not have time to do all this when the final patch notes drops. I'm going to have to update them all for Season 11, which includes sanctifications, any changes, etc. And then I'm going to have to copy that back into the old guides and format them and update the variants and all sorts. It's going to take ages. We're hoping for a better system for this now they're on the new engine later down the line. I mean, I don't know what the timeline on that would be, but it's definitely something we've pressed as a higher priority for sure. Look how many guides I've done going back, though. Like, seriously. If I go back to when I very first decided I wanted to start doing builds on June 15th, 2024, Overpowering Druid was my first attempt at an idea. But I think my first proper one was probably in August. It'll be these builds here. The other ones won't be down here. They would have been in June, July. It would have been the Hydra and... the poison bolts, but they've been updated since, so they'll be further up, I guess. Look how many guides I've done over the time, though. Loads. Holy cow. I think you don't really realise until you actually have a look. Wow. All right, let's duplicate this bad boy. You're going to do something unheard of. But you're going to load Destiny 2? Well, I have to admit, I saw someone playing that. It does look good. I played Destiny 2 way back. I think before any of the expansions. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll get it out and play it again. I'll have to buy it on PC because I've only got it on PlayStation, I think. Caladis, how's it going, man? How's it going? You played it for years. I mean, it's a good game, right? I may not play it, but it doesn't mean I don't think it's good. I actually really want to change the name of this. I don't like Quillborn. What do we think we should call the Quill Volley build? Give me ideas. The other, I don't know. I literally just needed to... I wanted to come up with a name, and this was just literally last second. My other ideas are Eagleborn, but if I ever did an Eagle Ultimate build, that would make more sense. Featherborn, but then if I did a Storm Feather build... Maybe you want to use Featherborn there. I don't know. I don't want to call it Volleyborn. That just sounds weird. Anyone got any ideas? I don't like Quillborn, I've decided. So I want to change it for Season 11. Yeah, I'm good, Caladis. I'm good. You're just finishing up the last hour before the Thanksgiving break. Well, that sounds fun. So, actually, this is a quick question, because we don't really celebrate that here. Is it like a given thing that most people, unless their jobs require them to work, most people just get off Thanksgiving? And if so, how many days does that normally incorporate? Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the help there, dude. Thank you. All right, I'm going to get another build guide up here as well, actually. We'll get the Crushing Hands one up because that one is going to be the most similar. We want the copy. I am kind of going towards Eagleborn, to be honest. But I don't know 100%. I haven't quite... Or Featherborn. I don't know. That made my mind up. You think most are off Thursday and Friday? Okay. And you just get Wednesday off as well? That's a bonus. Nice. It's always nice when they give you extra days off, isn't it? Nice. Yeah, like I say, I understand what it is. We do here. Everyone in the UK understands it. It's just, I guess it's a US thing, right? Yeah. Oh, I don't know what to call this. It is an eagle build, but it's not. I don't really like the sound of Volleyborn. Oops. No, I don't like that. Calamus is the same as a quill. Calamusborn. That is a word I've never heard of before, believe it or not. Oops, I can't type. Rattan palms, the sweet flag plant. Feather shaft, the hollow central shaft of a feather, also called the quill. Okay. Shaftborn. No, we shouldn't call it that, should we? That'd be a bit weird. The problem is, right, everyone's going to call it Calamusborn and be like, what the hell is Calamus? I suppose it doesn't matter, right? How does it read? I don't know. I could type this in. Other words for quill. Let's try that. Perforateborn. Oh my god. Thrustborn. Okay. Yeah, some of those words are not ideal, are they? Plume, feather, plumage, pinion, barb, spike, spine. Shaft. None of those are screaming at me. I like the word Calamus on its own. I just don't know if I like it with Born after it, and I'm pretty keen to have it so all of the builds have Born after them, because then it's very obvious they're Spiritborn builds. It'll be very obvious it's one of my Spiritborn builds then. Gambitborn. Does that stand for like a quill? Yeah, I understand. I understand where you're going with that. Yeah, no, I was trying to see if that was... I mean, that's not a bad idea. I mean, most people, some people won't. I mean, that reads well as well. It actually is important to me if it reads well. I know that sounds ridiculous. Shaft tosser. Well... I mean, there's always one, right? There's always one. Hey, Crazy, thanks for the lurk. Temerity, here I come. Oh, yeah, Temerity's going to be used in basically every Spiritborn build, unless you really just want to get violated every time you go into high-end content. Tosserborn! Yeah. Yeah. Bird dude and be done with it. Yeah. I quite like Gambitborn, actually. It makes sense because he throws all the cards, and to be honest, I know Quill Volley you're firing feathers, but it does basically look like you're throwing a bunch of cards that are bright blue, right? Yeah, we'll go with Gambitborn. It rolls off the tongue. It's important that it sort of rolls off the tongue. It's like calling Orange Quill or you know, all that stuff, right? We'll go with that for now. I just didn't really like Quillborn. I don't know. It was literally just like I just need a name, so I just slapped one in there. And then I was just done with it. But for season 11, I want to make a bit more of an effort, I suppose. Yeah, we'll go with that. There you go, Ank. You win. Tosserborn. Yeah. I'm not sure we can fly with those. That might be pushing the PG limits a little bit. I'm not sure I'd recommend this one for hardcore. Item reliant. I'm not sure I'd use it for Infernal Hordes either, as per se. What did I put for this one? Crushing Hands. It's great for all of this stuff. Yeah, this will be a boss killer. Item reliant, boss killer. I can't remember how. I think this is squishier, to be honest. You could probably push pits on this. I'll probably leave it as that for this one. Hey, Soupy Squirrel. Hey, first time chatter with the follow as well. Welcome in, dudes. Thanks for the follow. How you doing, man? How are you? Right, let's get the headline in there. Yeah, so this one just made sense, right? Hulkborn. Because you're just a massive gorilla. And I've already got Gorillaborn, so I needed another word for it. So Hulkborn's good. You're bigger and mightier on this one. That's not a gorilla build. That is an eagle build. Let's just put eagle in there. From So I could pretty... I've written this in a way that hopefully I could reutilize most of it, to be honest. I'll try to work smart where I can. Check out... This leveling guide will need to change. I will probably put that... Well... I kind of wish... Can I get a link just for my leveling builds? That would be... Ah, I can. And seasonal... Oh, I'll need season 10. I'll need to change that link to season 10. Okay. I will change this one. I won't have a direct Quill Volley leveling build, probably, because it's not the greatest skill to level one as per se. Check out these leveling guides. I mean, I could recommend a specific guide, or I could just go check out all of these here. Problem solved, right? Oh, why did I unbold? That's weird. Yep. Nailed it. There we go. No worries, Soupy. Are you a D4 player, Soupy? And if so, are you enjoying Season 10? Looking forward to Season 11? Aggravain coming in with a headbang. I still love that. That emote is sick. How's it going, man? Hey, Big Jez. How's it going, dude? Right, let's check that link actually works. It does. Good times. I'm not sure if everyone gets access to those links. Oh, did I just quit that? Oh, I did. Whoops. I just closed the guide. I don't know if everyone gets access to those links to be able to link anything like we can. It might be limited to certain links for some people. I think I get slightly elevated rights as an internal person, so I can put things in like this because they want us. They have to be careful, because if they made it so everyone could link anything, then people could link some really quite bad stuff on there, you know, hidden away and disguised. But they trust us not to do that, and it's in their benefit for us to send people their way from all the various different social media platforms. So, right, high damage output, high mobility. What ultimate did I use on this? I believe I ended up with Gorilla on this, because that went... Yeah, I did. The mobility on this build will be okay. I wouldn't say it's amazing. It's okay. Play style. Would I say it's an easy play style build? I mean, you just spam your skills and hold down right clicks. It's not too difficult, yeah. I'll go... Yeah, we'll do that. Easy play style. Gear dependent. No evade spam. Oh, did I leave evade spam in there? Ooh, oh no, I didn't. Bossing is average. Yeah, this one actually has worse bossing on it, but Cool Volley will be better for it. So it does give you... That's the one thing. Crushing Hands was great, but it wasn't the strongest at bossing because of the way the aspect works. Better mobility, because I actually end up using Jaguar Ultimate on this. There is a world where Sanctification you can move over to Protector, though. I need another negative. Gear dependent. Average mobility is I mean, some people will see that as a negative. If you can't zoom, it's going to be a negative, right? So we'll just say average mobility. That's probably reasonable to say. Another day, another dollar. I get you, yeah. Finally home. Houston to Austin to Cincinnati to Houston to Brooklyn to... So Jesus, you've been all over the place. That's for work, I suppose, right? Hey, Fania, how's it going? How's it going? Right, we're going to delete this. Oops. Actually... Oh, no, I will, because... It's the Paragon boards. It just makes my life easier copying that and then just removing stuff. We delete these because the Chaos Farming and Chaos Pit Fishing are completely irrelevant builds for the next season. And then what we'll do... copy paste this in here. Do you know what? I'm not even convinced I ended up using... Yeah, this is the thing that was interesting with this one. I didn't end up using on my version the quill volley rebounding aspect. You could. You lost a lot of damage doing that, though, I found. You'd have to put it over unyielding hits. Probably. But if you rolled unyielding hits, if you could roll unyielding hits as a sanctification and you rolled it on any of the offensive slots, preferably not the double, then you'd get it there. That was kind of my thinking. So although this doesn't give you the rebounding, I did find this gave you more damage overall, I think. I want to say I cleared an 85 like easily on this, and it would have done a 9. I thought you might have done a 90, actually. I think I might have recorded an 85 because it was just easier. I should have recorded when I did the 90, but I want to say I did. Yeah, I did do a 90 on this build. Yeah, I may have recorded the 90. I honestly can't remember. So that'll go to 100 plus probably, even without sanctifications. And with sanctifications, with good stuff, it'll go well above, I think. Elsid, how's it going, man? You got paid to rock out to a day to remember. Nice. That's always a winner. I haven't seen them in years. I saw them when I was at university when they were a lot smaller at a place called the Rescue Rooms in Nottingham. Tiny little venue. And it was way before they became big. It was like their first proper album cycle. And then they really took off after that. Yeah. In fact, one of my friends' bands supported them, Can I? Believe it or not. Going way back. Because they were a bit smaller, so smaller bands in the UK got brought into those gigs to save on cost, I guess. Bloody hell, I'm smashing through that energy drink. I'm going to be buzzing in a minute. Okay. So, that in mind, let's copy that over. For this build to function, it's mandatory to have, we don't actually need that in there. Rod, ring, harmony, temerity. I believe those will all be part of it. I did actually use the path of the emissary boots here because the core skill ranks were nice. Yeah. Attack speed did suffer here a little bit because of the lack of being able to generate ferocity. I don't know. I saw Woody do a different version and he went to like 90, 95 of it and he did use the rebounding. I guess he built it differently. I believe he didn't go for Protector. He went for Hunter, which would give you the Ferocity. I'm really hoping they give us other ways to get Ferocity. I'm actually hoping they change these boots. This is the new unique for Spiritborn next season. And some of the stats on it are really good. I mean, it gives you crazy amounts of movement speed. And core skill damage and core skill ranks. Impairment reduction, useless. Like, you can get unstoppable on Spiritborn so easily. Impairment reduction means nothing. And the aspect didn't really work with a lot of stuff, to be honest. So, yeah, it was sort of average at best. You could use this to, as you move around, you'll get... it'll cast Rake, and then you can make it so Rake reduces your cooldowns or something like this. So that was kind of handy, maybe. But yeah, I think these pair of boots were kind of designed for Rushing Claw, except Rushing Claw couldn't be converted to be a core skill. So it really didn't benefit from any of the stats as per se. Or they were trying to make it so that you play a high mobility build that activates your core skills and then you scale your core skills, but then it doesn't. Most of that stuff didn't actually work with it properly. So the auto cast core skills didn't link to a lot of the multipliers. So yeah, it was a bit broken. I used them though because the core skill ranks were nice and stuff. And it's a decent offensive option, I guess. Yeah, so we'll keep that. We don't need those for it to function, though. And you don't need the Hesha Ekasungi. You don't need it for this build to function. Yeah, this is running into the same thing I was getting in my mind last night with Crushing Hands. It'd be so much better if you could get overpower on this build with Zan, but to do that, you'd have to use Pox Zan. But then you wouldn't be able to activate Quacks that often, I don't think. I suppose you could with Ahu Quacks. We got a lot of ranks on this build. Vex wouldn't benefit us as much with that. Yeah, I could change that to... Well, this is what I used on the PTR and it works okay. The Sand Room would unlock Overpower without needing the Banished Lords. I mean, in an ideal world, you'd get a Banished Lords with aspects of adaptability on it, and then you'd be golden. That would give you the best of both worlds. You would get access to Overpowers, but it would also give you the extra damage multiplier on top of it, so it'd be huge for damage. You'd get a 1.5 and a 1.6 multiplier. Yeah. Hey, Rosie, how's it going? How's it going? I'm sort of just doing the math in my head here. The problem is, right, if you don't have the aspects of adaptability here, not only do you lose access to some of these stats and the resource gen roll, which you need, you'd have to move that onto the ring. You need one roll of resource gen. You'd have to move that onto the ring. You then have to, adaptability is stronger than unyielding hits, as long as you've got enough resource. But if you move it onto the ring, it's a 0.6. And you'll have, like, I don't know, 250 resource minimum. So you're going to get 120, 150. So you get a 2.5 out of it. I suppose it's about the same as unyielding hits. So you're losing a 2.5 multiplier. If you just straight take aspects of adaptability off or unyielding hits, you're losing a 2.5 multiplier here. In favour of a 1.5 and a 1.6. So 100 would go to 150. So yeah, 100 would go to 250, or 100 would go to 150, and then it would go to 15, 90, 240. So no, this is stronger. If you've got 250 resource, aspects of adaptability, even as a 0.6 multiplier on the amulet, becomes stronger than the Banished Lords. Unlocking Overpower and unlocking... I can show you this. I can demonstrate for you. So, like, if we've got 100 damage, base damage, and then you've got aspects of adaptability, say... Shit, let's put it over here. Because I can make it wider. Adaptability. This is very bright, isn't it? Let's make that darker. There you go. And then make it so that the text is all white. There you go. And you do aspects of adaptability, which is a... Let's say it's a 0.6 multiplier. And then you've got the Banished Lords... which is also a 0.6 multiplier. But it also unlocks the fact that you can overpower. So what we should actually do, the Banished Lords essentially unlocks... 1.5 times 1.6 makes it a 2.4 multiplier. Is that right? Yeah. Just trying to make sure it'll be easier for me to do the math if I do it this way around. Yeah. I just want to make sure the numbers are going to come out right. So that's a 0.5. Overpower is 0.5 by default. Obviously, this unlocks the additive for overpower as well, but we won't factor it in. And obviously, the Banished Lords has core ranks on it, and it has attack speed, and it has overpower damage and stuff. But the thing is, a legendary amulet, the stats on there will probably counter that stuff, to be honest. Once you stick on dominant and max resource, which scales your Rod of Kepaleka. That's the other thing to take into account, right? You're getting double win with the aspect adaptability. So obviously, the aspects of adaptability, let's say you've got a resource, maximum resource of... You can reasonably get to 250 here if you use the potion, probably. You start with 100. Slap max resource on your amulet. Max resource on your Rod of Kep. Max resource on your in your Paragon boards, scaling up with your glyphs. Let's just say 200. Screw it. We'll do the math here. So base damage there. Okay, and then we go... Oh, it's about that bit shorter there. So if we do... let's just do adaptability. Adaptability damage, so that'll be your base damage. Hey, Violet, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Gaming, how's it going, dude? Because you're measuring damage in metric units. Failure. Yes. They will come out fine. It doesn't matter what the base numbers is. Oh, it's the multipliers, right? Right, here we go. So, yeah, if we times 100 here, and then for adaptability, you've just got... This is on the ring, right? This is... Actually, before I do this, I should probably specify that's on the ring, right? If that's on the amulet, that's 0.9. What I should do is probably move these somewhere else so I can actually see them. Put them down here. There you go. Ugh. Ugh. Goodness me. Let's make those black again. Here we go. It's very bright. Right. Because it's 0.9. This is maximum, right? On the amulet, this is. I only really needed to do the amulet, to be honest. Adaptability damage on the amulet would be... that times 1 plus this, right? 190. Oh no, I missed the important bit here. That is not... Oh no, sorry, I've done the math wrong here. It's 0.9% times maximum resource. That's right. So it'll be that multiplied by 0.9 times 200. Yeah. Is that right? Brain is not braining today. Right, 200 times 0.9 probably is right. 180. Yeah. You get 180x multiply. Oh, no. I've done that wrong, haven't I? It's not that times that. It's times 1... Yeah, okay. It's times 1 plus that divided by 100. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There you go. I've done something wrong again. What have I done here? Oh, no, I see what's happened. It does divide first, doesn't it? What? Oh. Oh, it's also... What the hell? It's doing auto brackets weird. What? I need it to do the math in the right order. No, it's re-bracketing it. Oh, no. Oh, okay. All right, what we'll do, we'll make this easier. Stupid brackets. Right, there you go. Let's copy it over there. What? Oh, I didn't put the... Which one's that one? Yeah, put the $sign in front of it. That solves that problem. What? Have they changed? Oh, I was going to say. Yeah, that's how you stop it from... You can tell I don't do spreadsheet stuff very often these days. Right, there you go. Okay, so that's that. And then... Oh. Suppose that didn't work as intended. K14 times I14? That shouldn't change. Oh, no, I see what's happened now. There you go. Better. Okay. And then we can transpose that down into a multiplier. Because that times 0.01. That's your multiplier. In fact, you could even make it easier to do the math all round if you just... Oh, the brackets wrong there, are they? Oh, yeah. What? Why is that minus? Oh, I've done it wrong way round. -1, there we go. Oh, yeah, that math's wrong there as well. We don't need that bit. I'm getting ahead of myself because I'm doing 4 calculations in my head at the same time. J14. Do you know, I'll just redo that one from scratch. That is just a straight multiplier. We don't even need to do the math on that. So this, we're just, the reason we've had to convert this from the per resource to the actual multiplier and then bring that back into a space where if you did 1 plus this plus this plus this plus this, it will give you the final multiplier. You could multiply these together and do the final math if you really wanted to, but it gets more complex if you do that. Spreadsheeting in the opposite lane, Faina. Yeah. Bangers and mash. Nice. Carry naught to the power of Z. Yes. Yeah, I'm not doing fancy calculation stuff because honestly, I like to keep things simple. 17 quid? You guys are trolls. You're eating crab cakes. Nice. Crab cakes are pretty good, to be fair. Okay, so... to be honest, I don't think we need this bit. I don't think you need the -1 here. This is a 120x multiplier, so it would be 2.2. It would be a 2.8. So this is right. Yeah, no, this is right. So, yeah, okay. With that in mind, make this simpler, right? We can do that times... yeah, you can just do that times this. That's better. That's what I was expecting, right? I think. Getting my head confused now. I normally do this in my head. You get 180x. It'll be a 2.8. You would expect that to be 280. Oh, no. You need the +1, don't you? Yeah, you need that. Oh, it's doing the math in the wrong order again. Christ's sake. Ah! Whoa! What's happened there? Why has that gone so small? I've somehow pressed a button that's made my spreadsheet zoom out. What? I don't know what's happened there. That's weird. Well, good. Wow, that's really tiny. What the hell's happened there? My whole spreadsheet interface has gone really tiny. What the hell? Control plus. Oh, no, that's just making Google zoom in, right? That's really weird. I think what it's done is it's changed the size of all my text and stuff. I don't know what's happened there. You got a question, Crossboyman? Hey, hit me. What's up? I'm good. How are you? What class will I be playing? Most likely starting on Spiritborn, yeah. All right, let me just fix this here. I mean, this is technically 100% zoom here and 100% zoom on Google, so this is normal, right? I mean, I know how to zoom in with my mouse and that. That's easy peasy. But we'll just do that, I suppose. That's fine. There we are. Right. Yeah, this is really small now. I barely read it. Right, that's what I was expecting. Yeah, if you've got 180x, if you've got 180% extra damage, you would expect to get oh, yeah, okay. No, I see what's happening here. what you would do is you would go, you want your original, I've forgotten to fact that you need to factor in your original base damage, right? So you actually want your original base damage multiplied by your base damage times the multiplier. And then take out the +1 probably. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Because that's the original hit, right? And then this will work for all of the hits going forward. So you've got that one. If you were to multiply more than one thing together. So the reason that's important is because if I come to this one here and then do the overpower from the Banished Lords, say, so like Banished Lords Amulet, this would actually be your original base damage. Oh, I have forgotten to put in the $signs, which stops that from changing. Let's copy paste that one in again. It's better. And then you're going to multiply that by your Banished Lords. I mean, you could just do that Let me just do this math, see if it works out. 160. 100. That would give you... Yeah, Banished Lords is just a straight up 60% damage boost. So you take your original damage and you multiply it by 1.6. That would give you 60. That's correct. I have a feeling this is going to be wrong when I do this. You would then take 160 and multiply that by 1.5. So that would take you up to 240. Yeah, that's wrong. I figured. I think it might actually need to be... I've probably done this in a roundabout way. I have done this stuff before. I'd have to go look at my old spreadsheets. It's been a hot minute. I'm normally pretty quick at this stuff, but honestly, my brain is not doing it today, apparently. Oh, what's happened there? Okay. I don't really care as long as the math comes out right. 210. That's still not right. What have I done here? This is painful. Oh. No, I see what's happened there. That might need to be multiplied as well. No. Times 1. All right, let me do this a different way around. I've done this backwards. All right, 100 times 1.6. This is how I normally do it. I mean, there's probably a better way of doing it, to be honest, but screw it. Right, and then you just want to multiply. I think the thing is you need to bracket this stuff up. If I just go and do this as a... like this, I think this will come out wrong, right? Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the original number multiplied by 1.6, 1.5. There you go. I mean, you could just do this as well, like that. Which is basically what I originally did. There you go, fine. Anyway, the point is that I was demonstrating there. The aspects of adaptability, if you've got 200 maximum resource, is still higher than what the Banished Lords would do to your base number, just as a base, even with the 2 multipliers. And if you go to 250 resource, that goes even higher, right? I mean, there is a world where you could probably get there. I don't know. Let's say 200 will be realistic here. So it's still higher. Aspects of adaptability is really, really valuable. And... I mean, the unyielding hits gives you nearly a 2.5x, so that would be 200. I mean, the unyielding hits is about the same as this, probably. But then you'd have to swap adaptability onto there, or you'd take adaptability off because maybe adaptability becomes... like, if I put adaptability with the ring down here, that probably becomes less valuable than unyielding. 1 plus that there, 220. And then if we just have unyielding somewhere, yielding hits. I want to say unyielding is probably about 2.25x. Something like that. It takes your base damage and increases up to 1500. I think your base damage on the PTR went to about 600 or something. Let's say 650. So 2.3-ish. Let's say 2.3x. So your unyielding damage is going to be... It's going to be 230, right? Oh. You don't need the +1 there, because I've already... You're taking your original number and you're boosting it by 2.5. No, you probably don't actually need the +1 in there. That's what I'd expect. Because you're taking the original number and you're just straight multiplying it by this. You're not doing that plus this, as per se. Is that right? News just in. I am... terrible at Destiny 2 PvP? Really? Nice. Hey, Fire Hazard, how's it going? Yeah, I'm working on Spiritborn builds right now. I'm just trying to demonstrate in my what's going on in my mind. Like, I can ballpark these numbers without even having to do the calculations. But this, just making sure I've got that right. If unyielding's 100, and that's including your base damage, so that's based upon your original weapon damage. Let's just say that. Let's just say that's your original weapon damage here, and you multiply up your weapon damage using unyielding hits, then that, yeah, you don't do 1 plus this. This is... because it's not an additional damage on top of this. It's actually just straight multiplying your base damage. So your unyielding damage goes to 230. I think that's what I would do. So this would technically be stronger if that's a 200. But if you go to 250 here, then adaptability on the ring becomes better. You actually don't have to go 250. You probably go 225, and that'd be just better, yeah. So adaptability is still as good as unyielding, if not better. In theory. Yeah, the point here more is adaptability on an amulet is probably better than Banished Lords. But if you could get a Banished Lords, and with the Sanctification, if it's possible, we don't know because you couldn't do it on the PTR, if it would be possible to roll the Banished Lord or adaptability on the Banished Lords, then yes, that'd be very good. Funnily enough, I actually use Rebounding and Banished Lords here, but the thing is, this is going to require you to... the Banished Lords might not be so possible because it requires... to make it so you overpower every single attack, you're going to need 275 primary resource. You're not necessarily... and if you can't roll primary resource on the amulet with the Banished Lords, you're only going to be... you can't use Tybalt's Will. You'll be too squishy. I tried it. And even then, that will only give you 24 resource. Your weapon gives you 24, maybe. That's 48. Your potion gives you 25. So let's say 73. Plus you can get... I don't know. You could probably get like 60 or 70 from your Paragon board. You're still... or maybe less... even 90 would still not put you to 275 resource. The only way you're going to easily get to 275 resource is roll a chest piece with resource on it, because you can do that. But then you wouldn't be able to use your Shroud, so you're not going to do that. Or you'd have to use the Ring of Midday Hunt, which gives you 50% more resource. Or you'd have to use the Heart of Melted Selig, which you can't because the Banished Lords, right? So I don't actually think Banished Lords is to play now that you can't get as much resource as easily. To be honest. Let me log in and have a look at my rake here quickly. Yeah, I'm going to have a look quickly. See what we're doing on this one. Hey, Raziel, how's it going? Have I tried the Hogwarts coefficient? Nope. Probably for the best. Given my math skills today, they're terrible. I know what I was trying to do, though. For some reason, I just couldn't get the equation right in my head, even though it's a simple one. Honestly, when I'm off stream, I do that stuff. I make little spreadsheets like that when I'm making these builds sometimes, just to make sure my head is actually making sense. Oh, yeah, that's right. They had a new event, didn't they? Let me just have a quick look how much resource I've got on Rake and what we're getting from where. assuming 0 changes to the way that it works on PTR and no sanctifications for max resource, because I don't know if they're attainable. Yeah, I've got 285 here. That's without the potion. But if you use the Banished Lords, I would lose 31. So that would instantly put me below 275 here. If I put the potion on, I'm up at 310. If I lose 31, I would just be above 275. So that would be possible. But I do have the Rod of Kep at plus 24, 26. But I think this can only go to 24 on the PTR. So even, let's say that goes 24 with the GA at Masterwork. No, I don't know if it does. Because you don't get, well, on the PTR, you didn't even get the 5% bumps. I think at maximum it went to 18 or something, to be honest. Do you know what? This is a bit naughty, but I can't do it on a max roll. Sorry, I can't do it on Mobalytics. I'm going to have a quick look to see if max roll's got the Season 11 PTR thing in here. They probably do. This will make the decision for me. They've actually got the numbers. It's one of their things, isn't it? Right. Spiritborn. I just need to know. Season 11, yeah. Rod of Kep, here we go. Okay, maybe the Rod of Kep goes higher. Yes, you can't... when you masterwork up... Okay, you can get 36 on the weapon. Interesting. Okay. Fine. Obviously, you could use the Harlequin's Crest, but then you wouldn't be able to use the Harmony of Ibawaka. That is the only other way you'd be able to do it. You'd have to use the Harlequin's Crest to get to that limit for Banished Lords, which again means on a Mythic or Sanctification, on a Sanctification build, that might be what you do to get there. But let's do the math. You've got 36 here. Where else am I getting the rest from here? I kind of wish it gave me a breakdown, but I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. I don't think I'm getting anything from here. How much am I getting for the Paragon? The Paragon board will be the same. How much do I get from the Paragon board? I should probably know that off the top of my head, really. I know I'll be using... Here we go. I was going to say, I know I'll use the board. So if we use... Okay, I've done it that way around, have I? Okay, 25... Yeah, 25, 37. I mean, you could use one that scales the blue ones, but let's say 37 there. 45. 53. It looks like I'm getting 53 from the board. Getting 26 there, so that's 59, 79. 25 from the potion, that's 8404. I'm still getting another 100 from someone. Where the hell am I getting the other 100 from? Got 31 there. So that's 85, 115. Oh, yeah, I'm getting some from here. 119, 159. That's not 310. Where am I getting... I'm missing something. I'm forgetting something. Where's the rest coming from? Oh. Got 30 here. Yeah. That's 30. So, okay, that's worth factoring in. So that's 189. Not sure if that's being factored in right now. I think it probably will be. That still doesn't take me to 310. I'm missing 21. Where's the other 21 coming from? I am missing something here. I don't think there's any other boards I've got it. No, it's the only board that has it in there, I'm pretty sure. So I don't think it's Paragon related. That's the only one that gives you vigor, I believe. It won't be mercenaries. It's not the spirit hall. Don't think it's in the skill tree. Itemization. Where the hell was that last bit coming from? I actually can't remember where the other 21's coming from. That is... Hey, awesome. Yeah, not too bad. I'm just trying to work out where the last bit of my spirit's coming from. I can't... It's not for the perks, I don't think. There's 21 unaccounted spirit. Do you know what? I actually did a spreadsheet for this and got it right, so I'm going to go get that up. Maybe it'll remind me where it's come from. I was calculating stuff for Spiritborn with this. I'm missing something. I've forgotten. I've got to try and find it now. It might be this one. Yeah, here we go. Right, what am I missing? Yeah, so that's all of that. That's 57, unless I added it wrong. 57, 71, that's 101, 111. No, it isn't. 57, 61, 101. Yeah, 101. Passives, 30. So that's 131. Yeah, I'm not including the Arena Midday Hunt. I want to say that's factoring in the Hubris. That's what all of this is. And then 25 there, yeah. Uniques, roundup, elixirs. E4 in uniques. Yeah. I know this matched up because I spent ages matching it up. That doesn't actually help me very much, funnily enough. Alright, well, the main thing I was trying to work out was would there be enough, but I forgot if you put the shroud on, you'll get an extra plus 10. So maybe it would be doable. But even so, it probably would be possible to get to 275. It'd be close, but it probably would be possible. I think that's the main thing I was trying to work there. You're sharing your screen for work. Your ability to operate on a computer blips entirely. Nice. Hey, Colonel Sanders, how's it going, man? Magneto, how's it going? Check the gloves for spirit fingers. No, it's a Epizontic. Yeah, that's weird. I can't account for where that extra figure's coming from off the top of my head. I can't remember where that's coming from. Yeah. Oh, well. I think it would be possible to get to 275 with GG stuff. Like, you'd need GG everything. You'd need GAs or max resource and stuff. But the point still stands where it's like your damage on aspects of adaptability probably does outweigh this. But if you can get a Banished Lord's Talisman with aspects of adaptability on there, you might have to wear... You would possibly have to give up the Harmony of Evil Waka damage and wear the Shaco instead. But that would probably be worth it in the most part It'd give you crazy cooldown. It would give you loads of armor. It'd give you a bunch of resource, which scales Rod of Kep and aspects of adaptability. A load of life, so it make you tankier, and it gives you a very rare source of damage reduction. And +4 all ranks, which would be quite strong. You'd lose all access to the triple techs, I suppose. So you would just suffer the Jaguar tech, because Potent's changing. It's not actually that strong. It's not a damage multiplier anymore next season. So you could probably just go for Gorilla primary and then whatever secondary you like. You could then use Eagle secondary for vulnerable. Now, I don't think I did this here. You do lose your 120x on the Harmony, but once you put in the 44... once you get, like, the primary resource, how much can you get on a Shaco here next season? You can get 27 there, so that's going to give you... it's 0.75, so it's going to give you 7.5, 15. It's going to give you, like, 7. It's going to be like 18% multiplicative damage there. It'll give you about 24% on your amulet. Obviously, that's being on top of what you've already got. But that would make it easier to make it so you always overpower, getting access to a 1.5 and a 1.6 multiplier. Yeah, you lose your Jaguar ferocity. The only thing is, this allows you to... having the secondary Jaguar on allows you to stack ferocity to a certain point. And I believe that's probably what I did over here, right? No, it isn't. I actually did Jaguar Gorilla, apparently. I obviously deemed that Jaguar primary was stronger, but you could easily do Gorilla Jaguar here. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to stick to what I know. I was just doing some stuff in my head. Like, this is... I only spent about an hour and a half on this build on the PTR because I ran out of time, genuinely. I didn't have enough time doing... I didn't have enough time to test all these things. So I had to spend a little bit of time on them. I was just going through... I'll do the sanctification updates when we get there. For now, I'll just stick with what I've got, I suppose. Yeah, the thinking of going Gorilla here was it allows you to get the barrier easily. I suppose here I was just relying on... Oh, yeah, you don't need that because you've got the temerity. That's right. Yeah, we've changed up this build quite a lot here. Right, Gorilla. So we're going to do Jaguar Gorilla here, I think. No, you will just do that, I think. Oh. Let's do this. But yeah, for sanctification, you could go Eagle and get another 20% multiplicative damage there. And that helps counter the loss from the Harmony of Ibawaka on top of everything else. I think it would end up being better. But you'd need that. That's like, you can't make a build to say this only works with that, because that's like, if you can even roll it, it's going to be so... You're going to have to keep rolling Banished Lords and keep sanctifying them until you eventually hit it, and it might take you all season. You might not hit it. You know, it's like RNG luck. At least with the way it was on the PTR. Yeah, we do Gorilla secondary because more resolve stacks, more damage, but also gives you unstoppable, which is kind of nice. Although we get that from the ultimate, so... But for now, this is nice. We take the Gorilla. I need the underlines as well. Spirit Hall. That's us. It's 2 resolve stacks. And permanent unstoppable. It's not really permanent, so it's just... whilst above 5 stacks of resolve, which it basically gives you permanent unstoppable. It helps you solve that really early on, which is kind of nice. Hey, Killer, how's it going, dude? Killer KC, my dude. Right, we need to change the skills around here. This will be basically the same across all of them, and it's pretty standard. Yes, counter-attack, of course, for the extra crit damage. Ravager, of course, and we don't use evade anymore, so we will slap in Scourge, of course, yes. Figured. Pretty standard. We don't need Vortex because we've got the Protector. Yeah, the Protector's really decent for that. We'll add, actually, Hesher Ekosangi in here. Hesher Ekosangi. And Temerity. Here we go. Let's give it a save before we do the items. Yeah. Even though I left my planners in a state I know that that's what I recorded with, my brain still can't remember everything. I'm pretty sure I went through all of that mathing I just did there during the PTR. It doesn't mean that I've come up with the perfect solution, but I know I did. You know, I didn't just spend 2 minutes and just go, yeah, this is the best. Like, I actually did spend quite a lot of time on them. So I should trust that I did that. I didn't spend a lot of time on the sanctification side of things because it wouldn't have been a very good use of my time, really. Given it the RNG-ness of it. And until we know how it's going to function at the end, I'd rather not make my builds reliant on it. But yeah, I think Pot Quacks is the way. Unless Quacks gets nerfed, in which case you would change that to Zan, and then you'd get overpowered that way. But you already get crit, so the Zan only brings you the overpower, while the Quacks gives you a 2x, so it's... Yeah, the Quacks is pretty potent here. And you can activate it pretty much all the time on this build with this. It's pretty nutty. This is definitely going to be a Temerity. You can try and run... people will try and run Tybalt's Wheel here. And it will probably make them cry, to be honest. I don't know if Seer Vex is the best play here, but it is the most conveniently easy... 3 all ranks... We've got a lot of gorilla ranks here already. It's quite possible it'd be better to run Ohm or Thol there for the 15x, actually. The 1.15 multiplier. 3, given that we're going to have so many ranks from the Hesher Ekosangi and stuff. Harmony of Ibawaka. Chess piece, well. Armor in there. Resistance in there. I don't know, just slap Resilient in there, I guess. Why not? Interdiction, allowing you to get your block chance up per resolve stack. That just makes it easier while leveling up, I suppose. Where you're getting your cooldowns sorted. But you're gonna use... I mean, you can also try and get... what's the name of the... One sec. What's the name of the old... Yeah, Prodigy's Tempo. You could try and roll off Prodigy's Tempo, but that solves your cooldown reduction problem. And it gives you all ranks as well. So it'll make... Seer becomes diminishing returns, I suppose, in that sense. I'm tempted to recommend Igni Thol here, to be honest. Or something like that. Yeah. Because you're going to be at, like... I want to say you could get 7 ranks here. You get 4 from Prodigy's Tempo, that's 11. You're going to get your 5 in the tree, it's 16. Core skill ranks from the boots. The new boots. Are they even in here? Oh. Doesn't look like they're even in the database yet. That's good. So I think you get 4 ranks there. So you're at like 20 ranks already. Hello from the Winter Wonderland. Are you at a Winter Wonderland, are you? Hey, Breakpoint, how's it going, man? Right, the boots are going to have to change when we get there. So let's take that off for now. So if I just take this and bump, there is a... I think I made a note in one of these somewhere. There we go. Oh, a snowstorm. Okay. Well, keep safe, keep warm. What's the name of these boots again? Path of the Emissary. Path of the Emissary boots. Yeah. So that'll be Path of the Emissary boots. Yeah, I'll just leave Sea of X in there for now. That is what I tested. I know it works. I'm sure there'll be some other things that might work out better, but for now I know that works, so we'll just do that. Pretty sure I would have chosen Gorilla Ranks there. Yep, and armor. Yeah, cool skills there. Okay, Amulet was Dex Max Life cooldown Dominant. Ability, Dex, Max Resource. I mean, you could put Potent in here. It's Prodigy, Sempo Souls, a lot of that stuff. Potent gives you cooldown and attack speed. And then you could put Dominant in or Apex, whichever you prefer. I mean, you could just try and get Dominant and Apex. That'd be the most damage. Maybe you could get away without this with those gloves on. Let me just map the... How much attack speed can you get on the Heshers again? I think it was 20. I want to say. Oh, 22.5, yeah. 22.5. 15 there. So that's 37.5. You're going to have... Well, eventually you'll have 4 ranks in Potent minimum. So that's 8%. So that's 45.5. And in your Paragon boards... 12.5. Oh, 2.5. 5... 7.5. Oh, you only get 7.5 from that. 7.5. 12.5. 25. Okay, so that's 32.5. Yeah, 32.5 from there. So that takes you to 40, 70. What potion did I use? Resource. She's still missing 30, and I didn't use... If we put Potent in there, you can get another 3 ranks. There's another 6. That still only takes you to 76, though. You do kind of want that attack speed high. Where you can. I mean, if we roll... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it only goes 15, yep. Figured. That would still only get you to 85. It still wouldn't get you there. You'd have to get it from somewhere else. Well, you could use your potion, but you want the resource cost reduction and max resource scaling for that, for those. You pretty much needed Ring of Midnight Sun. It just didn't work without it, really. Yeah. I'll think about that. Weapon, amulet. So that's a maximum of 6 attack speed. Yeah, I don't have to think about that. Yeah, you want your resource gen here. Got a raid coming in from the Loaf himself. Deltov as well. How's it going? Hi, Ux. How's it going, man? Loaf coming in with the raid. Dude, welcome in. Welcome in. How are we all doing, Raiders? I was in Low stream earlier, actually, for any of you that were there. I'm Immortalized. I am a Spiritborn writer for D4, for Mobalytics. I am working on some Season 11 guides and going through all of the pain and math that I did on the PTR that I've totally forgotten about since we did that. Even though I made notes, I can't remember why I did things. So I should have made more notes. That's what I've learned here. But yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out Pinchin' Loaf, he's one of my faves. I've been friends with him since the day I pretty much started streaming again. And a lot of you already know him, but if you haven't, please go show him all the love. He is a last epoch wizard. He trained at Hogwarts in the Dark Arts in that game. He knows all of the stuff. And yeah, you should go check him out. He's a great guy. How's your stream, dude? How was the old Last Epoch going? And Pendragon, thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. PD Wellen, how you doing, man? Yeah, I should have made more notes, Loaf. I've forgotten why I did things. I can't remember. Yeah, poor life decisions. It's okay. These don't have to be perfect. I'm just trying to work out why I didn't max out my attack speed here. Yeah, it's confusing me. I probably only got to about 100 here. So that is a bit confusing to me. I'm not actually sure why I did this. Yeah. I think, actually, I know why I did this. Yeah, I know why. You would want to use Moonrise aspect for that 20% attack speed. Yeah, that's why. That solves the problem right there. And then you'd put Potent in here for cooldown and attack speed. That is why I did that. I think I was... This is meant to be the final version. So yeah, you'd want to sanctify Moonrise somewhere if you could. Like on the gloves. It would be pretty crazy trying to roll that. That's why. Hey, Darkwall, first time chatter. Welcome in, dude. Play D4 first and then do the builds when I go to bed, PD Wellen. If I do it that way, I'll never get the builds done. I'm going to try and get as many done so I can do some more gameplay later in the week, but I really need to get these done. I literally have to get them done this week. Otherwise, I am going to be causing myself great pain next week. Yeah, I mean, Moonrise gives you a 1.6x multiplier. It's not as much as... It's not quite as much. It might be better to recommend Moonrise here rather than unyielding hits to start with. Because that gives you 20% attack speed. And movement speed, but particularly the attack speed. It's a bit less damage than unyielding hits. But... for earlier versions where you haven't got all like GA attack speed here and GA attack speed here and all this kind of stuff. And you haven't maxed out your Paragons, you're going to be really struggling on the attack speed. Yeah, I think this is a better play here. I'm getting there pretty well, and I mean, I don't know everything, right? I've done a lot of this in my head before. I was trying to work out why. I actually remember why I did it this way now. This is what I did on the PTR, but this was like the final version without sanctifications. Because I couldn't be bothered to roll gear for 3 hours to try and get a ring like this with this on. But basically, the sanctifications, I think you are meant to be able to roll offensive aspects. You couldn't on the PTRs. I wasn't able to test it. If you could roll like Ring of Midnight Sun with Moonrise on it, problem solved. 20% attack speed for free and the damage, whatever you get for it. That's what my thinking was there. Get Banished Lords with aspects of adaptability on it. Roll unyielding hits on a Hesherek or Sungi. Free up this for a Ring of Starless. That would be the Sanctification roll. That would make this build so ridiculous. It would be like ridiculous. It would be mental. To be honest. That's so much extra damage. You'd get the resource reduction. You get the resource cost reduction scaling. You get the extra core ranks. You get the you'd solve attack speed with the Ring of Starless, for example. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to make a build without the sanctifications first. The sanctification builds for these core skills builds will be really, really crazy. But it will be really, unless they make it easier to get the RNG rolls, which I don't think it'll be that easy, it will be a grind. But if you get them, you will be godly. Yeah. It will be better than Evade, I think. If they nerf Evade, like I think they might. I'm good, Dark Wolf. How are you doing, dudes? Are you a D4 player? Frogster, how's it going, man? You can turn a 1 GA into a 2 GA. So if you roll a 1 GA in Season 11, I can show you, I can demonstrate in Max Rolls Guide, because they've got the Season 11 updates as they knew on the PTR, right? So look, let's say I've got an amulet here that's got attack speed and attack speed and dexterity on it, right? And my attack speed is GA, but my dexterity isn't. When you masterwork, all you do now is you increase the quality up to 20. And when you do that, its base resistances goes up, right? But then when you get to 20, you get one more hit after that where you capstone. Now, on the PTR, that would take any of your other affixes that aren't greater affix, then it'd make one of them a greater affix. So you go, boom, dexterity is greater affix as well. If I had 3 stats, say like max life on here as well, it could be either or. But you can re-roll that capstone as much as you like, but it costs resources to do it. And there's a near Thyron they're adding back, which is quite rare. But you can re-roll that one. So you can just keep re-rolling that. Your original greater affix will stay the same, but your capstone will change. They might change the capstone a little bit, because if you're in a world where all of these were greater affix to begin with, and then you capstones, you got nothing from it. So that they could do a few things with that. We'll have to see. But yeah, so essentially you can turn a 1... You could take a 3 GA, turn it into a 4 GA. You can even get 5 GAs in... the other important thing to know is that capstone can capstone your tempering. So you'll never end up in a situation where legendaries will never have a capstoneable stat. But if you've got a unique with 4 stats that's fully greater affix, that is the one where you'd end up with nothing from it. And the same with mythic uniques. So they might change it with that in mind. So that's how that works. Does that make sense? Hey, thanks for the follow, Dark Wolf. Appreciate it, dudes. You've never played an ARPG. Is Diablo 4 worth getting into? Notorious T, welcome in. First time chatter. Notorious T, I really like my Diablos, right? First and foremost, I'm biased because I've played Diablo 2, Diablo 3, and Diablo 4 a really large amount. But if I take that out of the equation, do you like games with loot? Do you like games where you've got seasonal cycles? Do you like social games where you can play with people and have a good time? If any of those or all of the above appeal to you, Diablo 4 will be a good time for you. You will eventually get to a point where the content feels drained. But to be honest with you, and without being able to say too much right now, we know that there's an expansion looming next year. We don't know exactly when, but we know it's next year. And there's a new season starting in early-ish December. So that will be, and that's refreshing the game a little bit because that's changing up how the game works a bit. So that will at least keep the game fresh, to be honest, for a fair while, depending on how much you grind. Like, if you grind 20 hours a day, you're going to get through the content a lot quicker than if you play it 2 or 3 hours a day. If you played WoW for 13 years, you'll probably enjoy this. This is like an ARPG casualized, if you compare it to Path of Exile. Even Last of Epoch's more complex than this, which is a pro and con. Some people like complexity more because it means you've got more to chew on, more to play around with. And I kind of wish Diablo 4 had a little bit more complexity, just so for us blasters, we can customize our builds a bit more. But on the flip side, for more casual players, it makes it a lot easier for them to do stuff in the game, to get their heads around the general game. Like, they won't be necessarily the masters of the game making the best builds, but they will be able to play the game and not struggle bust too much, you know? And it's not like going to need a degree in ARPG to be able to actually play the game. You're terrible at Destiny 2. Well, I'm sure you'll get better at it again. Never heard of you. You've only just booted it up. Thanks for the follow, Notorious T. Appreciate it, dude. So I don't know if that helps you. At the moment, Notorious T, I believe the game is really cheap. So if you were going to buy it and the expansion now. Because assuming that they're still on the Black Friday deals, they were like 60% off or something. It is the cheapest it's ever been for both of them at the same time. And I would recommend getting the expansion as well, just because it does unlock a bunch of features, some of which you would want to encounter, some maybe not. But if it's really not a lot of money right now, it's probably worth grabbing both, to be honest. I don't know. I'm going to double check to see if that's still on. I would have thought it would be still, because Black Friday is this Friday, isn't it? I think. Let me just check on my Battle.net launcher. Where's the shop on here? I haven't been on the shop on Battle.net for God knows how long. Yeah, it is. Up until December the 2nd. So, yeah, if you have a look at here, right? I mean, mine's all in... Yeah, so look, mine's all in Great British Pounds. I would just... honestly, unless you're really strapped, I would just do this. 60% off both of them. You'll get the full experience then. You'll get access to the class that I'm maining, Spiritborn. That's only in the expansion. Yes, there will be another expansion next year, and that will be a paid thing. But worry about that when that comes along, even when you decide you want to get it, or if you even enjoy the game enough to warrant it. But I personally think if you get that for, let's say it's $30 in your store, because it might be scaled up. I mean, Great British Pounds. $30 for both, you should get your money's worth out of that, honestly. Anyone else getting the occasional bounce back to stream starting screen? Really? That's weird. Yeah, let me know if there's any issues, guys. I haven't seen that. I've got it monitored on my screen. Maybe try refreshing, Hank. Right. I haven't actually made much progress on this guide. I've been too busy figuring out. I think for T1 to T4, I will recommend Aspects of Moonrise, because this, you're not going to have capped out affixes everywhere. And I think for the Mythic version, I will keep the same. And then we'll start to factor in other things into the Sanctification version, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I need to make my mind up about that. Happened 4 times. Yeah, try a refresh and let me know if it carries on. I haven't seen it. That's a new one to me. Right, we can't put the boots in. They don't exist yet, but I've made a note so I can update that when they're added. I mean, straight damage here would be Apex and Dominant. It just would be. You want max resource because it still scales double. You get double win. You get it in the Rod of Kep and you get it in your adaptability. So it's pretty strong. Or you could just... You get 3 ranks maximum these now. At least the way it was on the PTR. Apex is an 18 at a 1.18. Dominance is a 1.15. Potent doesn't give you damage, but it gives you cooldown and attack speed. Possibly get away without this and just go Apex instead, maybe. I put cooldown reduction in there, actually. But if you're using Prodigy's Tempo, you probably don't need that so much. It's going to be a hard amulet to come by. That is going to be a hard amulet to come by. I mean, to be honest, if you max out your movement speed, Brilliance is a great one as well. That's a 6. That's probably better than Dominant. This is only a 6x against elites and bosses. I guess that's the most important thing, right? I mean, a Giga Amulet would be... No, this is probably better. I think max resource, even at... What can we put on the amulet as max resource? 24, 18, 21 and a half, 15. It's probably about 18-ish, 17 and a half, something like that. It's probably better because you get the double win. It's probably better than Dominant as a 1.15. I could math it. I can't be bothered. But yeah, Brilliance gives you 6x. As long as you've got 200% movement speed, which those boots give you like... Yeah, those boots give you loads. They've got them in here, haven't they? Here you are. If you get a GA on the movement speed, you get 67.5 movement speed just from these boots. That's one reason to use it. Pretty much, that nearly solves your movement speed for you. So you just need to find, 32.5 movement speed from somewhere. You're going to get some from the Harmony of Ibawaka. So if we change that to the Harmony of Ibawaka, and that's why I GA the movement speed. That's 18.5. So that brings you up to 85 or so. So it's not quite. You want to get to 100 if you're going to use Brilliance. But that does unlock the ability to use Brilliance as a... Yeah, you get 6x. I mean, it's even 5 points. Even with that, that's 5.6% per multiplier, just with those alone. You'd need the GA there, and you'd need the boots on with the GA. I mean, if you take the GA off that, it'll be a lot less, I reckon. 5.2, and if you take the GA off there... 5%. Okay, even without the GAs, that matches Dominant. So Brilliance is the way forward. And then if you get the GAs, it's better. And then I guess you can try and factor in movement speed somewhere else on if you really wanted, but you don't need to as such. Oh, actually, if you've got... No, you don't. No, you don't. The Aspects of Moonrise gives you 15% movement speed. So yeah, problem solved. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Brilliance is the way forward there. Brilliance and Apex, probably. I mean, you could run Max Resource, Brilliance, Apex, Dominant. I mean, that would be disgusting, trying to get that amulet. You're going to have to pay lots of... Look, if you imagine that, getting a triple affix, a triple passive with Max Resource amulet, that's going to be godly hard to get. Oh, man. Oh, you're Gaming Hellfire's oldest child. Hey, welcome in, Dark Wolf. I appreciate that. Welcome into the community. We'll make you a Diablo nerd soon. We'll get you there. Right, we could GA Brilliance, because honestly, that one's the easiest to cap. So this is fine. Moonrise... I would have thought I'd put life on hit on here, right? I put resource cost reduction. You will want a life... Or maybe I don't need life on hit. Well, not having life on hit doesn't give you the sustainability, I suppose. I guess you've got enough sustainability on Temerity. We're not going to use the Ravager stack sting, are we? Oh, we are. Interesting. You would want life on hit here somewhere, then. Yeah, interesting. It's really not much point taking that Ravager stack sting unless you've got some healing sustain somewhere. Did I put that on Scourge? Maybe. Yeah, okay, so Scourge is giving me life still. Hitting an enemy affected by Scourge has up to a 60% chance to lifesteal. That basically means all your Quill Volley Feathers will have a 60, you know, depending on their lucky hit chance, will have a chance to lifesteal, which gives you Ravager stacks. So that's maybe why I did that. I could put life on hit as well. That gives you another stop. The resource cost reduction does give you damage, but okay. I think we put life on hit. Life on hit is probably going to be... We got a lucky hit heal there as well, but that gives you a constant life on hit. Oh, I can't put life on hit there. It's not in the guide yet, is it? You need one roll of resource gen, otherwise you need to have... I didn't like Quill Volley with Ravager with the lock on. It makes it a bit weird because you have to direct where you're firing your Quill Volley. You probably don't need Protector cooldown in here. Not with Prodigy's tempo, you'll be okay. So what you could do is instead of putting... You could shift the resource cost reduction into here and then you wouldn't lose out there. Yeah, that would probably have optimized what I did on the PTR actually. And this will be life on hit. I believe that's going to be a skull again, is it? Skull, diamond, okay. That will definitely be GA on attack speed, though. Fourth affix. I could probably copy-paste that from somewhere else. Yep, there we go. Yeah. And then, yeah, you got your cooldown reduction. You need the Ring of Midnight Sun on these rings. It just felt terrible without them. I tried every combo. It just felt horrible without them. Okay, that took an absolute age, but I can mimic this onto the next builds, I think, pretty much. So, all right, let's give that a cheeky save. Right, let's update this bit. We can copy that mainly from here. We'll need to add some stuff in here, but start with aspects of detection, aspects of the moonrise, Rod of Kep, Ring of Midnight, Harmony Rebecca, Temerity, and it's in equipment slash plus unique breakdown. So I think what I'll do is I'll just put in that there for now, because actually, is there another pair of unique boots I can stick in or something? Saw boots or whatever they are. There we go. Just stick that in there. And I'll just replace that when they add the one in for this. High movement speed for sure. I mean, that is actually a really big benefit, because maxing your movement speed on non-evade builds for Spiritborn isn't the simplest thing to do. It's a good reason to put those boots on. High movement speed. Core skill ranks. It's the main reason to use this stuff. Hoping these get a little bit of love. Yeah. And maybe the aspects will get some love and work a bit better. I guess we'll see. Pot quacks, same as that. We don't need Agony Cry on this, so we'll just use Sea of X for now. That seems fine. Okay, that bit took less time. That's good. Yep. Okay, we can remove these because these are not needed in Season 10. We'll add in the Divine perks when they're available. I don't want to put the Divine perks in here in case that just gets deleted and they put a new section in, so I'm leaving it in a different area for now. Right, skill tree. Let's get the skill tree up here. Funny enough, I did actually put evade in there, but it doesn't really matter where those go. Max those out, yep. Yeah, so because I was using Jaguar Primary with those boots, you can put 3 points in and get it so as you move around, your rake will hit stuff for extra. This gives you another way of stacking velocity if you're moving around. But it also gives you the cooldown when rake hits automatically as you move around. Yeah, so with those boots on, you could do that. Okay, I only put one in there, interestingly. How on earth have I got enough resource gen to be able to... I must have had giga stuff to have enough resource gen. If you don't have enough resource gen, you would take out this and put in Measured Ravager, but I didn't really like the lock-on for it. It was weird. It zooms you around for this build because it's not an omnidirectional attacking build. It's a bit of a weird way of doing it. I'll trust that this works the way it did. 1-3, 1-3. I actually did max out as well, and then we came down here. I probably should recommend Measured Ravager at this point because even though it locks you on, you will not have enough resource gen to start with. This will just help there. Where did I make up all these points? Because I must have spent a lot of points in other places here. Oh, we don't need that. 1-3-3. I didn't bother putting points in acceleration, interestingly. I mean, you could put 3 points in this and then you just evade every now and then you would get 24x damage. That's kind of what I did on Crushing Hand. It was a bit of a pain in the ass, though. 3-3. I only put 1 in... Yeah, 1 in Protect, so that kind of makes sense. Because you got Prodigy's Tempo. I didn't max out Spiritual Attunement. I really should have done that. Prodigy's Tempo, yeah. I mean, you don't have to do the rake thing here, actually. This did give you a way to stack Ferocity. I guess you don't care about the cooldown thing so much. You only have to put 2 in here, not 3. Hey, Bay Django, coming in with a follow. Welcome in, man. How you doing, dude? How are you doing? How have I got? Yeah, so we got to want the damage reduction here. Absolutely. How on earth did I... Hey, with the Prime as well, Bay Django. Thank you. I appreciate the support, dudes. That's awesome. Thank you. You're probably not going to need the block chance here. Because you can just spam Armored Hide, so you won't need to put that there. You're playing Diablo? Nice. How are you finding it? Are you looking forward to Season 11? The new season that's coming out in the nearest future? I definitely want that point there. You could probably suffer some resilient points, to be honest. I didn't have acceleration in that build, but it is 24. It is a 1.24x. Plus, with the Shroud, you'll get another point there. So it's quite nice. I haven't got the... You're going to need Perseverance. I've got like no damage reduction. I need 4 points from somewhere. But it's probably why I didn't take acceleration. I suppose you could take the points out potent here. That's 2. I still need 2 points from somewhere, though. Well, that's where those rate points are, right? If we don't have that, I mean, you can't really rely on that for ferocity stacking. It is the only way we've got Ferocity being stacked right now, though. You move around, it casts Rake, and then it hits and grants you a stack of Ferocity. It's the only way we're getting it right now. We're only going to go to 4 stacks of Ferocity anyway. Yeah, see, in an ideal world, you'd roll a Path of Emissary with duelists on it. I am mostly a Diablo. You're new to the game. Nice. Well, if you've got any questions about the game, dude, just hit us up. I'm doing build guides for next season at the moment. But doesn't mean I can't ask the questions in the current season. Yeah, yeah. If you want to learn, no worries. Just I'll do my best to answer questions. Hey, Bitters, how's it going? Thanks for being here as always. Yeah, there is a world. I mean, Heshrek Sung is really nice here. And if you make your skills all gorilla skills, then you're getting a lot of ranks on it. More than you can. I believe you can get more gorilla ranks on there than you can. You can get 7 here. And on legendary gloves, you're not going to be able to get that many in Season 11 unless they change things. You'll be able to get, like... Let's just stick rake in there. You can get 4, I think it is. 4, yeah. So you get 3 more ranks. Plus the ultimate cooldown reduction and etc, etc. I'm just figuring in my head, like, veracity. I mean, the other way of doing this would be to change your spirit halls around. You definitely, if you're going to use the Heshrek Sungi, you need to make your skills gorilla skills. So you need to make one or the other of these gorilla. They changed it, so next season Jaguar gives you up to 5 stacks if you're hitting lots of times, which with Quill Volley you will be. And it bumps you up. I think it gives you up to 15% more damage, that's right. Something like that. So obviously you've got Jaguar secondary, which allows you to stack ferocity when killing an enemy or damaging a boss. And grants you another stack of ferocity. So you could go Gorilla, Jaguar. That would give you the extra ferocity attack speed more consistently. It would probably bring you into another attack speed bracket. Honestly, while leveling in T1 to T4, I probably should recommend that. I think. Maybe in a final version, you would end up doing something different to that once you've got enough, because this allows you to get the velocity a bit easier, I think. I just think with without the Path of Emissary boots, that rate thing doesn't work anyway. Yeah. Let me copy that into one of these somewhere. Oh, that's not actually works. That's useful. Okay, let's just do that for a second. Just so I've got that saved. I don't know if I've got those saved away, have I? Have any of these builds got those in there? Eagle, Jaguar, that one has. I need one with Gorilla. I'm not sure I've got any of those. No. Primary Spirit Hall. To make all our skills. All skills. Gorilla skills. So as extra barrier generation. It's a little bit different to what I tested on the PTR, but I'm thinking more about the journey here. Lurking while you work. Nice. Well, I hope work isn't too bad for you. Stranger Things. Funny you mentioned that, Fania. After stream, I've got about an hour left of the final episode of Season 4 to finish, and then I've rewatched all of it. And the first half of Season 5 drops tomorrow, 26th. So just in time, finished it. I know, right? I watched the trailer today for Season 5 for the first time. It does look really good. Oh, I appreciate that, Bajango, yeah. So I don't know everything about the game, but I definitely know a bit about the game, I'd like to say, after all the hours I've played it. There aren't many people streaming it right now, but there will be in a week or two's time when the ramp up to Season 11 begins. But I appreciate that. And like I say, if you've got any questions about the game, any class, anything, just hit us up. Because if I don't have the answer, there'll probably be someone in here that will. I wish every class's main unique not working and Blizzard not fixing them. Do you mean you want the ones that aren't working to be fixed? I don't know, Hayeks. Season 4 is probably the best season, story writing wise. That doesn't mean the other 3 seasons were bad, because they were not at all. But Season 4, it was like watching a thriller film. And the whole one, like, the thing is, I remembered the punchlines because I've watched it before. But when I first watched it, it's like, if you look back, they drop little things all the way along. But you don't notice it until the very end, like, until they actually explicitly go, boom, here it is. Like, the story, the notes in the story. I thought it was really well done, Season 4. But Season 5 does look really good, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. They're all really good, all of them. Oh, I won't, Bajango. I'll have nearly 20 builds, I think it is, something like that, for Season 11. You'll find them on Mobalytics. So I can link them to you, Bajango. The ones I'm working on right now will not be available yet. But those are... that will link you to the ones that are available this season right now. Yeah, we'll do Gorilla Jaguar here. It does mean the aspects on here is trash, but the core ranks and the core damage and the movement speed are really nice, to be honest. You don't get max life. I suppose that's an issue here. But it does mean you don't need those 2 points there, and you can put them in Perseverance. You're going to need that damage reduction. You're going to be super squished without it. The more and more I'm working on this, the more and more I'm thinking the final version won't use the Harmony of Ibawaka here. That's a lot of damage, though. Anyway, I think this looks fine for now. We're obviously going to have to wait for the final patch notes. Yeah. Yeah, this looks okay. Okay. Let's give that a quick save. I actually found Quill Volley the hardest one to build because it doesn't innately come with some of this stuff. Like Rake comes with some stuff built into it. Crushing Hands has omnidirectional damage and such and such. I don't know. You have to consider all these things when you're making these builds. A lot of this will be the same. So just copy that in there, and then we'll just need to change that to Quill Volley. From the feathers, fire it out. Synergize. Oh. Synergizes with rebounding aspects, which I'm not actually using in this guide right now, but you can use it. Doesn't generate barrier. In fact, actually, makes enemies vulnerable. Scales damage, yeah. So you do have vulnerability. You do have vulnerable application. baked into this skill, though. That solves that problem for you. So each enemy per hit, okay. Makes enemies vulnerable, scales damage. With... What's that one called? Advantageous. Using that, there we go. Makes enemies vulnerable using enhanced. Yeah. Enough characters? Yeah, just about. Oh, and hide same Ravager. Actually changed that. Grants. Oh, let's just do this actually. 30% resource generation. And lock on attack using measured Ravager. I really should remember all the names of these. I've used them enough. Counter attack's the same. Scourge. Lifesteal. Unlucky hits. Percent chance. We're using the Protect, so I'm going to grab that from another build. Where's that? There we go. I might actually run out of characters here, which is fun times. I mean, that's another way. You could use the Hunter on this build rather than the Protector. That would grant you your Ferocity, overfilling, and all that stuff. But then you wouldn't use the Heshirek or Sungi anymore. You'd use a Legendary Gloves and you put unyielding hits on, which I suppose does give you more damage than the Heshirek and Sungi. Or you could put Rebounding on. Either or. Yeah, I'm over on my characters. Let's get those. How much does that save me? Yeah, there we go. From sold. Cool. That probably does that. Apologies, tempo. All right, cool. That seems good for now. Time to sleep. No worries, Bay Django. Thanks for jumping in, man. Catch you soon. Okay, and then we just got the Paragon board to do. See what mercenary? So he's right here. Yeah, okay. Right here, and so I can probably copy that from here. Right here, Alkin probably. Yep. Oh. Do I know when the patch notes comes out? Sometime before the season drops? Hopefully. I mean, I hope so. So I'm really stuck with the guides, aren't I? Yeah, hopefully soon. Hey, Gorsh, how's it going, man? Drinks in his streamer. Cheers, everyone. Yeah, it would be a significant problem for me if they don't drop before the season drops. I don't think that helps much in the answer to that question, but yeah. Figured I'd do mercenaries there because they're reasonably quick to do. Right, Paragon board. Let's have a look here. What we got? Talon. Yeah, fitness was actually pretty good on this build. Did I use that? I didn't. Yeah, because I'm not using rebound. I didn't put fitness in. Fitness was really good in this season with this. But I'm not using rebounding here, which I honestly had such a battle over when I was trying to do it. But I'd have to not use the Heshira Kasungi here. You have to use the Ring of Midnight Sun here, pretty much. Because of the unless things drastically change from the PTR in terms of how much you can get out of greater affixes, everything was brought down so much a notch that your resource generation and everything is nigh on impossible to achieve. So every attack activates your Rod of Kep without the Ring of Midnight Sun. It just wasn't really possible. I tried. So that leaves you with the gloves, one ring, and the amulet. I need to have a quick look at something. I don't think they changed the functionality of that. I'm gonna double check that though. Hey, bloody one, how's it going? I'm gonna check the. I don't think they changed the functionality. They changed how much barrier the Gorilla Primary gives you, but I don't think they changed the way it activates. Let's have a quick look. Barrier per hit. Okay. No, that is per hit. Okay, it doesn't specify that, MOBA. Interesting. I may be divulging with how I set it up on my PTR. I'm wondering if it'd be better to go for rebounding rather than Hesher and go for Hunter instead. As much as the Heshira Kasungi, I do actually vaguely remember finding the Heshira Kasungi being really strong for this build, though. But on the PTR, on the Season 10, you didn't use the Ring of Midnight Sun because you didn't care about the resource gen quite as much. You weren't spamming it. This is all about spam. Having rebounding is really nice, though. And then you can have the fitness glyph because it hits so much and it comes back and hits. So you just generate loads and loads of resource really, really quickly. But I think I tried that on the PTR where I had the fitness glyph in to see if that resource gen would generate it quick enough. Because you're always critting. And if you hit with like 10 feathers and they come back at 60, but it wasn't generating 100% of the resource you're lacking. So every attack, and if you start attacking fast enough that you're attacking before the feathers all come back to you, you wouldn't Rod of Kep every time. I think that's what I found. And that is why I ended up going a different route. Alright, I'll follow my PCR one because honestly, I know that that works the way it worked. And maybe it can be optimized when we get there. Right, so we do that there. Come up here. What did I do next? Yeah, it canny makes sense because you're lightning damage. That's 10x, 10x, 16 on the top. It's not 15 in the middle anymore. They changed that. Was that 15 before? No. It's only 10x there. 14, 16. Yeah. I've actually got a different board here. Yeah, Viscous Shield, okay. I can see why I did what I did here, but I'm going to swap these because this is bugging me. Let's put Viscous Shield in here. Yeah, it's a canny in there. It's the same as here. Makes sense. I mean, yeah, you can take those. We'll sort the points out in a moment. Third board probably was Convergence. Yes, it was. Probably with Spirit. Yes, I would expect so. Yes. That seems fine. I actually went that way around, but I suppose it doesn't actually matter which way around you go. It's 4 either way. Yeah, if you do that is anyway. That gives you access to more life quickly. So actually, rather than the resistances, yeah, it's probably better to do it the way I just did it. I guess. That seems fine. We are going to use Colossal, although that board can move. What did I use for the third board here? Sapping, of course. Let's swap that over to sapping. I mean, that one can go last, sapping, to be fair. But we should be fine either way here, I think. We put Menagerist in here. What did I put here? Revenge. That is a good point, actually. I put Menagerist in here. 272.5. 218. How much extra resources does this give me again? So you get 4 by base. 4 times 2.72. One second. It's probably actually 4 times 373.72. Plus 4, okay. So you're going to get, let's say 50, a 45 bonus there, as opposed to 16 times 3.18. Oh, putting the wrong thing. Times 3.18. I was going to say it should be a bit higher than that. Oops, 16 times 2.18. Oh, goodness me. Okay, so that gives you 35. 4 times 2.72. That doesn't make sense. That's better. Times 3. It's a little bit less. So actually, Revenge gives you more, I think. And the funny thing about this is, if you even use Protector or if you use Gorilla Primary, you can use the Revenge Glyph. So, yeah, either way, you can use this with this build. That's probably better than Menagerist because the Menagerist only gives you one multiplier. Gives you a 16x in the middle rather than a 15, but this gives you a 10 on the bottom. And the Menagerist only gives you a 10 on the bottom. Incarnate damage on the bottom, which is not as good. Let's just check my... Pretty sure I got revenge in here. I'm just going to double check my math was right there. Hey, Wiggy, how's it going, dude? Just going to check my math there was right. I'm pretty sure I checked this already, but... Paragon boards. Resource 1. That has revenge in it. 1 second. Oh, I see. 8. Oh. Okay, do you know what I can just do? I can actually just show it here, right? Nice, that gives you 17.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Or Menagerist, which gives you 4, gives you 12. Where's Menagerist? I've got it here somewhere. They're all leveled up. Fortunately, I can test this. That gives you plus 33. And Revenge gives you plus 17. Okay, so yeah. Revenge is a lot. Is nowhere near as good. I guess it kind of makes sense. You've got a lower scaler and it's on 8 rather than 12. But then on the flip side, you have got the extra damage multiplier, a 1.1x, which you don't have on Menagerist. So it's a way up. Maybe Menagerist still works out better. Another 16 resources. Quite a lot of damage on your Rod of Kep and your adaptability, I guess. But you would also need to be hitting with all 4 skills, which I guess on Quill Volley you would do. If you needed to get to 275 resource on the Banished Lords, you would absolutely use Menagerist here, I'd say. So weighing up. What do you need to activate that? It's Dex, isn't it? It's really easy to... Oh, no. Yeah, Menagerist is Dex. It's really easy to activate. So it should just be activated by default, I think. Because you're on Quill Volley, you're using the Eagle skill anyway. But if you don't use Protector, you are going to want to use your Vortex somewhere. Which means you've got to use one of your runes up for it as well. So you lose damage there too. I suppose Vortex is... And then you'd want Vortex size, otherwise Vortex is kind of meh. Which means you'd have to change the boots, and then you'd lose the core skill ranks, and you'd put on duelists or something instead for more attack speed. So, I mean, you'd have to shift stuff around. Revenge is probably fine here to start with. We don't need that there. I can see why. I did go with Menagerist here, though, to be fair. I actually did. I didn't use Revenge here. Right, we'll see where we land with points first. Probably a little bit over here already. Alright, let's flip this around. Don't necessarily need to take that at this point. How many points do I spend in T4 normally? 229-ish. 232. Let's go for 232. A little bit over. That's easy. Let's get rid of this. Problem solved. Yeah. I've still got a skill point to spend. Oh. Where did that come from? Guess that can just go in there. I'll save that a second. I'm pretty sure I went through this battle in my head before when I was setting this build up. Yeah, you wouldn't use those boots. You'd use legendary, you put duelists in. You'd want some ferocity stacking, so either do that. Oh, change these around. Either do it using, as I have here, the Jaguar secondary, or you would just take the Heshra Kasungi off, put legendary gloves on with Quill Volley on it, take less ranks, lose the ultimate cooldown reduction. You gain less attack speed because this can gain more attack speed. This gives you up to 100x damage. But if you put unyielding hits in here, that would be stronger. She'd gain more damage there. But then you could use the Hunter ultimate. You'd lose a source. You've got temerity for barrier gens. You're not worried about that. You'd run the Hunter ultimate instead. This gives you 30% extra damage just all the time. The Hunter only gives you 50%, but only against injured enemies. But that will allow you a way to get mobility, and it will allow you a way to gain overstacking on ferocity, which gives you loads of attack speed. And if you used a duelist, that would make Sea of Vex more valuable again. But you'd need to change that to Igni Cry or something, so you've got Vortex. You need some form of pull-in on this build, otherwise it will just suck. I'm sort of weighing up in my head whether I go for that. When this was tried and tested. I'm going to rewatch my Quill Volley video quickly. I just need to, not the whole thing, just I need to see how the build actually... I can't actually remember. I do remember this being the weaker version of the core skill build. Maybe the way I did it on the PTR just wasn't the best way. It had high run speed. I have got the rake coming off constantly, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I didn't have rebounding on. You'd put rebounding on those gloves, but I guess you would just lose maximum damage, but then you rely on the double hits coming back. I think you do want rebounding on here. I'm going to change it, I think. Hey, Bread Wizard. Spin to win. Oh, Bread. What are you doing to me? Here we go, Bread. In big screen for you and everything. Way. Nice. How you doing, Bread? How you doing, man? What this? It makes me spin. Because we love to spin to win. This will be a little bit different to what I tested on a PCR. But honestly, I think it's a way up between your maximum damage and then You'd lose your ultimate cooldown reduction here, so that's kind of a bummer. I guess you'd need to roll it on the ring again. Hmm. You could go... Well, I mean, I don't know. Do you need it? So the benefit of running the Hesher Kasungi is on making all your skills a gorilla skill is that you only need to put 1 point in Protector, because this gives you up to 7 ranks in Protector. And if you use the Sea of X, it gives you another 3. So you're getting 10 extra ranks in Protector. That basically gets you almost to your maximum cooldown reduction by ranks anyway. If we don't do that, and you have to take Sea of X off because of Igni Cry, so you've got some form of pulling, you're going to lose all those in Hunter. So you're going to have to max Hunter out for any form of decent cooldown reduction. I mean, you could roll, and you're going to lose the ultimate cooldown reduction from these gloves as well. I'm in a battle in my head about this. Your Hunter cooldown's going to be... I don't know if Max Rolls shows this number. No, probably not. We haven't even got that much cooldown reduction. You've got Prodigy's Tempo, so the faster you attack, the quicker you'll reduce your cooldown on your skill, but it is based upon... Skills reduce... Every time you cast the same core or potency skill, all skills active cooldowns by 10%, increased by 2% for each of their skill ranks. Yeah, so if you've only got 1 rank in Hunter, it's only going to go down by 12%. You know, while the Protects is easy. You got 11 ranks in there by default, so it's going to be 32% per time for Prodigy's Tempo, which is just insane. So you don't even need to roll another Protector cooldown. But solving that Veracity thing becomes quite hard. I suppose Furnace isn't that beneficial here if you can only get 5 stacks. That's only actually going to give you 7.5% crit damage. It's kind of meh. But even with 10 stacks, honestly, you're only going to get 15x damage out of this. I've always thought Furnace is quite weak here. This kind of needs to be higher, I think. Now that Potent's not damage anymore, Furnace should be higher, really. Per stack. It's only 0.5 per stack of Veracity. And you can only really get... I suppose with Hunter you can get 12 stacks. I mean, Hunter does have the baked-in cooldown reduction reset thing. You're good? You're just bored? Why didn't you play a game or something? How would unbore you? Yeah, when you kill something, you got a chance to... Killing an enemy while the Hunter is active. Yeah, present. I suppose you get 4 all ranks from Prodigy's Tempo. So that'd bring this to 5. So you get 20% reduction every time. The faster you attack, you would need to do... Yeah, every 15 attacks of Cool Volley, you would get Hunter back for free on that, regardless of any other cooldown. So it'd be somewhere between, like, 12 and 15 attacks. Cat, can you stop opening the door, please? All right. Thank you. It's really hard because I can't test it on the PTR now. I kind of wish I could. All right, we're gonna do it. Kind of feel like Quill Volley's feathers explode at their apex and return to where they cast, dealing 50 to 70% of their normal damage both times. I'm sure I tried this on the PTR, but I honestly can't remember. And I'm sure this ended up being more damage. Attack speed. Yeah, you're going to get less attack speed out of this. And you'll get less ranks. That's the thing. So it's like you're losing a up to 2x damage multiplier. I mean, I suppose theoretically, if you hit with both of those, you're getting more, but it's... You don't necessarily hit with them at both the apex and on the way back. It does mean all your feathers will come back and hit twice, though, I guess. And I suppose they hit 10% more every time they hit, so you get more damage out of that. But I think for the non-mythic version, we probably need to go this way. I think. This will also allow us to put a vortex size here, so that solves that problem, actually. So you probably don't need duelist, actually, because we're not using duelist to scale up our damage, and there's breakpoints for attack speed. I think if we got 100% attack speed, or near enough, and then you've got 7... If you do Hunter and you've got 7 ranks, that's 35x. I think your breakpoint's at 120% or something, 125%. So as long as you hit that, you're good. After that, you need to get to about 160, which is the only way you're going to do, honestly, is with duelists, Hunter, and 100% attack speed in your basic attack speed bracket, without any other form of attack speed going on. It becomes very hard to achieve on this build, I think. And doing this means we can change these around as well. You can basically just turn those back to what they were. I did make a testing here somewhere. Where's that test one gone? Oh, no, I've lost it, have I? Oh, no. That's a pain. Have I got them up here? And then you can turn that back to Gorilla again. Like I had it as. Bom, 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 bom. I did have that somewhere, and I've lost it, haven't I? I didn't save the test. Oh, I didn't save it. I duplicated it. I didn't save it like a noob. That's annoying. Hey, Uncalculated. How's it going? How's it going, man? Look at this beautiful human. Yeah, man. How's it going? Charm Chaos, how you doing, dude? I think you're still going to want this for the extra ranks and stuff. Duelists is only useful for the attack speed there. I suppose it gives you more damage from Furnace. But as I said, like 5 extra stacks of Ferocity, even with 3 ranks in Furnace, is only giving you 7.5x damage. That probably doesn't outweigh the extra core ranks and up to 200% core damage. In fact, it's more than that. If you can get a GA on it, it's 300% core damage, right? That's a lot. 3 ranks in core and 300% core. It probably doesn't outweigh this potential. I don't think. Even with Dex in there, you get less movement speeds, you get less damage from Brilliance, etc. I can nick Igni Cry from here. Yeah, you're going to want Vortex in the build. You need some way of grouping the enemies together, I think. put that in there. Whoops. This just makes more sense to me. I'm pretty sure I tested this, but honestly, now I might think about it more and more. It just makes a bit more sense all around. I'll just get the question asked, why are you not using rebounding aspects all the bloody time? Like, I just know it. For the sanctification version, we might go for the Hesher. We'll see. We could do some pretty crazy stuff there, I think. That's a good point, actually. We can actually get max resource on our chest piece. So we can get damage here. We can put max resource in there. Legendary chest piece. It's not going to outweigh, at least the way things are, unless they change the Shroud of False Death, which they may or may not. Unless they change how that works with the passives. This won't outweigh that, but it definitely will before Mythics. Because it gives you damage in 2 places, the maximum resource. So it's pretty strong. Maximum resource, yeah. Hey, Blunt Wolf, how's it going, man? This probably will stay the same. Yeah. Oh, I did have the testing. It's over here. Whoops. There you go. That's why I didn't save it. Put it there. But yeah, those can go back. If you're not using... if you're not requiring that ferocity generation, might as well do this for the extra damage here. And the extra damage from resolve stacks unstoppable. That helps you solve those problems early on. Easy peasy. And because you're going to be hitting way more of rebounding, you're going to get that beast strike more often. So maybe that's just better. Cat, can you stop opening the door, please? This cat, seriously. Yeah, I know. Meow. Goodness me. Dear, oh dear. Aspects of interdiction. I mean, the aspects of interdiction probably isn't necessarily the play here. There is actually another one we can use. I used to be able to filter by defensives and stuff in here, which is, I can't anymore. Oh, goodness me. I can't remember the name of the aspects. There's one that gives you more stacks of resolve. Your resolve has a 2 to 6% chance not to be lost when you have a hit, when you are hit. In fact, I think there's a way of generating resolve from one of these as well, although it's not consistent. I tried it before. I think I even tried it on the PTR. I mean, you could put aspects of might on just for the damage reduction, actually. Yeah, you have a up to 60% chance to gain ferocity when you crowd control an enemy. Which, to be honest, with Kill Volley, you will be doing a lot. That would give you ferocity generation. So, I mean, there's actually a world where in the Sanctification... Yeah, Sanctification, if you can roll that, aspects of Rallying Reversal, on an item, then you wouldn't need the Hunter to generate ferocity. You'd lose 2 overstacks, I guess. You could then go back to Protector again. Because I guess this doesn't work on... This doesn't work on bosses. That's the only problem. This won't work on bosses at all, really. Well, very rarely. So I guess that's the problem. Oh, actually, to be fair, no, actually, there was the concepts of enemies having the Unstoppable mod as well, unless they take that out. There were a lot of elites that had Unstoppable on them, so the crowd control stuff doesn't kick in. Makes crowd control conditionals even worse, to be honest. This is the one. You gain resolve for all the vigor you gain while at maximum vigor. For each up to 20 vigor you gain while at maximum vigor. This resolve can overfill your maximum resolves stacks by 5, but I'm going to be spending my resolve like every attack, so I mean that's up to another 10x damage on there. You'd be better off taking damage reduction here, honestly, I think. Since you don't get it on... Yeah, you're probably better off taking might here, actually. You get block reduction from your armored hide anyway. I think the aspects of might is probably better here. Since that comes at a premium, that will actually probably help you stay alive a bit better. Adaptability, Moonrise, rebounding. What I'm going to do is I'm actually... Yeah, we're going to put this in here. I really I remember toying with this a lot, and I do remember the Quill Volley being the weakest of the core skills. Like, actually, no, Stinger was a bit weaker. I remember Crushing Hand and Rake being a lot better than this. But it might possibly be... It didn't feel as good to play, but that's because you didn't have Rebounding on, so I think I'd probably rather put Rebounding in here and then try and make the Sanctification version be like the Giga version, I guess. Rebounding, Aspects of Might. Kepaleka. We can take... I didn't even put the Hesher in there. That's fine. We can take the Hesher back out of this again. Agony Cry for also cast a Vortex. Right, we can give that a save. That's looking good. Let's just double check all this again. I do quite like the knockdown. I kind of wish, as I said before, I'd prefer if the rune was measured vortex, to be honest. So they did the knockdown as well. It doesn't right now. Yeah, we'll change this here. My only concern is only having one rank in Hunter, but maybe with the auto reset and then Produce Tempo might just allow us to do Hunter often enough. I think, honestly, actually, it's probably safer for me to go to put in here Hunter cooldown reduction. Just having one roll of it there would solve that problem, I think. And then Produce Tempo will do the rest with the attack speed we've got. %30 attack speed there, so you lost 7.5. Yeah, getting attack speed. You won't have your attack speed capped here without the Hesher. It'd be close. But you do get more from Verosity, so it'll probably be fine. Do I put duelists there? I actually have aspects you can drop here. Which I believe I've got the template for over here. No. Oh, it might be in the leveling guide. Yeah, the aspects of might goes in here. Not in drop only. That's done weird stuff with the formatting. Don't know why. There you go. Stick it out of there. I was thinking just to get 2 T4, attack speed will be more valuable than those core ranks, I think. You won't get as much movement speed, but you could temper movement speed on there, and you can get the movement speed GA. It'd get you close. Oh, well, better. Okay, this is fine. Alright, I think that generally is fine. Hey, Aussie, how's it going, dude? I'm sure that... I don't know if that would push as high, but it'd certainly feel better to play. We'll have a stronger version. In the Sanctification version, that's like your real pushing version, isn't it, I guess? But I want to delete that. We don't need that one anymore. I was just keeping that as a testing. We don't need this. Cool volley, rebounding. Yep. This is fine. It does mean I can use fitness, but I don't know if I need it really. You're solving your resource gen anyway. Damage. Yeah, I've pretty much just taken all the damage stuff here. You don't need the resource gen so much here. So I think this is fine. Point spend is looking good. I do need the glyph priorities. Yeah, I mean, there's a world where Menadris might end up being better than... I should probably do the math, really, shouldn't I? Then Revenge. In fact, actually, with this version, maybe Revenge isn't usable anyway. Yeah, because we're not using Gorilla Primary anymore. And we don't have the Protector doing Thorns damage. Although saying that, Menadris requires you to... Oh, no. Oh, yeah. All skills will be Gorilla skills if they're Ibuaka, so that's fine. So you're going to be hitting with all four. So Menadris would work. You're hitting with an Eagle to start with, and they're being made into Jaguar and Gorilla skills, and you're hitting with Scourge. So you should get your 16x Menadris. Yeah, you're not doing Thorns damage here anymore, so... So probably change that to Menadris, which I'm pretty sure is what I did in the PTR, probably. So I'm just ending up roughly... Well, it's slightly different to what... This is slightly different to what I did in PTR, but I did use Menadris in there. Yeah, we can take that point out there as a result. And stick it up here. Boom. Yeah, level up Menadris, Colossal, because you get your Resolve stack, Spirit, Outmatch. We don't want Outmatch here. What have I got? Oh, yeah, Outmatch is just because I copy-pasted this. You want Talon. It's because I copy-pasted that from Crushing Hands. And Canny. Now, you probably want Talon. Actually, Talon is crit damage. So until you got your Rod of Kep fully solved. Yeah, Spirit could probably come underneath. I don't know, actually. That's on crit damage. That's just when you hit, you do more damage. And Spirit goes higher as well, doesn't it? Spirit's... Oops. Up. Spirit's here. 15. 16. That's per resolve. You're going to get 8 resolve here, so that's a 16x. So yeah, they're higher. Canny's only a 10x. That's 15. That's 15. This is fine, probably. And then 46, you definitely want Menadris going. Colossal can kind of wait, probably. Well, I suppose Menagerist can go, well... Bring that down there, bring that down there. That's right, it still encompasses all that. I mean, you kind of want to scale Menagerist as soon as possible, really. But I suppose the priority isn't quite as high. That's a 10x. 10x. 14 on Elite, so you could do Spirit first. And 12x on Colossal. So just swap those around. And then those don't matter which way round. And we can actually add here, right, 46 plus priority. It's literally just Menagerist, right? I mean, that's the absolute priority right there. Scale up your max resource. Spirit goes above Colossal. 16.7, that's the same as Colossal, I believe. 16.7. 16.7. So, yeah, so they're all the same, so it doesn't really matter which way around they are. Okie dokie, that's those. That's done. Right, that's taken me an absolute age, but I knew this one was going to cause me issues. I mean, it's just... I remember this is the one that took me the longest on the PTI. The others took me like 40 minutes or something in the core skills category. How you doing, Ozzy? How's your day been, man? I kept going backwards and forwards trying to squeeze everything in. You haven't got enough slots. Because you have to use the Ring of Midnight Sun, and in the past they managed to get to a point where you could avoid using that. But now you can't get lucky resource percentage anywhere and stuff. You really can't generate 100% resource every attack unless you use this. It's the only way to do it. You need a 50 roll on this, and then you'll need 100% resource gen. Or you would need the Heart of Melted Selig with 150 resource gen plus your resource gen baked into your build. So that gives you up to 200%, 250% resource gen, and then you would need to generate a lot of resource, I suppose. I mean, if you had 200% resource gen and you put the fitness glyph on and you fire 10 feathers and you hit with them all, and they generate 3 each time, there and back, so that's 60 on a rebound. And you could get to 250 regen, probably. So you're generating 60 anyway. 250 regen would make you do 180, would make you do 210. So as long as you're not above 210 resource, you could do it with the fitness glyph. If you had a Heart of Melted Selig on with a GA, which goes to 150. And 100 resource gen elsewhere. But that would make you proper squishy, probably. Because it reduces your max life like no tomorrow. So, yeah, I don't want to put that in the guide until I can try it, because I know that they're changing up. That does give you a lot of resource as well. You'd need to roll aspects of adaptability on it or something. Possibly. Or you'd roll aspects of adaptability into this ring down here, but then that basically makes your slot gone anyway. But you would end up, you get, it doubles your resource or something. So that's the other thing, actually. It does give you a lot more damage. It would double you up to... It would double your resource up to like 420 or something. But then you need to generate twice as much resource to be able to rod off Kep every attack without the Midnight Sun ring on. So you've still got the same problem, to be honest. There is a world where you go full glass cannon with the Melted Heart, adaptability, Ring of Midnight Sun, instant solved, the resource problem. Every attack, you just regen your resource, but you could get hit through that, and it could kill you. So, yeah, I'd have to try it. You'd have to use the fitness glyph. You're doing good? Having to catch up with sleep after being out hunting? I bet, yeah. Ink Zeller, how you doing? How you doing? You feeling a bit better now? Oh, nice. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I mean, doing those like hidden implementations with all the different platforms and stuff can be interesting. Yeah, I did a social I did like a social library connection stuff way back early in my career using hidden implementations. That's pretty fun. Long time ago that. I was 22, maybe 23, maybe. A long time ago. Okay, I think this is fine for now. I won't. We'll need to, the extra variant shouldn't take half as long here. In fact, this is good for T1, T2, and T3 and T4. I just need to adapt the Paragon boards here. T3. We will want the change in tagline, which is this bit here. Does mean my Quill Volley showcase video is not going to line up with this too much, to be honest, but that's a bit annoying. I didn't take it with a Hunter, I took it with a Protector, didn't I? I could probably still make the video, screw it. It's good enough. It's only a pre-season one until I get around to playing it. Paragon board, that's what I need. So all we need to do is what I normally do. Rotate this round. Go into there. And delete the rest. And then we just got to make sure we've reduced the points to my sort of expected region. Oops. Right, what are we at? 205. I want to say I want to get a little lower than that. A skill tree. 189, yeah, figured. We can do that by... Yeah, we can probably sacrifice that in T3. That'll be fine. 199. Still a little way off, isn't it? This is quite an expensive board to spec into, I find. Might have to... Oh, yeah, you can sacrifice this since that's not necessary. That puts us... Oh, yeah, that pretty much puts us there. That's easy. In fact, there's one life node I put in somewhere, which I can probably remove. Where was that? I was just doing this a weird graphical thing. I can't see what's going on. What's going on? I mean, you could absolutely take that. 192, there you go. Nailed it. It's pretty close. Don't think there's another 3 I can take out here. No, this is fine. That's close enough. All right, cool. We save that. Get rid of and refresh because that's really bugging me. I've not messed much with the concept, but I see how useful it is. Yeah, you basically just make a library manager or something, which has like API calls. So you'll be like, I don't know, you'll have a login, like your base manager will just have a login method that can be overridden. It's an interface for logging in. I appreciate logins and stuff can vary from platform to platforms. You try and work out if it needs like parameters that are different. You set it up so that you override. You have inside that manager, you have like a platform class or something, and that base platform class only holds platform generic stuff, and then you would override that with Twitch, YouTube, whatever the platform's going to be, and each one of those would retain their own specific parameters. You could just put them constants to start with. You can make it so you can customize them from databases and all sorts if you wanted to, but to start with, you can make them a constant within their own file, and then you call the login method, and it would call it with the parameters that are baked into the file. But your manager doesn't care about what the platform is then. You pretty much just go... You could even have like a list of platforms that are supported, and it just goes through the list and calls login on all of them, or something like this. It could log in and wait to see if it succeeded, or all sorts. Or you could call login and wait for an asynchronous callback. And if an asynchronous callback comes back, you can flag it. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. But preferably, your platform would retain its own control over itself. The manager that's a hidden implementation paradigm doesn't care about what the platform is. It just cares that it holds a bunch of platforms, and it only interacts with them in ways that is nothing specific to any particular platform. It makes it easy to scale, like in terms of adding extra platforms and stuff, you know? You can just add more platforms, and then your manager just handles them. And then you'd only add features to that manager as required. Yeah. And you would generally try and avoid adding things that are specific to one platform only. But if you had to add a method which only is supported on one platform, you would still create the method on each. You could have a base method which is not overridden, which says this platform. It returns like a warning or an assert or something, however you want to hand it, saying this platform is not supported for this particular feature, so it shouldn't ever get called, and if it is, then that's bad. And then you would override it in your platform specific implementation, which would run the code for that platform as retained. So you kind of get where I'm going with that. It's a pretty common design pattern to use in code for keeping like scalability clean for that kind of thing. And I used it to implement it was some stupid number of social media APIs, like 15 of them for different things. Yeah. Most of them probably don't even work anymore. This was back when I was working on mobile apps, just before we worked on Unity, and there was a massive boom of companies trying to make social plugins, social APIs for mobile games. It was kind of when mobile games were starting to boom on the App Store. A little bit beyond it, but, you know, it was a big boom of them. And the company I was working for couldn't quite make their mind up which one they wanted to support, so they supported all of them. So I created a system that allowed them to add extra ones way easier and handle them all and make it a lot easier to use from game code, so you didn't have to like do, if this one's logged in, do this. If this one's logged in, do this. Like if you just have a platform, it goes log in. And pass in maybe a platform enum or something to say, I want to log into this platform. You know, it depends how you want to handle it. You could do that, or you could just have the actual manager handle it. The manager handles which ones you've ticked already, so it already knows what platforms to support, which is what you've got in your interface, and you just call login platforms. If one of them fails, the manager will self-contain that, have a cycle to say this failed, try again in a moment and see if it works. And if it fails so many you have a retry loop, and if it fails too many times, report it back. That kind of stuff. Yeah. Fun times. Yeah, I did all that stuff back in the past. It's a pretty common question, actually, when you go for code jobs, especially in London. Like, they ask you about design patterns and stuff. Like, which ones you've used, which ones you know about, why would you use them, and when would you use them? That kind of questions. It's pretty common questions. Right, T1, 159, that's what I wanted to know. We can just straight get rid of this board here. Oops. Still well over here. I'm just thinking, actually. We can actually do this. And then we can skip all of this. And we could take those out. And that still doesn't solve the problem, but it's a lot closer. We don't need all the res and armor in T1 and T2. You'd be okay anyway. Yeah, I was going to say, that should be solved anyway, so that's easy peasy. Now, I need to make up a few more points. This is a bit higher than I like to put T1 to T2. I want to make it achievable for people. I suppose you could sacrifice the life. It's only 6%. You should be okay on armor anyway, to be honest, I'd say. That's probably okay. Alright, save that. Hey, Bone Meal, how's it going, dude? Yep, you are number one by quite a significant margin. You are currently on track for a free D4 battle pass, Bone Meal. Only a few days left, so maybe don't gamble all. Okay, we have got a mythic variant to add as well. There we go. I plan not to, I can imagine. Yeah, how's your day been, dude? Oh, this is where things get really interesting. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Oh, with the temerity, we'll be fine for barrier. Because we'll have life on hit on here on the aspects of Moonrise. So with life on hit and temerity, with the amount of times you're going to hit with rebounding, you're going to have so much barrier gem from temerity. It's disgusting, frankly. Yeah, okay, so we're going to stick the old Shroud on. One extra rank in Perseverance gives you only 4% damage reduction. You get 5% from the vulnerable damage reduction. So you're going to get less damage reduction for this, but it will give you your +1 to your damages and stuff. So it's better for damage, I'd say. And extra resource gen, so that helps you solve that a bit. Damage reduction becomes a bit of an issue here, though. You could always try and roll aspects of might on one of these, though. As a, if you get enough Shroud of False Deaths, you can just keep rolling them until you get like aspects of might on them, or one of the other damage reduction ones. Yeah. This cat is doing my head in. What do you want? Oh, I'll tell you what. I probably haven't fed them this evening. All right, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm going to be back in 1 minute. I need to use the restroom anyway, and I think this cat's crying because he wants food. I'll be back in a sec. BRB, guys. Come on. Go, go, go. All right, I'm back. I'm back. It will be a season 10 one, Bone Mill, but you can choose to give it to someone else if you want. I don't have. We don't even know when season 11's coming yet, so I definitely don't have battle passes for that right now. But I do actually have a season 10 battle pass to give away already. But if you choose to give it away to someone else, I will figure something else out to benefit you as a result. So we'll do something like that. I'll figure something out, Bone Mill. Yeah, I'll figure something out. I guess I hadn't really actually thought about that. Yeah, so we'll figure something out. Let's wait until that's actually a problem. You never know. You might accidentally hit Gamble or Lose Ill. Would it be the first time someone's done this one day before the end? I'll make sure you benefit in such way, though, if it gets to that point. Right. My cat threw me off. I forgot that I fed them so late today because I ended up sleeping till like 4 p.m. my time. I was wrecked after last night. I was so tired last night. And then I fed them really late, so I didn't feed them just for stream. But anyway, he's happy now. He's been fed. Right, mythic version. We will not have the aspects of might here. Yeah, they'll fix the colours of those. I'm a little bit concerned about the squishiness of this, but I mean, this is what I did on here. So, probably fine, right? I guess we just go with that. It's really the only big difference. I think everything else stays the same. It's going to be the sanctification version that's going to be drastically different, and I'll do those once we have the actual patch notes. That's really going to be the only major difference. And I guess since it's a mythic version, we can... actually, let me just double check this skill tree. Should be fine. Yeah. Seems fine. Yeah, seems fine. We can just max this out a bit more. Since it's a mythic version. Bum ba dum bum 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 ba. Max life. I won't make it like do. Well, I suppose I could do that. Attack speed. That's spirit, so we want to max that out. I guess that. Oh yeah, we don't need that. Oh wow, okay. Don't need to max that one out. Want those. Definitely want these. Want the max life. Take the extra damage nodes. And then we want to max out the old Colossal as well. Playlist is coming in clutch. It's doing some good stuff tonight. That's some bangers. I did 318 on that one. That's 317, so I'm pretty much there. Touch over there. You can go up to 328 though, to be fair. I haven't actually taken those, blimey. Missing 2 clusters entirely. Might have to optimize some stuff here. 3 over. That's 12.5. So spectrum one is 10.5. That's 15, so that's also better. That's 10. We don't need these. I mean, you'd want that as well, because that scales up better. And probably, oh, you could get away without those, yeah. You'd be fine without that barrier gen. 1 off. I'd probably just get rid of one of these. I do. I mean, that's your max points right there. Makes sense. I think this is fine. The PTR really did put more emphasis on defensive stuff, so I don't want to take right here out and put Subo in, even though Subo would be probably better for damage. Right here is better for defense, generally speaking. I would say. Okay, we just got to do the extra info here, and then we're good with this bit. This guy's taking ages, but hopefully the next couple won't take as long. How it plays. We'll grab this here. It's going to be quite similar to this, the way it plays. In fact, it'll be very similar. Just got to change this bit here. Rebounding. We'll cause the feathers to hit twice and explode at the apex. That still applies. That applies. Cast the Hunter for extra mobility. Overfill Ferocity Sacks. Grant. Yeah, that's fine. And then, yeah, change that to Quill Volley. Cast Quill Volley liberally. But that all seems fine. You would want replenishing Ravager here, but you need to have the resource. I think to put 2 more points in there. My question is, where would those 2 points come from? Because that's multiplicative. And then you gain ranks to on Vigorous on your Rod of Kep, and you get +1. How many ranks of Vigorous do you get on your Rod of Kep here if you get a GA on it? 4 by default. Up to 6. Yeah, so that gives you 30, 35. If you have 3 ranks, you'll be at 45. You get to 50% multiplicative. You get basically you get 50% resource generation from that after casting a core skill. If you've maxed it out. And then you got your 1 temper, which you can technically masterwork, so that will go to what, 18 or something. And you get resource gen from, I think it's dexterity on Spiritborn. You go 30 from here. I'm sure I made it so you could get away without that. You need 100%. Let me log in again. Have a look at resource gen here. I'm sure I managed to achieve it, but only just. It was like really, really close. No, it's not. Oh, it's intelligence that scales it. Okay. Yeah, so even with 515, which would be achievable somewhere around that with the Shroud. Actually, I don't know. It might be a bit lower. You're not going to get that much from there, though. That is multiplicative, though. That's multiplicative as well. Yeah, I can't remember exactly. That would certainly, with the Jaguar primary, you would certainly output a lot more damage if you could get away without that. But you need 100% resource gem without measured Ravager. You'd probably want 2 more points in there. I need to find those from somewhere. That's 1. That's probably why I borrowed 1 from down there, but... when you could just take 1 out of follow through, only gives you 2x damage. 4x on third cast, if that even counts. I suppose without duelists, we've only got 4 stacks of ferocity, 6 stacks of ferocity, I suppose. So it only actually gives us 9x damage regardless. You lose 3x damage if we take 1 point out there. Oh, we leave it like that for now. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now and we'll see how it works. Because I definitely... yeah, so I had it here with the stacks. And I only had it with 1 Vigorous as well. I'm trying to work out how on earth I got enough resource gen here. I obviously did. This is how I left the guide. How the hell did I do that? I actually don't know. I obviously did somehow. They might have changed the scaling on the resource gen, I suppose. That's possible. So your primary stat gives you more of it. I can't remember. Because I definitely did take it there. Did I use fitness? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. This is exactly what I played, and it works okay. Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. One of these might give you resource to gen, actually. Yeah, I can't actually remember, but apparently I did get there, so... Because I definitely wouldn't have let that slip when I was testing this. I'm just not 100% sure how. Obviously, you get your 50% there. So you need 100% resource gen to make it so that you get... Every hit, you'll get all your resource back again. Yeah, not 100% certain how I did that. Hey, Voldemort, how's it going, man? Welcome in, first time chatter. I'm not actually playing the game right now. I'm doing build guides, dude. Is there a reason why you added me? Hey, Hellspawn, how you doing, dude? It's annoying that I can't go back and test this. I can't actually figure out how on earth I got to that 100% breakpoint. Not sure. Oh, Shroud of False Death gives you some. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's how you do it. Because that's a base resource cost reduction. Resource generation. That's right. That's right. And you start with resource gen to start with. Yeah, that's right. So on the PTR, assuming nothing changes here, Shroud. And you get 16.7 there. That's right. Resource gen on your Shroud. Say you get 15% from your items. If you've got like 500 in, that's 31. Say you got 31 there. You'd want 50 from that passive. So I'd need to find another point for it. That takes you to 81. And then your one roll of resource gen on your ring, which you can GA as well. To 18.8. That there takes you to 100. It was achievable. Yeah, that's right. So for this version, you are going to need to GA that resource. I can't actually put it in here, but you will want to GA that resource generation. Once we get the Season 11 update, that will be achievable. Doing well. Short day at work tomorrow, then off for the weekend for Thanksgiving, I presume, yeah? Nice, man. You got nice plans set for your Thanksgiving and such? Right, yeah, that's how we get there, though. So you are actually going to want to GA your resource gen here. But the benefit of that is, A, it gets rid of that annoying lock-on, which gives you a bit less mobility, but with the Hunter, you got loads of mobility anyway. What it also allows is you to use replenishing, which with life on hit, scourge healing, and the lucky heal on your temerity will give you enough, with all of the feathers going out, will give you enough chance of generating stacks on this that you'll hit. Every time you hit, you'll hit on elites, you'll hit more, which on your Jaguar primary will cause your beast strike to happen more often, and that does quite a lot of damage. So yeah. We need one more point for this, though. I need to work out where that's going to come from. You've got to sacrifice damage of some kind here, basically, I think. So we don't actually have that many stacks of veracity. That's probably the lowest damage loss. We really need you need the damage reduction stuff. Well, No, I suppose follow through would be on average would be the least hit. You know, even if you get the 4x every third cast, on average, this is hitting somewhere between 2 and 3% on average. It's probably like 2.7% average across the 3 attacks. That loses us 3%. So yeah, that's probably what we do. All right, cool. That seems reasonable. Family time. Your short in-laws will have some tech issue they will want me to look at. Oh yeah, my brother's always like that. His father-in-law and stuff have always got issues with their iPads and stuff, and he's always the one that ends up having to fix it for them. Yeah. Right, this is mostly the same on the build, so we can literally just copy paste all of this straight into here. Those will be literally the same. I got that to 90 plus on the PTR. Yeah, 100 plus. That's fine. Cool. Body Spiritborn focuses on optimizing damage. Yep. Combination with the rebounding aspect. Bum. Alright, cool body. Omni 2 hits per cast. Rebounding aspect. Gorilla, Jaguar, Eagle. Yep. Counterattack. Yep. Scourge. Hunter, yes. Maxing attack speed. Barrier. Seems reasonable. There you go. That bit was easy. This bit's so much easier and quicker for me to do. I don't have an FAQ section right now. I suppose when I have to, I'll add that in the final pass. Probably. In case things change. I don't want to have to keep rewriting that bit. Alright, let me give a read over. I think that one's finally done. That's taken ages, but still. In fact, actually, that mobility, well, yeah, mobility's kind of changed. If you take Hunter out there, it's actually got... Mobility's not the issue at this point. Just do that, I suppose. It's like the strongest core skill build. Crushing Hands was definitely stronger. Pretty happy with my formatting of this, actually. I'll like it when we get the inline stuff for this. This will look even better. I suppose this could be a bit hard. It does a bit. It's a lot, isn't it? But it should be okay. All right, that seems fine. Good. That took an age, but we can tick that one off. Draft for Quill. Boom. Right, we'll do rate next. Oh, it's one thing I didn't actually put in there. Just so I'm absolutely clear that that's the season 11 one. Yeah, aggravating. Yeah, busy work. Completed until December the 5th. Nice! That's pretty ace. You got a nice little break going on now then. Very nice. Right, this will be a fairly significant change over here. So many tabs open. Holy cow. All right, duplicate. This one will probably take me less time. I know Rake a lot better, and it doesn't have so many issues I was trying to solve there on the Quill Body build, to be honest. But I say that now, but we'll see, right? Season 11 Rake, Fireborn, that makes sense. Yeah, it should be pretty good. Boss killing, dungeon pushing. Should be pretty good at Infernal Hordes. Item reliant, pit pusher. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. I'm not going to tag anything as off meta yet until I actually know. Endgame. Did I put endgame? I might not have put endgame in that one. No, I didn't. That would help, wouldn't it? Did I tag that one as endgame? No, I did not. He's back and screaming at me again, even though I fed him. Meow. I can meow at you too, cat. Oh, goodness me. Right, that one's tagged. What about this one here? No. Oh, yeah, that's tagged. Fine. Let's put that there. Okie dokie. Tagged all that stuff. Save. Yeah, nice, aggravating. What are you going to do with yourself during that time? Other than not work. Or busy work, should I say? Since that's what you called it. I will also actually rake. Where are you? Here we go. Yeah, that's interesting. I actually did run this without adaptability on the amulet because I wanted wild claws to be stronger. But you would probably try and roll a really good rod of Ket with wild claws on it if you could. Yeah, this was a full Jaguar build I ran. I didn't actually run Protector on this one. Yeah. I actually did go full Jaguar on this, I think, by the looks of it. How high did I get this one? I did a 90, apparently. I think I tested this with... This is wrong, because Harmony of Ibawaka won't kick in here. 1 second, I might not have updated this correctly. Let me check my video. The Harmony of Ibawaka won't kick in there. I think I might have accidentally not tagged the spirits properly here. Got an 85. I need to check what ultimate I use. Yeah, I'm definitely using the Hunter. I've got Igni Cryon, that makes sense, yeah. It's annoying because I don't think I showed my equipment here, so I'm not actually sure if I used the Lord's Mantle. What's my cooldown on the Hunter? 20 seconds. it doesn't really matter because the tempo, you attack so fast on this build. The Prodigy's tempo resets your cooldown anyway. Actually, what's my maximum velocity? I can tell from that. 11. So you get 4 by default, 5 from duelists, 2 from the ultimate, 11. So I can't be using the Jaguar secondary, because if I was using the Jaguar secondary, I'd be able to get up to 13 stacks. 4 by default, 5 from duelists. Yes, that's 9. You get 2 from this with the loyalties, so that'll take you to 11, and then you get 2 overstack with hunters, that'll be 13. So yeah, I was obviously using... I would suspect... I was using the Harmony of Evil Waka here. Maybe... Let me watch that video again. I didn't see any feathers coming out. Hey, Raim, how's it going, man? Have I seen the last Epoch drama? I actually haven't seen the drama, Raim. I saw that there was some news. Do you want to fill me in? Someone was trying to explain to me earlier, but I don't know. They didn't really explain it in a way that I got. They went with paid classes since they said DLCs would be free. Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, I actually said a long time ago that at some point, Last Epoch is going to have to charge for something else. But I guess they were trying to do what Path of Exile was doing with the paid supporter packs. My guess is they probably just didn't get enough of those. But yeah, being bought by Krafton is a financial decision. That's a big company that's bought them for a lot of money. So they're going to they don't spend, let's say they spent $50 million on this company. It's probably more, but you know, let's just say they spent $50 million on that company. They will absolutely want to make that money back and more. Otherwise, it was a bad business decision, right? Well, there is that problem, yeah. The cosmetics in Last Epoch, for the most part, have never stood up to... I mean, to be honest, a lot of the cosmetics in PoE 2 kind of sucked balls as well, compared to D4. D4's cosmetics win, hands down, in most cases. Not all, but some of the cosmetics in PoE 2 look cool. But yeah, Last Epoch suffered from the same thing. They didn't really stand up, so... I'm not surprised, though. You get bought by a publisher, it's a commercial decision, right? I hope you're well, though. I'm just trying. I didn't see any feathers coming out, because that's how I tell if I used the Eagle primary or not. My guess is I didn't do that. No, I don't think I did. Oh no, I did. I was using the Eagle primary. Okay. Oh, actually, to be fair, I understand why I've done this. That gives you free vulnerable application. Yeah, okay. So that's why I was doing that. Yeah. Okay, I understand why I did that now. Yeah, I might end up playing the next Last Epoch season. We'll see when it lands. That'll be next year. They obviously aren't going to release in December. That would be completely insane for them to do that, given PoE 2 and D4 are landing on top of each other already, halfway through December. They'd be really quite silly to release at that point. Yeah, okay. This was wrong here. It was almost certainly Eagle Gorilla, because Gorilla gives you more resolve, gives you more damage, makes you unstoppable. Eagle doesn't give you damage directly, but it gives you pretty much permanent vulnerable application, and it helps you cap your movement speed. So that's kind of nice. Makes it easier for brilliance and stuff. So yeah, I imagine I did this. So yeah, let's go with this. I was just trying to work out what I actually did with those there. Right. Right, we delete this one. Season 11 rate, yep, good. Make sure I'm not deleting my current season 1. We don't need any of this chaos farming stuff. Yeah, this build wasn't... I want to say I did do a 90 on this, but it was like a long 90. It wasn't as strong as Crushing Hands. I'm pretty sure I tried Loyalty's Mantle, but since they buffed the Harmony of Evil Waka to be even stronger, up to 40x rather than 30, it really makes it so powerful, and making it so you can get all those other passives. It's so much damage. So yeah, even with the changes on the Jaguar primary, I don't think it was stronger. I guess we'll see what they do. Yeah, the Centipede primary is kind of nice for the old damage reduction, but it's just not damage, is it? That's the problem. Right, I'm not sure I've actually got... Yeah, Eagle, Gorilla. I'm not sure if I've done Eagle, Gorilla here. I've definitely got Gorilla. So I did that over here. I might not have the Eagle one. They had a choice to be bought by the publisher who made it, if not mistaken, D2. You mean the guys that made D2? Obviously, Blizzard's owned the company that originally made D2, right? But I know that the guys, some of the guys that made D2 are in a different company now. Krafton probably did it. It would have been a money decision. I mean, I'd say, okay, so I can give you a little bit of context here, Raim. I worked for a mobile publisher called Hutch Games. And I joined them as a startup, and we were acquired in 2021 for a lot of money, right? And I wasn't part of the business conversations or decisions there, but I know that they had 8 different companies involved. I don't know which ones, but 8. I know some of them. I don't know all of them, but 8 different companies were involved at some point in essentially bidding for the company. And I know that my company ended up not going for the sale that would have been the largest sum of money, for better or worse, because they wanted to house the company in a place that wouldn't just come in and gut the company. They went for one of the higher sales, of course, but not the highest, based on the fact that the one they did sell to was hopefully not going to gut them completely. And for the most part, I can honestly say they didn't, even though the mobile business has really taken a hammering since then due to a market correction, because it really overinflated during COVID, for example. I mean, my company sold at the perfect time, for example. The company I work for sold for a lot more than 11 Hour Games did, I think, to be honest, because the way that sales were happening back then were crazy. So it kind of gives you some context there. But as a result, yeah, the company buys them, and then it all comes down as a financial decision. If they buy you for like $50 million or $100 million, they want to make that back within a certain amount of time. So that's how they'll work that out, I guess. That's just a true story. Like, I tried to keep details specific out of that. I don't mind mentioning stuff that, you know, I could tell you what company, I could tell you how much, it's public record how much we sold for. Yeah, I can Google it and show you right now. I'm not on their website anymore, they removed me, but I'm in there, they've got a book. I had a full page with my face on it because I was there from such an early, yeah, it's public records. 2020, yeah. £375 million, but it was 285 million up front. It was a lot of bloody money. Let's put it that way. A lot more than they ever thought they'd sell for. Let's put it this way. COVID overinflated the mobile market significantly, so to the fact that sales that happened straight afterwards were really skewed because they were based upon how well everyone did during COVID. And so my company, although they wouldn't have known the future, they did sell at the perfect time. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's a true story. But unfortunately, capitalism is how most of the world revolves, and that's just how it is. Whether you like it or not, that's just how it is. So, yeah. Oh, I do have it here. Sweet. Ooh, I need to correct that, though. I hope it doesn't completely ruin Last Epoch, because the funny thing is, that's actually where I started my streaming again. I ended up making the executive decision to go to D4 because I preferred Diablo. Diablo's like the game, the franchise I've always played. And I took a hit on my viewership. I didn't have much viewership then. I just took a hit on it and went, I'm going to Diablo 4 for better or worse. And it was hard to get in there because there was a lot of people already streaming it. And you know, I didn't do guides or anything at that point. But Last Epoch is where I started. So I hope that the game won't suffer too much. But yeah, I mean, there is probably going to be an amount of pushback on that. But if I'm being completely cynical, the amount of gameplay I've had out of that game, even though I've not played it that much since... I mean, the amount of gameplay I got when I first streamed it was enough to be able to justify buying another class if I wanted to, you know? They should probably just... They should just do paid DLCs if they really want to. I don't know. It's a difficult one. They're trying to find a middle ground between Diablo and PoE, aren't they? They might... The thing that they might end up shooting themselves in the foot with is... Well, it might be okay. I mean, I suppose Diablo is a paid game and they have paid cosmetics. They're kind of trying to find a middle ground, aren't they? Rather than PoE being pay for supporter packs, and well, eventually it'll be free to play, right? And then supporter packs. Well, D4 should have some fairly exciting news on the horizon because we know we've got an expansion next year and we've got a new season coming soon. We should hear more information on some of this stuff in the nearest future. I guess we'll hear from them soon. This season was fun. I think some people are going to struggle with next season because no matter how we look at it, whatever the day is, PoE 2 and D4 are pretty much releasing on top of each other, which is kind of annoying for me because I like playing both. And I definitely won't be able to play PoE 2 on release, you know? It'll just be too close to D4 one way or another. So I might play it later in the season, but D4 takes premise for me. Also, the power creep will be a lot lower in Season 11 because the power creep was so high in Season 10. That's not a bad thing, though. I think the game needed correcting damage and numbers-wise a little bit. You're still going to get high numbers. It's just hopefully not going to be quite so insane. Hey, Lowen, how's it going, man? Yeah, making promises is the worst thing you can do in game dev. Been there, done that, made that mistake and got that trophy. Haha, I learned the hard way. We won't be doing that again. Yeah. Right, yeah, we want counterattack. We want Ravager, and we want Scourge. Yes, we do. There we go. And we can copy-paste in this wonderful piece of text over here. Nice. We should probably say it's mandatory, because then people won't complain to say the build's trash because they do no damage when they need Wild Claws aspects. Looks good. Give that a cheeky little save. Oh, we don't want this. I probably can just straight up utilize that there. This will have decent mobility in it, actually, to be fair. Can't remember how good the bossing is on this build. I'm going to have to watch the video bossing. One sec, guys. I would show you guys on the other PC. This is on my other PC. It's a bit of a pain for me to transfer. It's like a 10 gig video because I record in such high quality. I don't have high network difference. Oh, it's not bad for bossing. I'm hitting for billions. And that was with that version. All of these core skill builds will be S tier with Sanctification, frankly. If you can get offensive aspects. It'll be very hard to get them, but you could roll all the things that you can't get normally on these builds because there's so many aspects and uniques you could use that you have to choose between. If you can suddenly then slap on all the uniques and get all the aspects on, these builds will do mental things. So yeah, you did an 85 comfortably there. Yeah, it's pretty good at bossing. It's better. I think that's better than... is it better than Crushing Hands? Hard to tell. Oh, yeah. A Tower 85 is about a Pit 90 on the PTR. Because you only had 10 minutes to do it. That's right. It was something like that. This will have pretty decent mobility. I would have thought. Yeah, we'll do that. That's got pretty decent damage output. Oh, wrong one. Oh, it's already got there now, yeah. Oh, that's fine. We'll save that like that for now then. Just double check that's correct. It should be. Yeah, it looks solid. Your Praying Druid will be fine for the new season for D4. So I actually haven't had a chance to chat to the guys on MOBA too much yet. I have a feeling once the final notes are out, we might do a Mobalytics podcast live, which will be recorded and put on a channel to watch afterwards if you're not able to catch it live. And I'm going to try and be on there if I can. My very my very high level take on it was Druids, apart from the broken, unscaled, ancestral guidance, were decent, but they weren't crazy. And I think because Druids were absolutely mental in Season 10, people might find them a bit lackluster. And you obviously won't have the Ravens build, as it was, unless things change. But there was a lot of feedback given, so I would suspect there'll be a lot of changes on all classes. And I think Druids will be fine. Honestly, I think all classes will be fine. If you start comparing them one to the other, there will always be a class that's better than the others. There will probably be something completely broken that people didn't find and stuff. But I think Druids will be fine. I think you'll be able to play on a whole bunch of builds and it'll be good. There will be a bunch of builds that won't function as well again because they actually were enabled by the Chaos Uniques. But we'll see. We'll see what the final patch notes bring. I mean, I do have the patch notes up here somewhere. What did they change again? Oh, the one thing that's changed that was broken completely was Grizzly Rage. So we'll have to see if they make any changes from the PTR there. They changed this back to what it was before with less damage, and people didn't like it very much. So we'll see if that gets fixed. What else we got here? Lightning bolt damage has been increased. I don't know if that's any good. All the spirit gem was changed to flat amounts. Yeah, there's nothing there that will change, I think, because I believe they're changing the melted heart so that it only doubles your spirit and doesn't give you spirit scaling on your primary resource. So I reckon that 500 spirit will be reduced in line. Otherwise, that might as well be fully restoring spirit again. Yeah, I can't see anything there that would drastically change how builds were. But I'm sure... I think that was one of the takebacks I got. There were people saying like there wasn't really anything in there to specifically make... Actually, what was the new unique? What was the new unique for Druids? Oh, okay. Damaging 100 enemies with storm skills grants a charge. Casting a defensive skill will grant maximum movement speed and unhindered for 1 second for each charge used. Okay. While charged, enemies you run into are immobilized. These are boots, right? I think this is for lightning bolt builds. That's what they were going for here. I think they changed it. If I read right, Bad Omen was the thing that was changed so that Where was it? Bad Omen. Instead of making it so that lightning strikes apply, immobilize, and stun, they've made it so that each rank passively increases the damage of lightning bolts. So they're going for a lightning bolt build. That's what that is. So you can get more ranks in Bad Omen. Nature magic cooldown reduction in general, crowd control duration, so you can crowd control for days. And but there's no damage on the boots as an aspect, but I suppose it's a pair of boots. So I don't know if that was any good. I didn't try it. Yeah. I think that was one of the things, though. I don't think there was that much that was like, oh, this is new for Druid, but I think they'll be fine. There'll still be a bunch of builds. Hopefully, they are aware of the Pulverize bug coming back. They'll hopefully fix that again so that Pulverize works properly again. Because that worked totally fine before Season 10. I played it for the whole of Season 9, even with the puddle bug. The puddle bug they are aware of, and hopefully they'll fix it. And if they do, they fixed it before. They just rebroke it, didn't they? Hey, Bowl Huffers, how's it going, man? When's the next season coming? It will be sometime in the near future. The week of the game at the week of the Game Awards. We just haven't had we haven't had an official announcement. So although the typical release window would normally be December the 9th, I guess we just need to wait and see when they announce something, which will hopefully be soon. Hey, Ubellion, how you doing, dude? Right, let's just... So, Ibawaka, Vel Shroud, Aspect of Unyielding. Yeah, Unyielding's a lot... On the PTR, Unyielding was a lot easier to activate. And the reason for that was you get a lot more armor. So, I mean, I suppose there's a world where they forgot to scale up 30% of your armor up to 1500, but they made it so you can get like 10,000 armor or something. So it's like you could just like you only need like 5,000 armor. It was so easy to get 5,000 armor on the PTR in the high end that you didn't even have to you didn't even have to spec into armor, really. You just got it for free with the temerity on, because that gives you, it doesn't give you percent armor, it gives you flat armor on the temerity. Right, damage reduction doesn't exist. It's got dexterity on it instead. Right, we will put might in here because I think that will help people when they're leveling up. Dex, max life, max resource, which we can't put in there right now, and resistance to all elements. Resilient for life because that'll help while leveling up. Yeah, I'll put in Unyielding here. Max life. Max life came at a premium on the PTR, so depending if they changed the scaling or not would depend whether we... I literally slap maximum life everywhere because you can put 4 affixes on your legendary items now and only 1 temper. So yeah, max life is definitely a premium. I mean, I could go through all of these T4s and have, like, Ancestral with 2 GAs everywhere, because once you've fully Masterworks, and you've Capstoned, you will have 2 GAs. But we'll do that for now. What did I put on there? Vortex size. That makes complete sense. That's what I did on the other build. You're trying to get to 300. Where are you up to now, Bowl Huffers? How high are you? Hey, Cat Shimmy, how you doing, dude? I'm sure if you ask Zach nicely here, he'll help you. He's Sonic. He's Speedy Gonzalez, this guy is. 283. Oh, blimey, you've got a way to go. But it is doable. You still have at least a week and a half to 2 weeks. Probably a couple of weeks. You've got time. You'll just have to blast like an absolute demon. You're nearly halfway. Halfway is 284. Once you get to 284, you are then getting into less XP than you've already done. That is something that wasn't on the PTR, Rames. So Rames asked, if 4 affixes are back from it being 3, will the occultist be able to change 3 affixes versus 2 now? So you mean when you roll it, you'll have a choice of 3. It wasn't like that on the PTR, but it was requested. So we'll see what happens post PTR. That specific thing was mentioned, I remember. Yeah, pretty much every build temerity. I don't think anyone will have a great time on this if they if they don't have a temerity on Spiritborn next season. Some wizard might work out how to survive without it, but it was painful trying to do it, genuinely. What did I put in here? Dex max life per second, movement speed. I suppose with the eagle thing on, you don't necessarily need to cap out your movement speed there, do you? We've taken life per second, not because of the amount it gives us. It's because it gives you constant generation every second. It gives you 1 stack of Ravager for healing every second for free. And then you get life on hits, you get stuff on that, and then you get your lucky life hit on temerity, so you got that, and then you've also got your healing on ultimate, which is nice as well. It all stacks up on top of each other. And then you want Pock Quacks, because we do not need Q with the temerity. We will just be godly. You've got so much life healing that the temerity just gives you a ridiculous amount of barrier gen. Like, absurdly so. Right, and we're going to put Wild Claws here. Dex, max resource. And then we can probably take Dominant and Brilliance again. Or Apex probably is better, actually, isn't it? Yeah, Apex Brilliance. Boom. Resource gen. And what did I put in the sockets here? Yeah. Some reason I landed on Skull Diamond. I honestly can't remember why. I would trust the fact that I tested a lot of these builds and they all work the same, roughly. Yes, we've got adaptability there. Dex. Attack speed, resource cost reduction. I don't need Lucky Vulnerable here because I've got Vulnerable Application on Eagle here. So we can change that to max life. And then you can have resource cost reduction here or something. No, you want life on hit. You want life on hit here. And then you'll put resource cost reduction in here, probably, because honestly... Costs. There we go. I imagine that's what I did over here, isn't it? Resource gen. Resource gen. I actually put resource gen in both of those. Interesting. Probably didn't need that. One there. I won't need Hunter ranks. I don't think. That's going to be life on hit. So before we do anything else, I'm going to copy that from down here. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Might just quickly change that so we don't need that in there. Let's just stick that down here so I don't forget. Do I need Hunter cooldown reduction? Probably not, to be honest. Looked like I was doing alright without it. Resource cost reduction would be nice here. And that makes sense there. Adaptability. Duelists. Uptime. Yeah, I've been going for 4.5 hours right now. You wish they'd rework the Dark Citadel. So I've been saying this. Actually, the Dark Citadel is actually a really fun thing in the game. But at the moment, I kind of agree with you to some degree because it's kind of like you do it for funsies. You get a few cosmetics, but other than that, it's like you do it for fun, and there's no like tangible reason why every season you definitely want to go and do it because it brings you something that benefits your build or your character or your account or something. You know what I mean? I mean, there's so many different things they could do here, from loot drops to they could have an upgrade skill tree related to doing it or something, or leaderboards, or I don't know. There's so much stuff they could do with this feature. So it is something I hope they revisit at some point. But for now, it is what it is, I suppose. So I normally end up doing a stream where we do some if people want to, just for funsies. You'd be surprised. There's still people that have never really done it. Believe it or not. But obviously, once you've done them, it's like there's no reason to specifically go and do it after that point. Oh, it's annoying. The formatting's gone wrong on some of this. I don't know why. So I've done that for every single one of them. I bloody has as well. Don't know why when copying it, sometimes it puts the bullet points in there. It's a bit weird. See if it does it here. It might do. Oh, I know why it's done it. It's because when I quit that backwards. Yeah, I know why it's done it. It's because when I quit this here, it leaves a bullet point, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go. That's why. All right, that's fine. I'm sort of wondering whether the aspects unyielding hits is the best play here at T4. Moonrise would still be better for the attack speed, I think. Genuinely. I love it. Moonrise helps you get to 100%, plus your 55 from Veracity stacks. I can't remember what the breakpoints are. I want to say you need to be about 165% to get that next breakpoint. And that's not possible with 11 stacks of Veracity in the way the game is currently. That might be why I did aspects of unyielding hits here, because the moon, right? You don't need the movement speed because we've solved that elsewhere, kind of. I think. Yeah. And then because you've got a lot of Veracity stacks here, you're going to be getting to... You're going to get to your 120, 125% breakpoint. The unyielding hits just gives you more damage straight up. Although this is only when casting a gorilla skill. I suppose it will be a gorilla skill all the time. Casting a gorilla skill, yeah. So with the Harmony Bibawaka, you'll have a gorilla... It is technically going to be a gorilla skill, all of them, all the time. So it should activate your unyielding all the time. Yeah. So we'll just do unyielding hits here. I might go back and make that bold as well, actually. Okay. Yeah, funny people. Funny when new people do weird stuff. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you wouldn't recommend new players go and do the Dark Citadel when they play hardcore if they've never done it before. They could die because of someone else's mistake, for example. You're going to get some sleep bug, Ashley. No worries, dude. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you, man. Always, dude. No worries. Catch you soon, dude. Rod of Ket, Ring of Midnight, Harmony, Temerity, and we won't need this on this build, so that's fine. That can go away. Yeah, Pot Quacks. Did I put that in here? Yeah, Pot Quacks. Igni Cry. Alright, that looks fine. Made a note of those. Okay, we don't need any of these. Skill tree. I suppose that top one doesn't really matter. Yeah. Obviously max those out. Now on here, I actually... Yeah, interesting. I only put 1 point in here, but that's probably why I double rolled resource gen on there. Let's have a look at the rest of the skill tree here. I definitely want these. But it's definitely going to want these. Don't need this. I won't need this because you're going to be spamming armored hides. You get 100% block anyway. Obviously going to need to come in here. Yeah, and you take the lucky healing stuff. I mean, you could get away without this if you needed to. If you needed another point. That's certainly an option. Just take 2 in there. Could get away without the potent ranks if needed. Right, 1 in Hunter. Come down here. Max those out. Prodigy's Tempo. We've got 8 points left. Now, interestingly, I didn't put 1 in here. Enemies hit with ultimate skills heal for 2%. I should probably put 1 in there just because that gives you another source of stacking Ravagers, Ravager stacks. Although I suppose, actually, we're not running Jaguar Primary. If you were running Jaguar Primary, that would be more important. So actually, we could just take Measured Ravager. And that gives you your Vigor generation. All right, you're absolutely going to need Perseverance. And we're definitely going to need Diminishment. That's right. Rate gives you the cooldown reduction baked in anyway, and with wildfire as well on groups, cooldown reduction's not an issue on this build really, for the most part. Not with Prodigy's Tempo on as well. You probably with Sanctification, you probably could make a rake build that might exceed some of the others, because you could probably get away with not having to have Prodigy's Tempo if you do that. And then you could use Vital Strikes or Adaptive Stances for... That goes into Attack Speed Bucket 2, Adaptive Stances. So you could double your damage with core stats. And then you get 30% even more attack speed. You get to that next attack speed breakpoint. It's probably possible with Sanctification. Or you could go Vital Strikes for healing and maybe go in Lawless's Mantle with double Jaguar and Vital Strikes. Although you'd need Lucky Vulnerable, and you'd need a lot of Lucky Hit Chance. You probably need Fist of Fate. There might be a rake build with with all that stuff. If you've got crazy sanctification rolls, maybe it'll be nutty. So we look at the crushing hand build. I probably need to change that so it does the same. Yeah, while you're leveling up, you're going to want that in there. And then, okay, so that seems fine for that. Cool volley. Let's make sure I actually made that correct for Mythic version. That is a bit of a banger, that track. Me lucky. Yeah, there we go. On the Mythic, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I only took one in there, interestingly. I think I took 2 on the Mythic. No, 3 on the Mythic. Okay. Oh, I actually took 1 out of follow through. Oh, I'm kind of considering. You actually want that resource gen earlier on, I think. I am considering it on these as well. I actually somehow found it on this. How did I find it on this? Oh, okay. I didn't take that there. Fair enough. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I see what I did. Okay. What about in the Mythic version? 3 still. So what did I sacrifice here then? Yeah, I never put that back in there. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you are going to want those, I think, to be honest. At this stage, you don't need that lucky hit healing. You've got so much healing anyway. At this point, you're not going to have gig at everything. There we go. Mythic. 3. Did I bother putting it back in there? No, I didn't. I'm actually using Jagger primary there, aren't I? Yep. What about here? I am. I probably would want to find another point for that. Probably worth it. It's such a minimal damage decrease. Maxed. Just lost 1.0. Fine. So we can do the same for Rake as well. Hyru's here. Nice. You been here? How you doing, Hyrie? You good? Most of us will be the same as what I was running in. Oh, that's interesting. I need to change that because I'm not using a protector there anymore, am I? I've actually taken a protector off of most of the core skill builds just because the veracity gen. It's just solving veracity. It's a real pain in the ass. But you need so many of these builds rely on attack speed. If they change how veracity is generated, or how you can, if they make it so there's other ways of generating veracity, then maybe we'd change this. To be honest. But as things currently stand, yeah, it's not so easy to do. The Hunter is one of the easy ways to do it. We used to use Plains Power, but that aspect kind of... I mean, you could try and... You'd go back to relying on Mystic Circle tech, but you could go back to sanctifying Plains Power on an item somewhere. That would do it. Or they could just make it so there's no thing of a cap 1 and cap 2, and everything just goes into one cap and it goes up 200%, which is what Rob recommended. That honestly would simplify that whole thing so much. And then there's a few different things you could put on to solve attack speed. Just stack attack speed more, for example, just anywhere. I'm not sure that'll come for Season 11, though. If anything like that happens. Glad I noticed that, because I had that completely wrong in there. Okay. It's amazing. I even gave that a 1 over, but it's... You get tunnel visioned so badly when you look at something for long enough. Right, that should be better now. Right, multiple hits. With... Wild Claws aspect. Reduces highest skill cooldown. Eat shit. Oh. Yeah, so Rake actually does grant you veracity. So actually, Rake is the one skill where solving veracity isn't a problem. And there is a world where we could use Protector on this build, not use the Hunter. You'd lose 2 stacks of veracity over stacking. And you'd lose the mobility. I think I might have tried that, but I think attack speed became a bit of an issue. I think I tried it. I must have done. And I still landed on the Hunter. She gets a 9 stacks of veracity. So that's 45%. She gets 145% attack speed. I think the damage from unyielding hits ended up being better. And you could roll resource cost reduction on here, that's right. And you could run... Well, you wouldn't need Vortex, I suppose. You could run... Sea of X here or something else. This gives you a 2x. Unyielding gives you a 2.3x, but this gives you more ranks, more attack speed. All right, do you know what? I might actually change this. You got less mobility, but good clearance. Average mobility. For now. Oh, I just got rid of that. I got it somewhere else, have I? I have, there we go. Yeah, I might actually do that. That damage reduction will be very nice. That's actually one benefit of having the Protector. It reduces the damage of enemies, which is actually pretty nice, to be honest. We won't need Igni Cry anymore because we've got the pull-in from the Protector. I mean, you could actually just do that. Have it the other way around, though. So you always get the quacks, and because that's the bigger multiplier, and then eventually you'll get the Zan. Having both of those up 100% of the time will actually be quite hard, I think. Let's do that. I'll need the Hesher in here as well. Let's put that in there. Oops. There we go. Food time, never heard of you? No worries, man. You're playing Destiny too. So was never heard of you earlier. Having fun? Yeah, it's not what I did on the PTR actually, but I'm sure I must have tried this. It is technically slightly less damage than unyielding, but yeah, you only lose 2 stacks of Ferocity. I might have just overlooked it, to be honest with you, in the Ferocity stacks. I forgot that Rake actually generates you stacks of Ferocity just by casting it straight up. It's the one skill that actually helps. It's the one, Rake is one skill that allows you to generate Ferocity. It helps you solve Ferocity. The others, it can be a real pain to solve. You're not. I mean, you're going to get so many ranks to your gorilla ultimate through your gorilla skills on the Hesher, and then 4 from here. You're going to get loads of base cooldown reduction, then Protector, and then Produce Tempo will solve the rest. So you won't even need to worry about that. Like, whatsoever. Resource cost reduction there. Yes, you're losing a bit of resource cost reduction on that as well, I suppose. You lose some damage there as well. So your maximum damage number probably goes down, even after the gorilla skills taken into account. But this will allow you to spam your ultimate way more. And being able to spam your ultimate more makes it so resolution can come up and supremacy stays up more. And resolution is not that easy to keep up, to be honest. You can't keep it up 100% of the time as it is. I need to change pot quacks. Let's do that. Okay, that looks fine for that. This does allow us to use the Revenge Glyph as well, because you have so many ranks. At rank 5, you get the Protector's Domain pulses for Thorns damage, which means you'll activate your Revenge Glyph every time you use your Protector. So as long as you're spamming Protector, you're good to go. There any tips to running pits faster? How fast are you running them right now? 3 to 4 minutes. What build are you running again, Lowen? Generally speaking, just run to elite packs, unless you can group a massive group of enemies together, yeah. But it does depend on which build and class, as Zach says, yeah. Hydra. Are you using Inferno on your builds as like a group ability, a way of grouping things? But yeah, generally just go to elites, group up the elites, as many enemies with it as possible, and kill them. That's generally what I would do. Yeah. Right, okay. Let's do the Paragon. Actually, let's do Mercenaries first, because it's easy peasy. This is probably the same as before. It is right here. All kin for damage reduction. Rake. Right, I probably did use Wild Claws on this. Wildfire on this, I imagine. I actually use Guzzler, but that goes down. The potion cap goes down. Interesting that I used that there. Canny. Did I not bother with Wildfire? Maybe I didn't. Spirit. Menagerist. No, I didn't. Interesting. Guess I just, with Prodigy's Tempo, I just didn't need Wildfire. Yeah, interesting. Okay. There might be a world where in a really giga sanctification build you'd use Wildfire with Fists of Fate again. Yeah. To get a high enough lucky hit chance so that you can reduce your cooldowns along with Rake so that you don't any longer need... Well, you'd probably have to use the Shaka as well or solve cooldown reduction somewhere. And then that way... You wouldn't need to use Prodigy's tempo anymore. And then you could change it over to adaptive stances, as I said, and then get more damage, more attack speed. Gets that next break point for attack speed and also get the extra damage. There is a world where you could do that. Or you'd use Lord's Mantle, go double Jaguar. There is a world where that as well. But you would need all the bits in place, I think. Fist of Fate, Wildfire, probably. And honestly, that wouldn't help the Protector much. You'd be better off with the Shaco, not the Lord's Mantle. Yeah. You'd just go Eagle. I guess you would go Eagle secondary. Take off Acceleration and Brilliance. Or you could go Eagle primary, go Vital Strikes instead. But then you'd lose the Gorilla stuff. No, you need to go Gorilla primary so that you can use the Heshira Kasungi. So you get the Gorilla ranks on all your skills. You can still take you'd have to roll Lucky Vulnerable somewhere instead. On your ring. Yes, it brings its own set of problems with it. Guzzler is an interesting choice. I don't think that's necessarily the best option because you can only get less potions slots in the new version. So you get up to 12x on it. I think Revenge is the best play here with the Protector on. Protector activates it. So 15x. Your Protector will do this. Theoretically. Right. Did I use Canny there, did I? Yes. This is... I use literally exactly the same thing there. This is... Sapping. Interesting. I must have used Convergence here, right? Yeah. Let's put Convergence in there. That must have Spirit in it. Yep. Figured. That looks fine. That is probably Sapping next. I did actually connect it. You can see I swapped these boards around. Lol. I forgot to connect the board. That's really funny. Fail. Sorry, I've done it here. I didn't need that there. This is fine. Menadrist. I've actually got Hubris in there, interestingly. Let's do Menadrist it. Because that's easy to activate. Problem solved. Take that out. Two, 3, 2. Okay, we'll figure it out. You don't think it's worth? What don't you think it's worth, Zach? Okay, and then the final board up here. Yeah, we can get away without this at T4 probably. Still 3 over, interestingly. Oh, I see what's happened here. Two, 3, 5. It's literally exactly the same. Okay, good. I suppose that will have to do. How on earth did I get that to 232? Including with that? How? It's basically the same board. Oh, I suppose the only difference is that. Yeah, it might be that's the difference. It's 2. Yeah, it's 3 different there. Okay, well, we'll leave that as it is then. That's fine. That'll have to do. And then, right. Madras Colossal Spirit. That one there. Revenge. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay. Oh, the potion glyph guzzler. It was worth it when you could get 9 stacks. If you wanted to smash your potions over and over, you get 27% damage. But yeah, I don't think they changed it. No, they didn't. So yeah, it's a bit of an annoying playstyle. I don't really like it, if I'm being honest. And with only 4 stacks, it becomes not the best glyph. It's generic damage. So if you want something that's generic damage to scale like your spirit halls, then I suppose it might still be good, but... Right, let's do the variants here. It's a bit annoying I couldn't eke down those Paragon points, just a couple more. It's mainly this that's taking more. I don't think there's a way to optimize that so it actually uses less at this stage. Don't want to remove too many defensive clusters, otherwise it becomes a bit hard to get all your defenses up. I took 1, yeah, so we haven't got these already, so... Yeah, this is fine. We'll live with it. It's close enough. T3. Right. Same as usual. Right, what did I go down to in here? Okay. I took out that cluster there. Right, let's see what I did here. Did I take that out at that point? Yeah, I did, yeah. I feel like that's actually done nothing. It's exactly the same. To be honest. $204. I think it's actually saved me one. Oh no. Yeah, it's actually cost me 1 point doing that round. Change that in the other guide then. It's actually cost me points to do that. Oh yeah, 4, 2, 3. How the hell did I get the points down that much? How the hell did I do it? I should have been able to cut the same. 40 points. Oh, I might have that cluster to take out. Yeah, okay, that's one cluster. That is making a bit more sense now. 4 points. Okay, no, there we go. There we go. That's what I missed. Fine. You're not a fan of it either? Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a rubbish play style, isn't it? Okay, and T1 to T2. Right, how much did I cut from this one? 32 points. Looks like that's the same. We just... Okay, yeah, I see what we've done. Should work, I think. Hopefully you're not... I mean, with right here on, you should be fine for resistances, actually, to be fair, so you should be okay. Let's get rid of that board. Boom. That should do it. That's 33. 32. How did I cut one extra node here? Have I messed something up here? Hmm. Oh, I see. I forgot to get rid of that node. That's really funny. Oh, no, I see what I've done. Yeah. No, you will want that. Yeah. Oh, no, I've still got it. How have I... 33... 32. I've somehow cut one more node. I'm not actually sure how. That's good. That's good. Didn't cut anything from there. That's fine. It's probably because... Oh, I see what I've done. No, I haven't. No, I don't. Actually, not sure. I have rerouted that differently there, but I suppose that really won't make any difference there. No. Yeah, that's exactly the same. Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by that, but okay, good. Seems to work, so whatever. One year, 3 months, 11 days, 2 hours, 32 minutes. Nice. All of the foliage. All of it. Right, and the mythic version. For now. Man, it's going to take me ages to do the sanctification variants when I get around to them, blimey. It's going to actually take some, like, extra theory crafting. That's pretty much the only big change. The same thing as what I had before. Shroud of False Death. We won't need Might anymore. Won't need that there. Is that what I did on here? No, but I had a point spare from somewhere. God knows where from. Oh, it's probably that. Yeah, there we go. Fine. Mythics. I'm not using Jaguar primary. Do we need the extra hits? Yeah, see it like that. I think that'll be better. Hey, Knuckle Up. How's it going, man? How you doing, dudes? Right. I think we're nearly there. When does 11 drop? Sometime the week of the Game of the Year awards. Typically it'd be that Tuesday, but we've had no official announcement yet, so we're just waiting to see when they announce that. So not too long away, but a little way yet. Not too far. But I need to get all these up to date so that when, I mean, hopefully we get the final patch notes before the season drops, because I've got a lot of guides to update with sanctifications and stuff at that point. So I want to have the first drafts ready by then, because then I can focus on just updating anything that's physically changed from the PTR and adding in the extra stuff when the MOBA Season 11 update goes live. Down. All the life nodes. Yeah, pretty much. All right. That looks pretty good. All the life nodes. Oh, that looks good. And not everything. Yeah, not everything, exactly, yeah. Yeah, the last thing I want is to be like, oh, I've got 17 guides to do and I've got 4 days, go! That would be my idea of going back to when I was young and stupid and at school and left all my homework till the last minute. And then you're like, oh my God, I've got 2 hours to do 4 weeks worth of work. Ah, la, 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 la. And then you get detention for not doing it. Such lessons we learn when we're silly and young. And we try not to replicate when we're older, but sometimes we do. But I don't want that to be the case here, so we do stuff now. Break instances. Oops. Yeah, Spiritborn stuff at the moment. Profit, yeah. This is a rake build right now. I'm working my way through them bit by bit. Just noticed there's another typo in there, which would have come... Oh, that would have come from here? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, how you doing, Prophet? You good? I've actually got that on another build somewhere. Where is that? There we go. Bum ba dum ba dum. Good old copy and paste. Nailed it. Easy claps. Get rid of all of that. That's how it plays. On day 5, no smoking. Nice. Was that a conscious choice that you've wanted to do for a while? Is it? Sounds good though. Got to try and beat Makuna's speed run pit 100. How fast did he do it in? I think it was under a minute, wasn't it? Which is pretty fast on Spiritborn. How fast did he do it on how fast has he done it on Sork? 134, okay. Did a 138. Is that the top Sork speed run clear? I haven't looked at the leaderboards for a hot minute, if I'm being completely honest with you. $125, okay. It's pretty good. That seems good. Pretty sure I did do a 90 on this. I mean, it's slightly different to what I did on a PTR, but that should be fine. Yeah, I did 90 on all of his. It's only Stinger I did 85 on, yet. Yeah, nothing's really changed about this build. Really. Seems fine. Slap that in there. Don't really need all this extra detail here for these, but I suppose I've got so many characters, I don't need to worry about that right now. I'll just remove that stuff as and when I need to. I don't need to worry about that right now. Right, that should be that guy done, pretty much. I'll give it a quick one over. Oh, I see one thing we change. You accidentally salvaged your strike Stormhorn. Oh, no. You're in the top 5, though. Was it a really good striker Stormhorn, was it? Hey, Crazy Monkey. Thanks for the alert, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've all made that mistake. Bad times, eh? Bad times. Alright, yeah, that seems fine for now. Right. Wow, that's bright. Tick off rake. There we go. Nice. Let me have a look. How similar? What's the time? Alright, cool. Interesting that I slapped the Harlequin's crest on this one. I ended up with slightly different versions of all these builds. This one I didn't use. Yeah. That's why I didn't go for the Harmony of Ibawaka, because I didn't go for the Harmony. I did a 90 on this, actually. And I want to say it was relatively convincing. Let me have a quick look. I've got the video of them all somewhere. Touch of Death 90, yeah. How convincing was this? With this exact setup, I think. I think on this build, if I didn't use the Harlequins, I was... Because you don't hit as often with Touch of Death. You have to wait for them to explode and stuff. It's like a dot until it explodes, the hits. Yeah, this is pretty convincing, 90. What's the boss like? I don't think... Okay, the bossing was a bit slow, I think. Oh, it's no slower than Crushing Hand, but Crushing Hand, I did a 95 in this time. It's alright, actually. I mean, it's actually not too bad. Yeah, no, it's not terrible. It's not fast, but it's not terrible. The 90 took about 12.5 minutes exactly. I was lacking attack speed here. I think that's honestly the problem. I used the Hunter here, yeah. For attack speed. I didn't use Protector. Right, yeah, okay. I am so glad I took that video footage. Hey, easy. Yeah, all good, man. How you doing, dudes? How's the build, guys? Coming Breakpoint? Yeah, good. I've got a draft done for Quill Volley and Rake. I'm just about to go on to Touch of Death. I was just re-looking at the video I did for it to... I didn't update this. I've got the Protector on it, but I actually used the Hunter in the end. I meant to change that there, I think. Did I change it down here? Yeah, I did. I just forgot to change it in that interface. Interestingly, I used the Harlequins here and not the Harmony of Ibawaka. And I can't see... Yeah, I can't see in my... Oh, that's a standard build. That's why. Oh, no. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, interestingly, that's why... I'm wondering if I did that because I was too squishy without it. On Touch of Death, I can't remember. I mean, Touch of Death, while it's ticking away, it does generate you healing, so it goes into your temerity. I have a feeling Touch of Death might have been squishy without Harlequin's Crest because of the way it works. You're exploding them constantly. You're hitting with Touch of Death, but if you apply, and you can have... Yeah, Touch of Death isn't really a hit. Touch of Death, it doesn't apply lots of hits or anything. Touch of Death applies like a dot to enemies, and then it turns into a swarm, and when you spawn more than 3 swarms or something, they explode early and do loads of damage. That's how it works here. Yeah. I have a feeling, even with all the healing, you still were really squishy with no damage reduction in the build. I didn't have Perseverance here. Yeah, the problem with this is you run... Because it's a potency skill, you ran out of skill points. I think I put that on so I didn't have to use Perseverance. I might look at this skill tree and rejig it. The Harmony of Ibawaka would give more damage, for sure. 1 second. What? I still use Prodigy's Tempo. You could get away without the cooldown reduction here. Harmony of Ibawaka would give us more damage, I think. I can't. I did actually stupidly not show my gear at the end of those videos, so I can't remember. I'd have to assume I used the Harlequin's Crest here. Yeah. You're doing good, Easy? Glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it. Just toying whether duelists will be better still. I must have figured. Yeah, you'll get 2 overstacks. You'll get 6 stacks of Frosty. That's 30. But there's no way in hell I'm capping my attack speed here. You need to attack as fast as possible on this build, because the quicker you can spawn your Touch of Deaths, the quicker you can... Yeah, you want to attack as fast as possible, stack as much poisoning, kill them. So you can blow up your swarms quicker. 15, 30 maximum. And then your skill tree, you're going to have... No, your Paragons. You get 12.5 there. 10 there. No, 7.5, sorry. And then, yeah, so you can get 32.5 here. So that's 62.5. You'd want Moonrise again for the attack speed. I mean, I put unyielding hits in here. Not sure if unyielding hits actually scales insatiable aspects, actually. When a swarm is replaced early, it bursts for 300% of the damage it would have done. And that's based upon, yeah, the swarm text down here. When an infection inspires or host dies, a swarm hatches and seeks enemies for 9 seconds, dealing 14% damage per hit. Yeah. So it's 14% of your weapon damage per hit, I think. So unyielding should... Yeah, I think unyielding was changed to scale that. I think that's why... I think that got fixed, if I remember rightly. It was broken before, and now it's fixed. It works. Yeah. But Moonrise would give you more attack speed. That plus... Hey! Monkey Luffy, how's it going, dude? DJ Chrono as well. How you doing, man? Monkey, thank you for the 5 gifted, dudes. That's highly unexpected while I'm doing build planners. Devbot, Geo Eric, Dead Witch Soul, Kirsty Lou Fairy Queen, and the Headache 91. If any of you here, please thank the legend that is Monkey Luffy. That is incredibly generous, dude. Thank you. How you doing, Monkey? Also, give me a number between 1 and 7, Monkey. We'll do a Bean Boozled bean for you. Why not? We'll celebrate your awesomeness. I really should make this build the way I actually tested it on the PTR, but I cannot for the life of me remember if I actually tested this with the same sort of setup as I've done with these other ones with more attack speed in it. You would fit unyielding hits on, assuming you could roll that or one of the others on as a sanctification. It's the same as all these builds. All of these core skill builds or Rod of Ket builds will be Gigo if you can get the right setup with the sanctifications. I'm good, Monkey. I'm good. That'll be a super dirty bean. I've run out of wasabi beans again. Surprise, surprise. Always do. All right, here we go. I'll go to the big screen for you. Why not? What we got here? This is Booger or Juicy Pear. Big old green bean. Thank you so much, Monkey. That's very kind. I really do appreciate it. What are you playing at the moment, Monkey? Let's see what this bean is. I think that's meant to be Juicy Pear, but I said this the other day when I had one of these. It just tastes like paint stripper, to be honest. It's not great. I don't really know what boogers taste like, but yeah, I think that's meant to be Juicy Pear. It's got some sort of sweet in there. It just doesn't taste very... It's not very pear-like, should I say. But I appreciate it. Appreciate you, dude. You're playing Arc Raiders? Hey, nice. I was playing that the other day. Getting slaps. I slapped a few people, and I got slapped a few times. Well, hopefully hear some news on the new D4 season soon. Particularly the new patch notes will be good. Because then I can go through and update all these guides with the final, well, you know, near enough final version, I suppose. Let me just pour myself a drink here. Now my mouth tastes of, like, sugary paint stripper. Good times. But, yeah, I mean, the new season's going to drop pretty much straight on top of PoE 2, so that's interesting. I'm fairly certain, if I remember rightly, fixed an issue where Touch of Death didn't spawn a swarm if the target was killed by the initial strike. Fixed an issue where Poised Touch of Death did not get applied when core skills hits twice. Okay, that's nothing to do with unyielding hits then. I thought there was, actually. No. I think you need Moonrise. You need it's the only way you're going to be able to cap your attack speed, even remotely cap it. to be honest. Yeah. It's got less. I mean, it's only a 1.6x multiplier. And this is a 2.3. You've got to run the Hunter. It's the only way you can generate your ferocity here. Doing the Protector won't work here. But yeah, if you do run that, you get that. That's 15. 15 here, so that's 30. I mean, I suppose you could run attack speed on the amulet as well. $30. If you run Moonrise, that's 50. You got 32.5 in a Paragon. That's 82.5. You're still under by 17.5. How on earth am I going to solve that? Lowen! Also at the 5 gifted. Holy crap. You started a golden Kappa train. Well, I think that's only the second time I ever had one of those. Nice. Dude, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's very kind. Raziel, Profit Gaming, Bloodshed. You hit Bloodshed. That's awesome. Mulgars and 2-wheel train. If any of you here, please thank Lowen for the very kind gift sub. That is awesome, dude. Thank you. Give me a bean number, dudes. Give me a bean number. No more ads for you awesome people. That's very kind. Golden Kappa train. I'm going to get like some funky golden emote for it. Was it? You get it for a week or something, don't you? I think I've only ever had it once. I didn't know what it was last time. Oh, you earn it for 24 hours. Okay. How funny. That is actually really funny. Hey, Monkey with the bits as well. Dude. Thank you for the bits, Monkey. Oh, is that one of the new things you just did? Oh, it is. They've added this combos thing, haven't they? They've literally just added it. I was reading up on it the other day because I was like, what on earth is this? It's appeared on my channel. And then hey, Gamer Dork, how's it going? Happy holidays. Oh, that's very kind of you, Lone. I really do appreciate you and all the support you guys give me, and you specifically, Lone. You give me quite a lot this month, and I really do. That isn't lost on me. Yeah, how you doing, Gamer Dork? You good? Well, level 4 hype train when I'm doing build guides. That's very, puts a smile on me. Zane, what do you miss? I am doing build guides. I'm just trying to get my head around to touch the death build here. Attack speed is the name of the game on these builds, to be honest, to a degree. You want to get to at least 120 attack speed, and at the moment I'm struggling to see how I do that. I don't use duelists here either. I would have taken this for the core skill ranks, which scales up your swarm damage. And it's got up to 300% core skill damage on it, which is pretty nice. Duelists will only give me, the 5 ranks will only give me 2.5% damage on Furnace. But it does give you another 25% attack speed. So that plus Hunter, that would give you 11. That's 55%. On top of 82.5 max capped out. That's what, 137.5. That's probably as good as you're going to get on this build. I think the breakpoint's around 125. 120 to 125. So you need to be above that. 82.5. 6 stacks of 30. Doesn't quite get me there. That's if I had Moonrise on. If I didn't have Moonrise on, we wouldn't get there. So I'd need Moonrise, otherwise you're not going to hit that breakpoint. And then unyielding hits will have to be rolled on. I mean, this is actually, you might put unyielding hits instead of aspects of adaptability on here. I mean, I did the math earlier. Where is it? Ring. If I had 225 max resource, the ring is better than unyielding. But if you've got 200, you'll probably get more than 200 though. So I think adaptability still beats unyielding. This did do a pit 90 though, even without that extra attack speed, I suppose. I suppose you're only going to hit like 30 attack speed here, max 32.5 in a Paragon Ward, 62.5, and you get 30 from... Yeah, 82.5. 62.5. Monkey Luffy with another 5 gifted. Dude. Fania, Teslan, Knuckle Up Gaming, Magneto, and Lassamister. Please thank Monkey Luffy for the very kind gift sub. Dude, thank you. That's extremely generous. Give me another bean number. You pushed it to a level 5 golden kappa train. That's awesome. Thank you. Did you? Yes, I've made a rake build saying, yeah. That is the last one I did. It's right here. I've got to update it when I get the final patch notes. Honestly, my take is this isn't by default the strongest core skill build. But I think all these core skill builds are going to be pretty damn good if you can get crazy sanctifications. I just need confirmation if you can get the offensive aspects in those slots, if you get lucky, because you couldn't on the PTR. They were bugged, apparently, but we don't know for sure, so I need to know for sure. Hyrule also with the 5 gifted, pushing it almost to a level 6 golden kappa. Monkey Luffy, you got hit back by Hyrule. Nice! I suppose that's karma, right? Anime Fists, Casual Versailles, Snowdog, and Spikenon. Please thank Hyrule for the kind gift sub. That is awesome. Give me some B numbers, guys. I need 1 from Hyrule, 1 from Monkey Luffy. Sub, mate. I know, right? I'm a little bit taken back. That's very kind. Thanks, guys. Oh, man. That's such a low amount of attack speed. It's sad. Hey, the bits as well, Lone. Pushing it. Was that pushing it to a level 6 hype train? So wait till we start. I think so, right? Yeah, nice. Thank you, Lone. Thank you for the bits, dude. Well, I haven't had any B numbers, but if you guys want to give me B numbers, just throw them in the channel. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, under 100% cap on your attack speed in this build is pretty low. You would want higher than this. Oh, no, there might be one thing I'm missing here. 1 second. I missed this in another build before. No, I didn't use it here. Okay. Or did I? No, I didn't. There is a board that gives you attack speed, but it gives you 20% attack speed. But it only gives you 30% damage, so it's kind of like you never use it because it's something we actually gave feedback on it. I'm hoping they make it 60% damage. And it doesn't have attack speed on it by default, so it's like you take a 20% board, but these boards give you 12.5 anyway. And one of them, this gives you 7.5. But you could, for example, not take Convergence, and you could take the attack speed board, which would give you another 12.5, and you'd get the 60x damage. But yeah. There is a build I used that on, though, because it helped with the attack speed thing. So, yeah, Moonrise is going to be needed, I think. That puts you up to 50. And then you get 30 from... Well, it's only 50, plus you get 32.5. One more roll of attack speed would get you there, which you could do on the amulet as well. I'd have to sacrifice some straight-up damage for it, but maybe it's worth it. Because then... you would only need the 6 stacks to get you to 100. That would get you to 127.5, which is your breakpoint. And then you could keep the Path of Emissary on, which gives you crazy movement speed and core skill ranks and core skill. And I'm hoping impairment reduction will be just deleted from life and changed to something good. I mean, the other part on here is not that useful to us, if I'm being completely honest. But, you know, you can put... You could put a point in here and up here to get extra barrier gen. It is possible. You just don't need it. think I don't know what we'd replace. I guess max resource. You probably wouldn't GA that by default. Yeah, that would get you to your breakpoint. Yeah, and then you'd have to try and get unyielding hits on the sanctification somewhere, but that is different to what I cleared a pit. I can't test it. I should have tested that on the PTR, really, shouldn't I? Number 3, Monkey Luffy. Hi, Rude. Did you want me to do a bean? I don't think I missed you typing it. Yeah, headaches. Very kind. Sorry, did I miss? I think I said them out. But good. Okay. No, I did. Yeah, I did say them. Yeah. Oh yeah, number 3. What we got? Here we go. Sort of just fighting in my head. Should I just put what I put up there? That is a very low amount of attack speed. I don't think I tested that as excess up I just talked about there. It's not percent dex either on PTR. It's a flat value dexterity. You could technically suffer a dexterity here and go for attack speed, max resource. That's probably better than just a dexterity. It's hard to tell, really. Let's go over here a second. Monkey Luffy. Oh. Again, Lowen with the 5 gifted as well. Jockle76, Project D815, the Laren Lupus, Nestline, and Dracula. Please thank Lowen for the kind gift sub. Thank you, Lowen. Give me a bean number if you want to, Lowen. I know you may or may not. It's really up to you. But Monkey Luffy, here's number 3 for you. Bubble gum or blue cheese. Let's see what we got. Hopefully we get a bad one this time. That is, in fact, bubblegum. I win again. I'm starting to feel bad for Monkey Luffy now. The beans must be looking at all of this pain and torture I'm doing on his build guys and feels sorry upon me. Thank you so much, Monkey, though. Hype train success. Nice. Thank you so much, everybody, for the hype train. That is not something I ever expect, let alone when I'm sitting here doing build guides on stream. So I really do appreciate you guys. That is crazy generous. All right, let's start making this guide, and I will figure the rest out as I go. Now, I haven't done, funnily enough, a Touch of Death build since, like, Season 6. October, I think I must have booted this up at some point. So that says 2025, but it's certainly... Oh, no, this got updated because they updated the engine, I think. Oh, no, that can't be right. They didn't do that till November. When did I update this? This is Season 6. I don't know what... I must have accidentally saved something here. I was going to say, I haven't done anything with this. This is massively out of date. Look at it. Right. I will literally just straight update this one, probably. And remove the video. A lot of copy-pasting to happen. Well, that is true. I won't have as many bubblegums next time. That is true. Another number 3 to get that bubblegum taste out of my mouth. Oh, it's like that, is it, Lowen? Okay. And what happens if I get bubblegum again? Do we just scream rigged? Okay. Here's another number 3 for you. Bubblegum or blue cheese. Let's see what we got. That is, in fact, bubblegum again! Rigged! There's only one more of those. What's the chances that that one's cheese? Oh, dear. Sorry, guys. I do appreciate you, though. I feel bad now. Rigged, yeah. That looks a little bit better. I'm going to have to get him to update that rigged emote again. He's made it a bit clear. I'm going to have to talk to him. The text is so small you can barely read it. There's not enough space between like the bits where you can make out what the letters are. It's better than it was though. It was just like a block of text before. You couldn't even see what it said. I like the nice one a lot, but that rigged one just doesn't quite do the same. So I'm gonna have to get him. I'm gonna have to mention to him, send him some pictures when I next order some stuff. I feel bad because he did a lot of extra stuff for me on the last order. I normally wait to make an order and then go, oh, by the way, all this other stuff you give me, can you make this amendment and this one and this one and this one? I'm smart like that. It saves me money. Oh, dear. I have bought a lot of stuff from him, though, so I think he's quite nice to me because I've been working with him for quite some time now. Right, we're going to copy-paste all this stuff, and I will decide what I'm going to do with the build afterwards. I'm probably going to play the Touch of Death at some point this season, if I'm being completely honest. It's quite a fun build. I haven't played it since Season 6. I can still taste the paint stripper pear, though, honestly. It's like a really sweet paint stripper. That's what it tastes like. Yeah, that's what I think. Obviously, animating, you'll have to animate it different. Or I would actually get him to try it diagonally first, just to see if he can make the letters just a little bit bigger. And tell him to maybe change the shadow on it. So you look at the nice one, it's got the shadow underneath it, like the 3D shadow underneath it, and it emphasizes the letters. You can't actually see the shadow under the letters on rigged right now. I think there is one. It's just so dark you can't really see it. You need some color that's really bright, like that shows, that doesn't conflict too much. And then, yeah, they need to be slightly bigger with more space so you can see, like, the bits, you can see the hole in the R, for example. Yeah. So I'll probably get him to do that first rather than splitting up. And then if it really needs to be split, then I'll figure that out. Yeah. Yeah, it crossed my mind as well. Right, this is good. I will change the name of this as well. I've got a new naming convention. Is Touch of Death with a capital in the O or not? You can see it. Look how old this version of this build is. Season 6 is the last time I updated this. Yeah, it's non-capital. Good. Deathborn. Season 6. Go to Season 10. Off, and away we go. I won't tag anything off meta till I know for sure. This will probably be okay for Infernal Hordes, honestly. Yeah, because you'll have the Hunter to jump around, mobility-wise, and then you just attack. And as long as you're attacking fast, your swarms just blow up and blow everything up. The quicker you attack and apply the swarm, the quicker you apply the Touch of Death on them, the quicker your old one gets replaced. And when your old one gets replaced, I think it creates the swarm, which replaces the old swarm, that blows it up. So the quicker you attack, the quicker you blow the things up, I think. Something like that. I don't really know what dungeon push refers to. Oh, I'll leave it as that right now. I mean, this should be able to do bosses. It's just, the thing with Touch of Death is you've got a slight delay in when you attack with it. You have to wait for the Touch of Death to change the swarm and then the swarms to be replaced so they explode. So it's not like you can just one-tap a boss. So I probably won't call it a boss killer for now. Two-wheel train. When is Season 11 scheduled? We haven't got an official date yet, but you've got to, we just presume it's going to be the week of the game of the Game Awards, the Game of the Year Awards, which is not next week but the week after. And I'm assuming we'll have some form of public announcement about it at some point in the nearest future. But yeah, TBD. Not too long away. Oh, no worries, Loan. Thank you again so much, Loan. Have a great rest of your night, dude. I'll catch you soon. I'm only going to put 3 strengths and 3 weaknesses maximum. High damage output. Yeah, it's got pretty good clearance on it, this, because the way it explodes. I mean, it's a relatively easy play style as well. It's not... That will matter more to most people. I mean, we're using the Hunter. Mobility is not going to be average here. We can just do that. Ah! What have we done there? Yeah, that one, I'm not using the Hunter on. That's why I put that there. Fine. Oh, no, you lost your Necro last night. Oh, no. Well, you still got a couple of weeks left. You could start another one. It won't take you as long on your next one, will it? In theory. Right, I really might as well just delete all this stuff. I'm gonna copy paste delete all of it from another build. This is all so old now, it's just completely and utterly out of sync to everything else. So we'll just do this. T4. Okay. So I have the insatiable aspect. Yes. Mandatory to have. I'm wondering, now the Harmony of Ibawaka, I think I might have used the Harmony of Ibawaka here, and I think that will give you more damage overall, but you would be a lot squishier. The more attack speed, the quicker your cooldown reduction happens due to Prodigy's tempo. And I'm going to change some things to help solve that. The damage reduction, yeah. I'm probably just going to follow this suit. Like, the Harlequins is nice. It shouldn't, in theory, even with the +4 ranks to all skills. And the 18 max resource, giving you the double dip in damage on Rod of Kep and the adaptabilities on your rings. You're not even getting as much from the amulet there. Right, yeah, Hunter. This is not a lot different. I mean, the skills selection hasn't changed that much, actually. It's changed a little bit, but not that much. Yeah, so I used Gorilla. That's extra barrier gen. Is there a reason why I used that? And not Jaguar. I suppose I wanted that for Dominant. And then you go Eagle down here for the old 20% vulnerable damage. You could run them the other way around, though. If you run the Harmony of Ibawaka. You get slightly less multiplicative damage, but you get your vulnerable application and your movement speed. I think the reason I didn't use the Harmony of Ibawaka, honestly, it gives you that damage, but the other thing, the Harmony of Ibawaka unlocks all these extra passives for you. But where it's a centipede skill, you're going to want these. And you're going, it's a poison skill, so you're going to want nourishment, which means you've got to spend 4 points here, 6 points there. I just didn't have 6, and it's a potency skill, so you're going to take vehemence. You just didn't have any points to put in brilliance or anything. There literally just wasn't any points left anywhere. You could take a Dazzle Scourge out. That could be done. But you need Perseverance as well. I didn't even take Perseverance. And that's why I was so squishy. I mean, 0 damage reduction was bad. So I can actually kind of see why I went the way I went here. You ran out of skill points, essentially. I ran out of skill points. I didn't even max out diminishment. I would take that point out of Daxable Scourge actually and put it in here, I think. Because you got so much healing anyway from Touch of Death and such. Yeah. That extra 5% damage reduction there. I don't necessarily need to have those 3 points there. I could take those out. So we could go into Perseverance. Yeah, we could take those out, go Perseverance. Lose that point. Max out Perseverance. So I could go Harmony of Ibawaka. Go back to the ring. Got no resource cost reduction on this build. So I am losing damage there. If you went Eagle Primary, you wouldn't need Lucky Vulnerable anymore. Yeah, this is every 15th time you deal direct damage. So your swarms deal direct damage, but Touch of Death is actually a dot damage build until you create the swarms. So unless you take Ravager with the extra hits on elites, that's not going to kick in that often. This means we can deal Thorns damage, so I'm going to take a guess I put Revenge in here somewhere. I did, yeah. That allows you to use Revenge as a glyph. Unfortunately, the main Centipede glyph is kind of rubbish in the new season because the middle bit's all about hitting crowd-controlled enemies, and there's a load of elites that have Unstoppable on them, so they kind of suck. There's so many elites that had Unstoppable on it, that glyph just wouldn't give you that damage. Hey, Johnny. Yeah, man. How you doing, dude? So the Harmony of Ibawaka would give you 120x. That's quite nice. That gives you I mean, you get like 88% movement speed. If you put... Yeah, that's right. If you put Moonrise on, that's your 100% attack. That's your 100% movement speed. So you don't need... You don't really need Eagle here. I tried this with Law's Mantle. It sucks. Unless they drastically change the poisoning damage on Centipede, it wasn't great. And that doesn't accumulate into the swarms. So, yeah. Doesn't really work very well. I can see why I did it this way around. You go for... You get the biggest damage multipliers now on Gorilla. Dominance better than Ferocity. And Resilient is still somewhat useful, even with just one skill on the bar. And then you get a 20x vulnerable damage multiplier there, which is nice. And I don't have Unstoppable. That is a problem. You would need to put it in here. Which again then needs me to find more points. God knows where from. Well, you can get away without Perseverance if you've got the Harlequins on. Yeah, the 120x damage is pretty nice, though. Oh, okay. I'll probably change unyielding with Moonrise with the attack speed benefit. And I think I might change... I've got two options. Do I change max resource? Changing max resource is probably less damage lost than changing Path of Emissary, so I can get duelists on there. But then if you roll to Path of Emissary, you can literally just get bare bones Path of Emissaries that roll half decent. And then just keep rolling them until you get duelists on there. And as long as you get max duelists, that just gives you another 25x attack speed, in which case you won't need attack speed on here anymore. So, yeah, I could sort of see where I was going with this. Okay, Gorilla. I went Eagle Gorilla here, but I'll go Gorilla Eagle. Have I got one that's that way round? Swear I must have one of these somewhere. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum. I got Eagle there, okay. Don't know if I've actually done one. I swear I have done one with Gorilla as the primary at some point. Okay, I might have to rewrite the primary then. It doesn't look like I've got one. Thought for some reason I did, but apparently not. Okay. I'm just wondering. Putting Gorilla there. Yeah, unlocks the ability to apply Thorns damage on all your attacks. That allows you to use the Revenge Glyph. But other than that, and it gives you a bit more barrier gen, I suppose. Making all your skills Gorilla skills without the Evil Walker on. Yeah, it's mainly for Dominant I've taken that. 15x damage. They were changing that. Have they actually updated that correctly in here? Swear they were changing the Centipede primary hall. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Damage reduction per stack up to 4%, okay. Hey, Bone Mill. Yeah, no worries, Bone Mill. Like I said, I can sort something else out with you at some point. We'll figure it out. Hey, he's a sickler. How you doing, dude? Hey, Fruit of Bravo. How you doing, man? I was sort of considering, do we just not If we're using the Harlequins, you could put Centipede in, and then you've just got crazy damage reduction, but you probably don't need that. Yeah, we're only really... You get 2 benefits from this. You apply your Thorns damage, so you can use Revenge Glyph, and then you unlock Dominant, which is a nice addition. If we respec into Perseverance, we absolutely could put in the Harmony of Ebawaka, probably. Which is probably what I'll recommend. Okay, let's try this, though. I swear I'd written this one already. There we go. Change that to primary. Yeah, gonna update that while I'm here. Leave that bit at the top there because it's a leveling guide. Oops. There you go. Oh, yeah. There you go. Makes sense. So that one. Hey, Irina, how's it going? How's it going? Gambled and got a 90. Nice. Okay. Save that. Right, yeah, Harmony Bibawaka seems reasonable. I mean, you're absolutely going to wear that in T4 before your Mythic version. And change that. I've got 2 Zols in there. Don't gamble, guys. Yeah, Arena, indeed, indeed. Well, boss and Legion in 3 minutes. Nice. Thank you for letting us know. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. I'll probably put Resilient or something on here. Just, well, it's not going to give you much life, is it? Oh, well. It'll give you some extra life. Comes at a premium at this stage. Attack speed is a must. Core skills are nice because you're converting to a core skill. Vortex size. Yeah, you haven't even got redirected force on here, but that's another one you could. This is the thing. There's so many aspects and uniques to choose from on Spiritborn. Like Chaos uniques really unlocks a lot of power because you could shift the uniques and put your aspects on. So that's why Spiritborns were so strong, because they've got so much choice across so many builds. The sanctifications, as long as you can do the offensive aspects on top of the items, it will unlock a lot of that power we got from this current season in a way. The Rake build won't be there because you won't have the powers that enable it, but you will still get a lot of power creep from the sanctifications. Temerity, absolutely. Igni Cry. How do I unequip? Delete. Here we go. Insatiable. Yeah, so I went for Nourishment, interestingly, because that is... Well, Nourishment's only 4% of rank. Dominant would be better. Dominant and Apex would be better. I don't know why I put that one there. That's weird. And, well... Max resource is nice. I was kind of considering. You might actually do that. How did I do this on the rate build? Yeah. I listened to about a half of it, yeah. It was okay. I'll listen to it properly again at some point. What would be the best sanctification outprint? Yeah, getting a legendary aspect, probably. But we need to wait for the final patch notes in case that gets changed drastically, because they did say they're making some changes around that, so we need to see what those changes will be. I mean, dexterity is a skill scaler, so that's quite nice. Max resource is nice. The more of that you've got, the more diminishing returns that becomes. That'd be a maximum of 45, 65 with Moonrise, and you get 32.5 maximum from your Paragon. So it's actually 92.5. You lose a bit of dex. I can't remember how much dex you can get on that. Let's have a look quickly. What's the maximum dexterity you can get now? 153. It's quite a lot. Can't remember how much damage that'll give you, but it's a decent chunk. Would that outweigh? Actually, I might be able to see roughly, actually, if I look in here. I don't think they changed the scaling on the skill damage scalers based on how much dex you've got and stuff. Let's have a look. And get a rough idea. I'll take off an item that's got somewhat close to that. You remember once you said you were into long distance running? Yeah, 1 second. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, that came off fast. Sorry. Honestly, I can't remember. I haven't done any proper running in ages. I had shin splints really bad. I used to run. I was never really a fast runner. But I used to do 5k in like... I used to chill. I can't even remember, you know. My run from here, my usual run from here and back would normally be about 7 kilometers. And I'd normally do that in around 30 minutes. But I wasn't exactly pegging it, to be honest. I don't think I ever raced 5 kilometers when I was training. I never really did it for racing, as per se. It was around that time. Might have been a little bit longer. I really can't remember. I didn't really track it. 10k. I don't know. All I know is when I was training for the marathon, I could do a half in under 2 hours. I did that a few times. And I didn't absolutely blow myself out doing it. I probably could have been a few minutes quicker. That's probably a better scale. Pegging? well, oh, no, that can mean a few different things, but I meant it in the sense of moving fast, not in the sense that you mean, Agrafane, you filthy git, you. Oh, dear. Right, skill damage, 292. I need to find something with dexterity on it. Okay, that's got 183. That's pretty close. 292.5. So I lost 28.2 for 183. A maximum of 153 next season, at least what we knew. So it'll be a bit less. It'll be like... Uh, 183 divided by 153. No, wrong way around. 153 divided by 183 equals 83%. And then we'll just multiply that by 28. So I'd lose 23% skill damage from that dex. Is it worth it? Is it worth it for the attack speed? I don't know. So I wouldn't need this if you had duelists down here. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do here. I know what I'm going to do. We're going to recommend what I originally had here. So an extra rank in this would give you 1 extra rank, I think it believe. So it'll give you 5% multiplicative damage or 6% multiplicative damage. This would give you 8 more resource. 8 more resource gives you 8 times 0.6. So that's 4.8%, and an 8 times 7.5. So you're up to 1.5 times 4, 6%. But it's diminished return. So that 6% is almost certainly going to be like 2%, or maybe somewhere between 2 and 3%. And the other one's going to be somewhere between 1 and 2%. Probably safer to assume Apex is going to be better here. Actually, funny enough, I did diamonds across the board on this one for some reason. Hey, Lee Carras, how's it going, man? How's it going? Thanks for the follow, dudes. How you doing? How you doing? How's your day been, man? You're happy with walking, doing 15.5-mile splits? Nice. You went from not running at all to running 5K in 25 minutes today. Oh, that's, yeah, I mean, 5K in 25 minutes is pretty decent. To be honest, I know I was doing a kilometer at one point at my fastest when I was training, but I wasn't training for a 5K race. I was training for the marathon. I was doing a kilometer every 5.5 minutes. I was aiming for 5.5 to 5 minutes 45 per kilometer, but that was based on the fact that I was doing long distance. I don't think I'd run them much faster because I was causing strain on my ankles anyway, doing as much running as I was. That's why I got shin splints. I'm not a natural born runner, to be honest. Yeah. Hey, the golden capper. Nice. That looks awesome. Hey, Tegan, how's it going? How's it going? Sorry, I was just checking something here. Hey, Agravain. I've just seen you messaging on the other platform as well. Sorry, I've just seen that. I really should get used to looking at that more. I'm still not used to it, to be honest. You were so much faster back in the day. Grew up near New York City projects. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, you're good, Tegan. Glad to hear it. Anime Fists. To be a gamer, I was definitely naturally born to be a gamer. Yes, that is definitely true. Yes, Anime Fist. Yeah, that's true. Good times. Yeah, right. I know what I'm going to do with this. We're going to stick with dexterity because it's quite a decent chunk of... what you're trying to do is you're actually... bigger numbers is good, but it's all relative to how much is in that damage bucket anyway. Dexterity generally is GOAT over most stuff because it's at a premium and it's its own damage multiplier. So, yeah. Okay, the ring... Dex, max, life. Lucky vulnerable can go on the bottom. Attack speed. We haven't got life on hit on this build, but we got so much life sustain anyway. We should be okay. I think. And then maybe they'll change fuel to be life on hit like I requested. Maybe. I did have Hunter cooldown in here. I want to say resource cost reduction would be better. I mean, this would scale your damage. And I think with the increased attack speed we're going to put on this build, you're going to reset with Prodigy's tempo anyway. That will be good, I think. Although saying that, Hunter's ranks is pretty low. You'd have 5 ranks with Prodigy's tempo on. So that's 20%. So yeah, you have to up to 15 attacks. That's fine enough, probably. I did have Hunter cooldown in there. Maybe I'll leave that in there for now. We could optimize this out later on. It does kind of make sense to have Hunter cooldown reduction in there. I mean, I was reliant on the fact you have the 30% cooldown reduction on the Harlequins as well. But you get some cooldown on the Ring of Midnight Sun. You can theoretically run cooldown reduction on the ring as well now, but I don't think you're going to need it on these Prodigy's tempo builds, really. Honestly. I was watching the I mean, the Hunter's got a built-in sort of like reset anyway, but I was watching some of the videos, and it's like the Hunter just resets so fast. You should be fine, I think. But I think these are all going to be diamonds. But yeah, that's very impressive, Fruits Brava, for sure. Yeah, very impressive. All right, Harmony. Yeah, okay, that's wrong. We'll put Might in there for now as a source of damage reduction. Moonrise for the attack speed. Temerity. You can realistically double GA, so we'll do that. You're going to want that. Apex. Attack speed, absolutely. And that's meant to be cooldown. I don't know why that's got crit damage on it. Alright, that's looking fine. Season 11 needs to get here now, Tremaine. Yeah, man. How you doing, dude? How you doing? I imagine there'll be a few people thinking that it is going to directly clash with PoE 2. So I'm imagining, I imagine there'll be a few people who are a little bit lost as to what they're going to play first, but they're pretty much landing on top of each other. So I imagine there'll be some people that'll go play PoE 2 first, and that's okay. I mean, it's a fun game, isn't it? It's going to have a pretty major update coming, so it would make sense. Oh, yeah. We're not using the Hesher on this build, so we get rid of this. We've got all of those. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aspects of Might. Insatiable, which I don't. No, you can't get it from a dungeon. Pock Quacks. And then we want Igni. Cry. You definitely want to put in on this build because of the way that the swarms explode. Yeah. No, we're not going to put life on hit on here. I mean, life on hit's really nice, but you've got quite a lot of life, like on heal and stuff on this build. It's all been good. Been grinding some extra hours of work so I can get some PC upgrades. Nice. What PC upgrades are you looking to get? You got no idea what you're going to play? But you want to start like now. Black Ops is getting... Yeah, I actually heard Black Ops didn't succeed as well this time. Like it... I don't know. It's just what I read, right? I mean, whether it's true or not. I just heard it's not gone down as well as previous installments in the Black Ops era. Art Raiders is fun. But I only play it once in a while, so I guess I'm not smashing it every day. So I can see where you come. It's a sort of game that you're either really into, or it is going to become a bit samey after a bit, for sure. I guess I just don't hit that point because I don't play it enough. But yeah, it'll come around soon enough. I'm, for one, glad that I've got at least a little bit more time to do these guides on. I've still got quite a lot to do here. Right, I'm just going to reset this tree here and redo this. It really doesn't matter which one of these I choose. Yeah, I maxed these out. Okay, I figured I probably did. I actually won't take that there, but we will take these. I do want all the diminishments, so I'm going to figure that out, how we make that work. I do want perseverance, so we're going to have to figure out how to make that work too. It's just, because you've got the centipede baked in, and you got these two nodes, and you've got the extra poison damage here, so it's like so much extra damage stuff to take. Those. You need to max that out because you want the ranks. That does scale your swarms. You need that poison touch. You have to take it. Yeah, Touch of Death's infection heals you for 2% of your maximum life per second for a total of 18% life. You heal any remaining when the swarm hatches. So basically, the faster you can apply a Touch of Death, the faster your swarm hatches, and then you just heal yourself for like crazy amounts of life. So this is why you don't need life on hit. If you've got enough attack speed, you're just going to heal yourself like no tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. Right, you need to max all these out, of course. And then that leaves us with 4 points. Okay. You probably want to max that out. Oh, well, this is it, right? You need to max out. And then that's it. I've run out of 1 point short. That's 5x against healthy, 2.5 against all normal. Which is not as bad as losing a point in follow through. Oh, sorry, no, losing a point. Yeah, losing a point in follow through is not as bad. Which is probably what I've got to do here, to be honest. Hopefully you got enough resource gen. Coots, how's it going, dudes? It has actually been a minute. I was actually thinking about you the other day. Thinking it'd been a while. I remember you saying last time you jumped in you were going to be mega busy. Dude, the 12 months as well. And at tier 3. Dude, Season 11's going to be a good one. It's landing straight on top of PoE 2, but that does mean the people playing D4 will actually be hardcore D4 players, and the game's changing up quite a bit, so it should be quite fun, I think. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to be blasting. How you doing, man? Give me 3 bean numbers, dude. We got to do it. Got to do it. Let me know. Hey, Tremaine with the Prime as well. Tremaine, thank you, man. I appreciate you guys. I really do hope you've been keeping well, Coots. It has been a minute. I've just got to quickly math the resource gen here. We are taking Measured Ravager instead of Replenished Ravager. So that's 30%. And that gives you some mobility, which is kind of nice. And it doesn't matter. You don't have to direct. You don't have to aim with Touch of Death, which is why this one was fine. You can just keep bashing. So that gives you 30%. This is multiplicative. It's not additive. So if you get 6 ranks on your rod, giggity, and you put 1 here, that's 7. You get 1 on your Shroud of Death, that's 8. So that's 40%. 70%. You're going to get a bunch from your Shrouds. Yeah, once you've got GA of resource gen in your Shrouds and you've got your Intelligence one, you get to hundreds. It's no problem. You don't need to put 2 ranks in here. 3, 4, and 5. Nice. Tease. Oh, yeah. Well, there are some new emotes as well, Cooch, yes. One of them was requested. 1 second. Do I even have any 5s? Have I actually run out of... Oh, no, I have. I've got them there. Okay. 2. I don't have... Okay, 3. No, I don't actually have any number 4s, so I'll just have to take a super dirty one, I suppose. Right, 3. Oops. It's a can off. That's bad. Oh. Let's put that there. 3, 4, and 5. Right, there we go. Let's take that one. Man, this is a proper oldie from My Maiden. I love this track. It's not a common one. Right, and a super dirty bean. We'll throw... Oh, God, you got lucky. You got the worst of the worst beans. Nice. Not. All right, well, I won't do that one last. I'll do that one second, I guess. Well, I'll do it first, actually, because then at least the others can't be as bad. I'll do it second. We'll do it second. Okay. Let's come over here a second. Hey, Polymix, how's it going? All right, Coots, thank you so much for the... Honestly, dude, really do appreciate your support. It's obviously incredibly generous. And 12 months as well is a big one. That's a whole year, which is... I still blow my mind. I've started hitting people that are getting to that year to 2, you know, over a year mark. So, absolutely. Yeah, right. Number 3. Bubble gum or blue cheese? Let's see what we got. This should be blue cheese because I've had 2 bubble gums last. That is actually bubble gum as well. 3 bubble gums in a row. I feel like the next one is going to be very bad. Very, very bad. Because, Coach, you pulled a puke bean. Puke or peach. I'll get my drink ready for this one. I'm dreading this. I dread these beans. The puke is so bad. Right. I gotta, like, build myself up for it. Alright, okay, let's just do it. That is definitely puke. Oh, God. I can't chew this sodding bean. It tastes too bad. Oh, fuck no. I'm swallowing it. They are, hands down, the most god-awful thing that anyone's ever created. Why? Just why? All right, last one. Chili or cherry? Oh, that tastes rancid, and I barely even bit into it. That is 100% chili as well. Yeah, it definitely is. I can tell when you bite into it. Because you don't... Oh, yeah. You don't get sweet. You just get a kick of, like... Spicy puke. Nice. Well, you got 2 out of 3, Coots. Cheers. Cheers, everyone. At least we've got some banging Iron Maiden in the background to make my life a little bit better while I suffer a puke in my mouth. I agree. Imagine being a tester for those beans. Also, oh man, spicy puke is not the one. You've got the Arc Raiders. You've been playing some Arc Raiders because I see you've got the badge for it. I was playing some Arc Raiders. It's pretty fun. Yeah, that wasn't ideal. I'm going to be honest. Definitely not ideal. Right. Oh, man. Yeah, you wouldn't get to 100% generation here until you got your Shroud. I don't think. You'd be pretty close, though. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I was doing solos on stream last Friday. I had some pretty funny rounds. Actually, I have got one pretty funny one, which you might be able to hear. I'll find you the link. One sec. It's in my clips. You can't actually see the kill, which is unfortunate. But you can hear my aftermath from me giggling away. There you go. And if you watch it in full screen, you'll see me turn around and look at the guy who insta like quits and kills himself because he's just so mad. That guy, the background is, that guy camped me for 15 minutes and I knew I couldn't get out without him killing me because of the way he would have been able to camp me. I was stuck in this room and he eventually left and I killed him. It was hilarious. I was wetting myself. Guy camped me for legit 15 minutes. And I nearly died to him still because he could die so quickly. I had like literally like 2 HP or something left, you know. Super low. I was cracking up though. It was so funny. Absolutely wetting myself. I think this will be fine because I noticed this on the PTR. I did notice that these are multiplicative. So it actually scales it up by 1 point. If this is 45%, it gives it a 1.45 and this gives it a 1.3. They actually multiply to each other. Something like that. One of them actually multiplies. It acts as a separate multiplier. I can't remember which one it is. It might be Vigorous. Yeah, that's increased. Yeah, okay, yeah. Vigorous is multiplicative. A Measured Ravager is an increased. That's a additive there. Yeah. That's right. So yeah, if you got the Shroud and you've got 12% resource gen on your temper or something, and you got the GA 80, so you get 30% there, 30% there, and then you got, that's right. So you get 60%, and then you would need a, what? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Divide, not times. That would work, wouldn't it? No. Screw it, I'm doing it the wrong way around. That's why it's 60 divided by 100. There we go. No. Yeah. Either way, I got it to over 100. I just can't remember exactly how. Hey, Crazy Monkey coming in with a raise. How's it going, man? Thank you so much. Let me get you a shout out here, my dudes. Let me get you a cheeky shout out here. There we go. Is that working? Yes. Nice. Thank you so much for the raid, dudes. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. I am Immortalize, the Spiritborn lead for Mobalytics. Crazy Monkey here is an awesome part of the D4 community, guys. If you haven't checked him out, please go give him some love when he's live. I see him around other people's channels all the time. He's live when I'm not, so it's worth checking out. Oh, nice. How was your stream? What were you up to in your stream? I appreciate the raid, dude. Thank you, man. I feel like you do want those 2 ranks still. I just don't know where on earth I get them from. You're such a premium here. You have to suffer damage or defense one way or another. You just can't do it. It's just too many things to take. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. I'm sitting there like, I'm sure it'll be fine. Once you've got the shroud, it'll be fine. GA on that. GA on the resource gen. That's 36%. 30% from that. That's 66%. 7 ranks in there. Should be good. 8 ranks in there with the shroud. Should be fine. Yeah. At this stage, to be honest, it might actually be... I've got the Hunter cooldown reduction. I'm still wondering whether we bother needing that. At this stage. I remember getting to 100% resource generation. I remember doing it. I actually do. I cannot for the life of me. All right, you do get... Oh, I've missed out. Yeah, I forgot to add. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 18. You get... Your base is 11 from Shroud, 15-ish from your stats. That's 26. You get 12 from your tempers. That's without any GAs. So you're up to 38%. 30 from Ravager. That's 68. And then you get your multiplicative on top, 1.35. That's going to push you pretty close. And if you GA any of those... well, you can't GA the stat one, but you GA your Shroud. So that's what, 18, 33, 45, 75... And then we're suddenly there, I think. Oh. Done it again. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay. GA Shroud Resource, 15% from in. Resource Gen Temper. 7 ranks on that. Which is easily achievable. Gives you a bit of leeway. And then you're good to go. In fact, I think you can get away with you could probably get away... Just about... you just wouldn't get away with having 70% there. But it's all doable anyway. Does mean up to T4. Until you get your Shroud, you're not going to have 100% there. So I'm probably going to have to recommend putting Resource Gen in the old extra slot here. You're going to need that, I think, to start with. And you won't get enough. Yeah, you won't get enough from the old stats either. You probably won't get as much. You got to run, Coots. No worries, dudes. It's really good to see you, man. I'll catch up with you soon. Hopefully see you more over season 11 in the Christmas period. Coots, if you're still here, make sure you put your 2,000 points in if you haven't already. 1 more day of work, then you're off 4 days. Nice. Well, I'll be about. Hopefully we'll see you. I know it's your Thanksgiving, so I bet you'll be busy. 5 hours? Yeah, no worries, Tremaine. Thanks for jumping in, dudes. I'll be on again tomorrow or some other time this week. Catch you soon, dude. Oh, 6-wave hordes with Crazy Monkey. Nice. Killerman, how's it going? I swear you don't sleep. Sometimes I do. How you doing, Killerman? You good? I'm probably going to have to specify that. I think at this point, either accept you're not going to have enough resource gen. Quite enough resource gen. Yeah. I've decided, while leveling up, we do this. Oh, man, I could just... No, I don't know if that's worth it. Just put armor in there. Or all resistances. Yeah, screw put armor in there, movement speed. Duelists, I don't think you can get that from a dungeon, can you know? It might be a bit confusing changing that hunter cooldown reduction, but you probably can get away without that at this point. You need the resource gen at this point. So we'll put that in there. You pretty much need it there. You can't get away from that. You're doing good, so you're hoping to hear back from a job. Hey, nice. Good luck. I'm wishing you all the best luck with that job, dude. Am I allowed to ask what the job would be? I'll add a section for the next one to say temper swaps. That's what I will do. Yeah. Glad I mapped that, because that would have made life pretty bad for people that weren't using the GG setup. People that want to run this through Torment. Right, this is going to take me a minute, because I can't just copy pasta all of this stuff. Copy pasta a bunch of it, though, so that's good. Touch of Death! For a second. Granted instantly on swarm spawn. On spawning swarm. Core skill. Oh, coverts. Converts would be better, wouldn't it? Still in the character limit. Oh, yeah. Nailed it. Let's go. Ravager. We're going for the old resource and lock on. That is pretty good on this. Scourge. We're using Hunter. So we'll go nab that from down here. There you go. Oh, wrong build. Oh, it's so many builds open. Holy cow. Copy pastoring things, all sorts of builds to new builds. Right, touch of deficit. Hunter. Yeah, okay, this is fine. Oh, actually, it didn't take as long as I thought it would. Nice. Gotta love that. I know some of this stuff takes me ages, but some of it just can do nice and quickly, so that's good. What did I do for mercenaries on this build? Probably the same. Yep. I pretty much ran the same. Because defense did become an issue to some degree. So you had to find a way to balance it out as minimally as possible. There you go. I mean, that is another way to get your attack speed, I suppose. You can get Variana with Bloodthirst. I mean, you could even make her your main. You can get 10% attack speed there. And then she can give you another 10% every now... Well, every... Sometimes. Well, 15% with that as well. But... Yeah, I don't know. Right here's probably more useful for the just straight up damage. Better to solve it otherwise, I think. Hey, Zelda in Park. Good name. How's it going, man? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Right, we'll give out a cheeky save. And then we're going to go do the Paragon. That's the last bit that's going to take a minute. Then we just replicate, do the variants, and the last bit won't actually take that long, to be honest, I don't think. Right, this is probably going to be quite different, I imagine. Ooh, 328. Ugh. Oh, God. Yeah, this hasn't been built since Season 6. Oh, my word. What did I put in here? Right, Thorns. Yeah, because we're using the Gorilla Primary, you can use the Thorns glyphs. That's a bonus. Just slap that in there. Easy peasy. Revenge, okay. Oh, God. Intelligence. There you go. It's picked up all of them from different versions. So it's kind of painful. I think I might have just done that. That's what I normally do. $24. How did I do this in here? Okay. Actually, how much did I spend? Oh, I actually did spend all of them here, though. Yeah, I'd probably just do that. Hello, cat. Oh, my tuxedo cat's just appeared. Did you find your dinner? Oh, that's a big yawn, wasn't it? Oh, you're nice and soft tonight. Yeah, go on then, go find your dinner. Then you're going to nap, aren't you? No, you want some more love, okay. She's just like, love me, human. Go on, you're yawning. Go eat and go have a nap. You're clearly tired. There, he's gone. He's funny. Good times. Right, let's turn this round to the way that I can even remotely fathom. Oh, I really constructed this very weirdly before. Right, there we go. Definitely don't need all of that stuff. Probably don't need... What did I do here? Let's just have a look what I did on this one, because it's pretty much... You know what? I could actually just straight up do this. Copy. Paste. Ta-da! Oh, look, it even has Revenge in there. No, it might even be the same board. To be honest. Revenge. Canny. Menagerist and Sapping, except I put it in a different place. Spirit inside Convergence. And Colossal inside... Really? Yeah, same board. Nice. All right, well, that saves me a whole load of time. Nailed it. Yeah, I did Convergence there, but it's still got Spirit. Menagerist. All right, well, that was easy peasy. It also means I can literally copy paste the glyphs priorities, so that's really nice. Cool. Well, that took me far less time than I was expecting. Hey, easy. Thanks for alert, dude. Appreciate it. All right, we'll give this a quick look over because then we're going to duplicate it. Satiable rods. Yeah, it looks good. All right, T3. What? Ha, that's wrong. Does that mean it's wrong over here as well? Nope. I just didn't copy paste it properly over here. Okay, good. You back? Tuxedo Cat's back. Come on in. Come on in. Oh, come and say hello to everybody. There you go. Yeah. Oh, you're nice and soft as I don't know what you've been doing. Go on then, down you get. You smell of garden. You've been outside, haven't you? Oh God. You're hoping you get the job because it's something that you know you enjoy. Welding and fab work is. Hey, nice. Well, like I say, I'm sending you all my best wishes. You're going to sit down. I need to continue writing guides. You look tired. You going to plant yourself? He's looking at me like I'm not too sure. He's like, I'm not too sure what to do. Bless him. Oh, there you go. He's down. Yeah, he looks really tired. He's obviously been outside enjoying himself. Go on, make yourself comfortable, mate. There you go. There, he's planted now. There you go. I knew it wouldn't take him long. Oh, dear. Bless him. Oh, I want to get a little bit closer to my desk, but I want to squish you. There we go. A bit more comfortable to type then. Funny cat. He's good though. He doesn't come in and this one doesn't come in and scream at me. He came in and like he just look, he just sits there and looks at you. So he's actually yeah, he's quite good in that regards. The other one just comes in and screams at you. Love me. Love me now. You have to let me know, Killerman. You have to let me know. But I'll send you all my best wishes. Hopefully it works out the way you want it to. Okay, this is fine. This is all going to say the same. Literally T3. The only difference is going to be the paragons here. Oh, do you know what? I think I can pretty much just straight up. I can copy paste. It's the same glyphs, so I can copy paste it from here. T3. Oh, God, I need to edit the build, do I? There we go. T3. Copy. T3. Paste. Boom. Done. 196. 196. Nice. Easy peasy. Also means that I can just quickly duplicate that to T1 or T2. I mean, I could make it so T1 to T4 has varying items and stuff, but honestly, it's like... Not really. I don't know. Generally speaking, you just mainly want the journey of the paragons and stuff. You can see what items to strive for. I can add an FAQ or something as to items you can use otherwise, maybe. That'd probably be more useful to people. Makes it less confusing. Gives you the same items to strive for the second you get to torments. You know what uniques you want. And then the mythic version is like, okay, now you need new stuff. That's typically how I do it. But I've never had too many people complain about that stuff, to be honest. T1, right. T1, T2. That's so nice that they've added that back in finally. Oh, this is a... Love this track. 163. That was easy. Do need to change one thing up here as well. Oh. Must have pressed the wrong button there. Okay. It's pretty much all those. Right. Now we need the mythic variant. Yeah, it's funny. I did use the Harlequins on this build. I might put it in there as something you can use. Yep. Oh, I didn't add the mythic section here. What a noob! Knew I missed something. Oh, I didn't add it there either. Mega noob. Everywhere. Noobing everywhere. Okay, and this one I will add... Oh, balls. It's done that. Do you know what? I'm just going to copy it from here. Always nocturnal, Killerman. Always. Yeah. I pretty much live in an American time zone right now. But yeah, I'm good. Just trying to get this mountain of guides ready for the patch notes for season 11. So I'm doing first drafts right now. Get them all. Then I've got to go through and update them all again with the final patch notes in mind and sanctifications and all sorts. So that will take a moment. And then we get to season 11 and we start blasting. And then sleep doesn't exist anymore at all. In any sense of form. Ads. Rip. Alright, let's save off. Is that the same over here? No, I probably fix it for this one, didn't I? Yeah. Cool. Alright. Because I was going to add... I'm going to add a tempers here. Legendary ring. Temper. Changed from resource generation to resource cost reduction. We'll try that. So damage multiplier. You probably don't need the hunter cooldown reduction, honestly. I don't know. Let me just have a quick look at that video again. You're getting US ads? Oh, right. You don't think New Zealand's got any Twitch ads? Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Let me have a quick look at that video again. How fast was my hunter resetting? That's the question here. I'll be attacking faster on the version. It wasn't actually off cooldown permanently. It was on its instant reset, but it wasn't due to attacking. But I'll be attacking faster in theory. So, okay. Fine. I will put hunter cooldown in there then. For now. I had a Shaco on as well, so I would have less cooldown here. But the attack speed's the key for Prodigy's tempo, I think. Okay, unique items, yep. Shroud, and I will add Harlequins in here as a alternative. Alternative to Harmony of Iba Waka. Defensive. Alternative to Harmony of Iba Waka, which I can actually link directly. +4 skill ranks. Oops. This cat is passed out like proper on me. He's flopped and planking. He's like this across me. You can't see it, but he's literally got his arms out. He's just like completely dead across me, aren't you, mate? You're right, mate. You right, Mari? You're just planking. He's proper made himself comfortable. Seriously. How funny. I haven't got a cat cam that shows. I might have to sort one of those at some point. It's quite funny. Cooldown reduction. Maximum resource. Damage reduction. Okay. That works. We won't need that there because you don't have that on anymore. Let's save that. Alright, that is largely... I need to unlink that video as well because it's so freaking old. It really is an old video at this point. Mythic, yeah, we'll link... oh, yeah. Just need to max out the... Oh, actually, I don't need to max out, do I? But we will do that. Yep. Just max out all of the older... Paragons again. Actually, in fact, it's the same board as this. Let's just max out from this. That saves me quite a bit of time. I like time saving. Boom. There we go. 326. Sounds good. All right. I just got to do the last bit, so we can grab that from down here. The neighbour's cat is a minx, a super tiny, and if you pick her up, she will put her front paws over my shoulder. Can hold her like a baby. Oh, that's cute. I used to be able to do that with this one when he was much smaller, but yeah, he lets me pick him up, but I sort of cradle him. That's how he likes it. Isn't it, monster? Yeah. Hey. Hello. You got across the eyeball. Lovely. Dear, oh dear. This is the cat that he comes and gives. This cat gives you love on his own terms when he decides he wants to. Yeah, causing causes activate causing touch of death to spawn swarms on killing an affected enemy or expiration. Yeah. That's fine. Ravager, I'm on high counter. We need to take the old Hunter version, which is from down here. And then just spam touch of death. I think it's going to move in a minute. He's heard something. Have you heard something? No? All right, good. Oh, he's heard my other cat, who's now appeared. The other cat's too big to sit on my lap. He legit is actually too big. he could try, but it won't work. I think he's done it once ever, and he didn't like it because he kind of kept falling off. He has no choice but to plank across me. He's too big. Oh, I actually specified bugged interactions in here. How funny. There we go. These will all be the same, near enough. Touch of Death, Spiritborn. Focuses on optimizing the damage. Insatiable. Touch of Death to be a basic, yeah. Spawns, swarms. I've already set up here. Insatiable aspects. There we go. Yeah. We're not using Jaguar actually. Centipede. Counter-attack. Block chance of armor hide. Scourge. We want to nab the Hunter. Bit from down here. And that's fine. Hey, Geo Eric, how's it going, man? howled at you the whole time. You miss having a cat. Had one for 20 years. Oh, yeah, I feel you. We've had family cats and, you know, passed on and stuff. These turn 3 soon, actually. It's Shadow's birthday in like 4 days, and then Kamari's birthday a few days later. Yeah. Yeah, they're both in here now. One's chilling on the floor, one's chilling on my lap. They're pretty good. They know it's treat time when it gets to 4 a.m. my time, so... Or somewhere around that. Whenever I finish stream, I tend to give them treats. It makes them happy. This is all the same, pretty much. I'm fairly certain. Yep. And that's that, I think. I mean, that's pretty much that. Oh, yeah. Changelog, okay. Wow, that changelog is... Big rip. I can't even remember when I wrote this guide. Too long ago. So I'll just do that. I guess we'll just put in 1.0 or 0.9. Hey. In case I have to update again. I mean, I did have a version of Touch of Death before, but we'll just forget about that, I suppose, at this point. It's too long ago. I didn't have it in the older repertoire. It's nice to bring it back again, though. God knows if anyone's favorited that build. I can't remember. Probably not. They've probably all won favorites. It's been so long since I actually had it active. It's not even published right now. I unpublished it because it's so old. Yeah, you can't even see. Alright, let's give that a quick scan over. That should all be the same. Looks good. Alright, well that's Touch of Death. Tick that one off. Boom. Do I try and rush out Stinger? Just stay on and get that one done. I wanted to get all the core skill ones done. Stay Stinger's the last one. Let me have a quick look at it. I might not. I did ponder on Touch of Death quite a long time before starting on it. What did I do with the Stinger one? Where is it? Yeah, I'm sure I did it. Interesting, I had Vortex on there, but... Oh, no, this is the... That was that one. Oh, yeah, here we go. No, that's better. That's what I was more expecting, yeah. No, this... I can probably bash this out pretty fast. This is going to be very... I'm probably going to have to do the same thing here. Do Moonrise here, but this is going to be very, very similar to Rake. Oh, actually, in fact, this is going to be extremely similar to Touch of Death. I don't even think I've got a build for Stinger. I don't... actually, no, that's a lie. I might have done one this season. Did I do one this season? Did I bother? Might have done. Stingerborn. I do vaguely remember doing one, actually. Oh, I did. All of the builds. I'm going to bash this out. I'm going to get it done. I think this one will be a lot quicker because it's so similar to the others. Right, this was the weakest of all of them. But you can still push dungeons here. This will be great for Infernal Hordes because of the crazy explosions. It does more damage the more things you got around you, actually. Not sure it's a pit pusher, really. This is definitely off meta, unless they drastically change it. How similar was that? This is very similar to... I actually used the Ring of Starless here, interestingly. They've probably been better off putting Moonrise in it. Well, actually, I suppose... Yeah, not taking the Legendary Ring means you lose... You need that resource gen roll, which I probably didn't have. You could roll that up here, I suppose. You get a lot of resource cost reduction here. You get your attack speed here. 15. No, you only get 10. You're better off taking a Legendary Ring with attack speed and then put Moonrise on, I think. Gives you 60x damage. Put resource gen on there. Or resource gen on there and a resource reduction. You don't need crit charts. Lucky it's not that important. Of course, skill ranks is nice. I think it rolls slightly more all res than the other rings, but... Mercenaries, same. Skill tree is going to be fairly similar. Just change for Stinger instead. Yep. And you can evade in between if you want for some extra damage. What glyphs? Canny, Revenge, Spirit, Menadris, Colossal. It's probably the same. Yep. Interesting I put Canny there for some reason. And Revenge up there. I could probably just use exactly the same board as I just did for Touch of Death, honestly. I don't know why I didn't do that before. That's weird. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, this is crazy similar to Touch of Death. Like, insanely similar. I'm tempted to copy the Touch of Death build here. I'm actually going to do that. This is going to take no time at all if I do that. Cancel. There's season 11. Delete. Just duplicate this one. It's really, really similar. Oh, I need to remove that video link. It's really similar, actually. There's a couple of subtle differences, but it's not a lot. I'll put a new video on that when I've got it ready. Did I not put the end game on that? Oh, I keep forgetting to click on that one. There we go. End game. It's not a pit pusher. This is definitely off Messer. 100%. It's 4 PM for you, killer. They ain't kitties no more. No, they're not. No. Changes could not be saved. What? Why? It's trolling me. Oh, is that because I deleted one with that name? Oh. I bet it's because of that. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, it is. I had a build called that and I deleted it. Now I want to create another one with the same name. It just won't let you do it. So it doesn't matter. It's a draft build. So I just put a different, slightly different name in. Problem's solved. This is probably going to be the quickest build I've done. It's really, really similar. I've got to change the skill tree mainly. Yeah, that's right. You don't mandatorily need any aspect for this, so we can get rid of that. Because the Stinger aspect, I mean, it'd be nice if the Stinger build was, if the Rod of Kep Stinger build wasn't just by default the best. The Pestilent Swarm or even going a Poison version with Centipede Hall would be more fun, but at the moment, the Rod of Kep build is just better still. Oh, he's gone. Bye, cat. Yeah, you're on the other side of the world, so it makes sense. Alright, let's give it a save as we go down. I might actually get this done by 4, honestly. I might be optimistic there, but it's literally all the... That's the same. We're using Gorilla Eagle again. You got a vulnerable application baked into Stinger, I believe. I think so. Oh no, it's down there. But you just do it on the ring instead, so it's fine. Or something. Yeah, you kind of want Rampant Stinger, actually. Stinger does 40% increased damage if it only hits a single enemy, so that makes it slightly better against bossing. Instead of echoing to surrounded poisoned enemies, Stinger now draws from each hit to increase it in its primary area again for additional 10% of its base damage. So yeah, if you've got loads of enemies around, it has no cap. So if you have a major enemy in the middle and you hit like 20 enemies, it draws from all of them and increases the base damage by 200%. So as you do loads of damage when you've got loads of enemies around. So like Spirit Caller would be great for this build. It sucks otherwise. Well, it doesn't suck. It's just nowhere near as good as the others. But yeah, okay, this is good. This will be exactly the same. Pretty much. Moonrise, Lucky Vulnerable. I don't want GA on a max life there. Why has that got GA on max life? That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why I did that. Just check over on this guide as well, since it was a copy of that. Oh, it's not done it on that one. What? No. No. That is weird. What? Well, oh well. Right. Yeah, Moonrise. Whoa, why is it GA'd all these things? What the hell? That's really weird. It's definitely something strange going on there. And here. It's GAing loads of stuff. It did on that one. How bizarre. Okay. Yeah, we'll save that because that's a bit weird. Yeah, Moonrise, Temerity makes sense. Oh, it's done it on air as well. What? That's got to be something to do with the fact that I copied one build to another with all this stuff in it, I guess. Let's check everything else just in case. Right, that looks fine. Okay, fine. Yeah, duelist makes sense for your attack speed. Right, a cap. Insatiable. Now, interestingly, you could... well, no, Nourishment's still not as good as Dominant. I don't know why I put Nourishment there. Like, Dominant is just better. Gives you 5x for Dominant. I guess Nourishment is just straight up poison damage. While Dominant gives you 5% damage against knockdown enemies, I think it is. Oh no, attempting to knock down an enemy increases your gorilla skill damage. That's right, so it's just 5x damage as long as you're attempting to knock them down, not against knockdown enemies. So Dominant's just better, yeah. That's right. So yeah, you'd be better off sticking in Dominant there, not Nourishment. Which I've already done. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty much straight up the same pot quacks. I imagine I did the same here. Yep. So, and then Mythic, Shroud of False Death. I didn't, yeah, it's exactly the same here. I actually used the Ring of Stars, but as I say, I don't think that's the best play initially. Oh, I've got an error there. What on here? Huh. Yeah, that's meant to be adaptability. Yeah, so I put adaptability on the amulet. You could use unyielding hits here if you wanted. Yeah, unyielding hits would be the best case. I mean, you could redirected force is also really nice. That can give you up to 100. Give you 140x. That's a 2.4, slightly more than unyielding, but you also need to guarantee you can keep up your armored hide the whole time for the 100% block chance. So to guarantee you get the maximum benefit from it all the time, and you need to have blocked to do it. So, right, Stinger. Adaptability here. Unyielding hits here. Oh. Where's unyielding? Oh, aspects of unyielding. There you go. Unyielding. It's all exactly the same, pretty much. Yeah. Could get rid of aspects of might here, though, which clearly I didn't do in Touch of Death either. I even gave us a 1 over, but I'm still finding errors. It's funny. Never mind. Yeah, it's just pretty much just the same as before. So I mean, it speeds up things loads because it's just a skill tree I'm going to have to modify slightly. That might take a moment. All right, let's start with this one. Obviously, we don't need Touch of Death. We want those. It's not a potency skill, so we can get rid of those. I guess we'll come into Brilliance and Acceleration because we can. In fact, I probably can just use a skill tree from here. Yeah, that's a good point. Obviously, you want to max out Stinger. 1 3 1 5 5 1 1 1 3 3 1 1 3. I did actually use Ravager extra hits there, not measured Ravager for the extra. I remember being able to get to 100% resource gen without needing measured Ravager. Now, whether that's intended or not, I don't know. It felt like Vigorous was giving me quite a lot more resource gen than I would have expected. I remember this, actually. It didn't make sense to me mathematically, but that's what it was doing. So it could be bugs, I don't know. It might be intended for them to make it so measured Ravager actually is required, but... Oh, we can say exactly the same setup for these. I just need to work out where these extra skill points are coming from. 1 3. I didn't take the one in there. Yes, that's all the same. What about down here? 1 3 2 3 3 3. Okay. And those, and then this. Those, and that. I'm missing 3 points. 3 3 3 1. Oh, I didn't put points in follow through here. Guess that makes sense. And then the 1 point, well, I took out Brilliance, but that's 5x against healthy, 2.5x otherwise. That would be You're going to be close to 6x. That's going to be a lot better than this. You're better off taking a point out there. Follow through only gives you 2x per attack, really. It's nice, but it's not the end of the world if you have to take a point out there. Obviously, we want the rank and stinger, so this is probably fine. It's probably the best we can do. That's 4x. That's 4x against crowd-controlled enemies. I suppose that's 2.5 all the time. 5 against healthy, regardless of crowd control. Acceleration only works when you evade, but as long as you evade you remember to evade like as often as you can, like every 3 seconds, you'll get 24x extra damage. It's actually pretty massive for 3 seconds. If you're attacking fast enough, you do benefit from that. I tested it in the PTR. It's a bit gimmicky, but it sort of works. It's a shame that this doesn't tag your skills as mobility. To be honest, that would just solve that problem. Yeah, and you want the damage reduction, otherwise you're just going to have a bad time. And you really want all of these, and you need all that. So yeah, I mean, this is probably the best we can do. I can't copy this yet, actually, which is a pain, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. I'm going to have to do it in all of these. Take that out. Put those in there. Take those out. Put those in there. Take all of those out. It's actually a bit easier than I thought it would be. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Take that one out. Put it in there. Good. Solved. Right. Got to do it 2 more times. And mythic. Yeah, it's pretty much the same for all of them. I don't have a lot of life sustain on here. I think life on hit would help somewhat. I don't have any of that, do I? On this build. Yeah, life sustain might be an issue here. I might actually have to roll without maximum life on the ring to get life on hit. Or on the gloves. Either or. You're going to need life on hit on this build, I think. For the temerity. The lucky hit healing's probably not going to be enough. Yeah, you might need to. Oh. You want life on hit in there, probably. Okay. Just got to change it in all of them. Let's just grab that from over here. He didn't need that so much for Touch of Death, actually, funnily enough. I must have put it on Rake somewhere. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah, I did, yeah. I suppose Lucky Vulnerable was sold from that there, and Cool Volley didn't worry so much about Crushing Hand. Interesting, I didn't put it on Crushing Hand. Might have to. Lack of life on hit would suck here. Especially when you got the unrelenting on, you're going to hit like 10 times. Oh, every third time you're going to hit like so many times. You're going to hit loads and you're just going to stack loads of barriers. So yeah, you're definitely going to want life on hit on here. Yeah, I didn't do that on that before, did I? Barrier gen. Just put resilient in there. Just put it in there. 2-4. Cat, can you stop opening the door? Oh dear, this cat, seriously. Resource gen. Yeah. That's actually meant to be third ethics, not fourth. God damn it. Right, mythic. There we go. Okay. Put it on here as well. Slightly squishy with the max life reduction, but yeah, the life on hit will give you that effective HP. It'll be better, I think. And then probably don't. Yeah, you might not need the protector cooldown here. What are we using? Are we using Hunter here as well? No, we use protector there, interestingly. Yeah, I do wonder if Hunter would be better there as well. It might be. Alright, we'll leave it where it is for that. Yeah, attack speed will be an issue there. I don't know. Feel like I would have tested that though. Hey, Ollie, how's it going? Badass Eli, how's it going, guys? All good here. How are you guys doing? How are you guys? Duelists. Adaptability, interdiction. We don't have interdiction here, so we can get rid of that. In fact, actually, I've probably got that. Yeah. You're better off just having might there. I'll give that a quick. Oh, there's one other thing I want to change here, actually. Stinger, stinger, stinger. There we go. Where is it? Oh, they're not done it in this one yet. Maybe not. Here we go. Crushing hands. Here we go. Where did I put it? After drops only. 4 unique items. Okay. Protector. Oh, actually. Oh. Why? Oh, that's better. Right, that's good. Skill tree, skill tree. Here we go. No, equipment. Oh, it's because I need to be a mythic. There we go. There we go. It's a little better. And we can straight copy that over to here for the mythic side of things. All this crafting really is getting you excited. You might start with Spiritborn. I mean, look, there'll be some good builds for every class. Pretty sure every class will be fine. I was keen to get all the core skill ones done today. This is the last, and this is nearly done. I've just backtracked some stuff. That's why it's taking me a bit longer, but yeah. This one's not that dissimilar to what I was doing before, so I'm just trying to make sure everything good here. Or at least, this is only first draft. I'll update things when we get the final patch notes. I'll need to do a final pass again. Yeah, this looks fine. Did I update the thing there? I did. Okay, good. Alright, let's give it a save. I think that's that bit. That looks good. Okay. Oh, yeah, I need to update this here. Stinger. Don't need that bit. Bum ba dum bum bum. All we really care about is deals 40% multiplicative damage to single targets or single target enemies. Oops. Draws from surrounded, poisoned enemies to increase primary damage area. Area damage. There you go. So it looks the same, so that's fine. It's pretty much the same setup otherwise. A lot of similarities to Touch of Death build there, honestly. Yeah, that's good. I will need to copy that into all the variants. But because Stinger doesn't have a specific aspect to scale it with, like the others do, which is more powerful than the generic ones, that works with this build, it is slightly weaker. The one it's got specifically for itself is for the Pestilent Swarms, which is a build that just feels a bit disjointed. Like, all of the various different Pestilent Swarm stuff doesn't synergize together. They all, like, spawn a Pestilent Swarm, but it does its damage based off of this. And then another thing's like, spawn a Pestilent Swarm, but it deals its damage based off a different thing. And you can't scale it all. It doesn't scale each other. It's just, they sort of have their base damage, and then they'll hit like wet noodles in the end game compared to everything else. It's been reported, so hopefully at some point that'll be made better, and then Stinger's main primary build will be the Swarm build, because that'd be sick. It's like a proper Hammerdin build. It's awesome. It's really fun to play, and I'll have a build for it. But it's very off meta. Now, glyph-wise, Canny, Revenge, Spirit, Managers, Colossal. Same. Nice. I can literally use the boards that are there, so that solves that problem. Yeah, this should be totally fine. Cool. This is the same, so I can use this. Oh, I see, done. Change that to Stinger. All right, I'm going to reword that a little bit. Oh, actually. Oh, balls. What on here? Surrounding enemies and... via that. That's the same. That literally can just change to Stinger, and otherwise it's the same. Gorsey, of course, it's going to be a good year. It will be a good year next year, yeah? For sure. Barbarian was looking pretty good in the PTR, and some of the stuff that was giga good might get brought down a bit because it was using some like infinite scalars, which most other classes didn't have, and they said they're going to address that a little bit. But I think they'll still be fine, even with that being addressed a little bit. Honestly, I think Barbarians will actually be pretty decent. How good, I don't know. You'll have to wait for the Barbarian. You have to wait for like Cliptus and Rob and that, the Barbarian class guys to give their views when they get the final patch notes. But honestly, Barbarian's been fine the last few seasons. It's just not been the top class, right? And I guess that might be what you're asking for. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since Barbarian's been the top class. So I agree with that, yeah. I would have written it up here, but... Stinger. Drawing damage from surrounded poisoned enemies by a rampant stinger. Gorilla, Centipede, Eagle, sounds good. Counterattack, Harmon Hide, Scourge, Hunter, Max. Yep. This did an 85. So it should be easy able to do a 95 plus, given that they're just straight up making the pit scaling easier, apparently. So if they didn't change anything else, they said every build should just do 5 to 10 pits higher, which instantly makes it so this build would be... I mean, I did have pretty good gear, and I had level 100 glyphs, but I didn't have any sanctifications on, not a single one. And it wasn't by any means the most optimal setup. So it's... I threw a lot of these together in an hour or two. Some of them I spent a bit more time on, but most I threw together in an hour or two because I had to get through so many. Like I tested a lot of builds. So yeah, they should easily do this content. I think this will be exactly the same. Oh, you do get the fortify regen all the time. That's kind of nice. Movement speed, yep, nice. Elixir resourcefulness, it's all fine, and then that's that. Job done. I mean, that's it. Just got to give it a 1 over, and then I think that's Stinger done. Yeah, that took a lot less time, but that's because it was so similar to the last one. You don't feel powerful enough when you use Barb, yeah. I think we'll be seeing some pretty significant changes in the, like, significant changes with the expansion, but I guess we'll hear... I mean, we might hear more about that at the Game Awards. That would be the most logical time for that to happen, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see, right? Yes. Good. Looks fine. Oh, yeah, I need to change that. Stinger that doesn't have Stinger in the skill bar. Great. Touch of Death. There we go. And that, boys and girls, is why we give at least 1 look over. I probably missed some stuff still, but, you know. Yeah, that seems pretty decent. I mean, Jaguar would give you more damage, theoretically. But the Jaguar passive skills, Potent doesn't give you damage anymore. So, and Ferocity's pretty... Furnace is pretty weak. So unless they make... If they made Furnace stronger, then maybe I'd change some of these. But Gorilla generally unlocks... You know, it unlocks a couple of things here. Revenge Glyph for pretty much every build. If you want to play... Yeah, if you want to play like the Hesher, that's pretty decent as well. But also, it just gives you some extra barrier gem, but it also just unlocks Resilient for you, which is pretty strong. Yeah. Okay, that's looking good. Those are basically the same, right? Yeah, this is pretty much just a straight old check T4, because the others were just straight copy of them. It should be the same as what I had before, yeah. I think this is fine. It's basically Touch of Death, just put Stinger in it, so it should be fine. Just double check I actually copied Stinger in there properly. I did. That I literally just straight copied from it. So that's just the same. That is going to be the same as well. Stinger. Yeah, this looks fine. Alright, yeah. Nailed it. It's looking good. Right, we can take that one off as well. Actually, I'm pretty happy. Smashed out 4 guides today, which doesn't sound like a lot for 8-hour stream, but the first one took ages. Oh, cruelly, I spent ages on that, and then I suppose I spent a while pondering on Touch of Death. But that actually now means I've only got to do Evade, and that's all of the primary builds, I would say. the ones I definitely would have to cover. For like S tier, well, for what, at least for my testing, what S and A tier were. I also intend to do one for Rushing Claw with the primary Jaguar in there. Razor Wings, which was very off meta, but it was at least viable. And Rake Balazans was okay as well. I'll do those 3 as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's 11 endgame builds. I did have some others, but they were sort of... they were viable, but I don't know. Like Peasant Swarm. If they give them buffs, then I'll add these in. I didn't get around to testing Firestorm, Storm Feathers, to be honest. And then I've got a leveling build to do for Evade. And I want to probably do one for Rake. I think Rake's the easiest of those skills to level on because you've got the baked-in resource cost reduction while you're leveling. So you've got a couple of options there for leveling up on. It's probably a Withered Fist one as well, I suppose, could do. If you wanted to have one for each of the different Spirit Halls, Withered Fist would probably be the best for Centipede. If I get around, maybe I'll do all those as well. But so still quite a few to do, but I've at least covered most of the endgame builds in the draft now. Tomorrow I'll try and get Evade done, and we'll do Rake Balazans and Rushing Claw Such a Death, get 3 done. And that leaves me in a pretty good position then. I've also got my other 3 leveling builds for the other 3 classes as well, which I do want to support still. I'm probably going to sunset my Hydra builds, the end game, because I honestly didn't play it this season, and I'm probably not going to play it next season. And my Bloodlance Necro endgame build will probably get sunset, because I just haven't got time. I didn't get time to test it, and I haven't got time to... I don't know. I'll look at it. I'll look at them. I mean, maybe they don't need that much changing. They might be a lot more similar to Season 9 than what they were in Season 10. The Chaos Armors would have thrown them up in the air a bit. So it depends on time, to be honest, more than anything for those 2. And I've got my Druid Hulk Smash build, which I probably will support that one still, but I don't need to. The leveling guides I'll support, though. I can always just refer to the tier list afterwards for people. Those builds will probably be there in some form. The background of Thanksgiving goes back to the Pilgrims and the Indians. Okay. Nice. I'd have to look it up. But anyway, that's enough guide writing for today, I would say. I have done all of the guide writing. All of it. Literally all of it. Right. I'm probably going to call it there as well. No gameplay today, unfortunately, but I think I was on a roll. I was very keen to get those core skill ones done. I've made pretty good progress there. Let's have a look, see who's online here. Right, who's online in D4 right now? That was actually a pretty good raid. I don't know who was there last night when I raided out. It was a pretty good raid, though. She was quite a good crack. She was in good spirits, she was. Yeah. I don't often raid out to total randoms. I'm just having a look down the list now. There's really not an awful lot of people streaming right now, is there? All right, I am going to send you guys over. Yeah, I'll send you over to Fame. For anyone that is interested in some gameplay, she'll be smashing it. She always is. You'll be in good hands there. All right, let's move over to the screen here. Man, it's pretty mentally taxing doing all those guys' stuff. Now, when you stop, it's like you've been going at 60 miles an hour down a motorway and then you slow down to 10 and you feel like you're moving like the pace of a snail. That's what my brain's just done. Good times. Okay, well, productive day. productive, and we're quite a few steps forwards towards the old having those guides already. I dread to think how much work it's going to be once I get the final patch notes and have to do sanctifications and go through them all. And there's going to be so many. What have I done to myself? Guys, across all my channels, thank you all so very much, as always, for everything, for being here, for the support, the laughs, jokes, questions, and all the stuff. I really do appreciate you all. You're all awesome. Everyone that's here all the time, anyone's new and anyone's lurking, yeah, it really does mean the world to me. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe buttons in my channels, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. I do some gameplay sometimes, I promise, for those that have, for the first time being here. But obviously right now I'm doing a lot of prep for Season 11. However, we do some other games as well. I have been passed up PoE 2, Last Epoch, a bit of Arc Raiders and so on. So if that takes your fancy, hopefully we'll see you again in future. I do have a Discord as well. For anyone that's interested in talking to me about any of the builds, getting hold of me or stream, joining the clan for D4 in preparation for Season 11. We have a queue system in the Discord. Joining the community in general, which is growing and awesome. Especially when the season starts, you will really feel the benefit of that. People will help you and you can request stuff in there and just find people to play with. It's a really good place to go. So hopefully we'll see some of you there. I'll link it in all the channels for you. And if you don't want to join, that's totally fine as well. I appreciate that everyone's got Discords, but it's there if you think that'll be useful to you. If you do think that'll be useful to you, please go and do the verification and please go to the role selection channel and choose which games you're interested in. That way you won't get spammed by the ones you don't care about, and that is good. Less spam is good. We like this. Everyone that's not on Twitch, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you tuning in. I hope you have a great rest of your day, whichever time zone you're in. I will be back on tomorrow. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to our good friend Fame. She's probably just blasting the game. That's what she does. She's legitimately the streamer that streamed the game the most, I think. So, yeah, she's great. She's really nice. And if you want to see some actual gameplay, you will, Lord Carnage, it's getting on a bit. It's near 4:30 in the morning for me. Yeah, if you've not checked her out before, please come and show her some love. Hit with the emote, say hello. You'll get gameplay over there if nothing else. Next stream, I will be back on again, well, for me today, but yeah, tomorrow, Wednesday night, I will be doing more build guides. If I can get a decent amount done with some time to do some gameplay at the end, we'll do that. But I need to keep this ball rolling with the hope that I can have them all done this week, which will be good. But anyway, hopefully I'll see some of you there. As usual, you can jump in, ask me questions, we can discuss and all sorts. Yeah, think that is about it, guys. So yeah, again, I really do appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Hope you have a great rest of your day wherever you are in the world. Keep safe, keep blasting, much love, and I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Cheers, appreciate you.